Thank you very much to our facilitators for taking time to join this session. Thank you to our participants for being here early. We hope that you leave this session fulfilled, and please do not hesitate to let us know if you have any training needs. Our emails are available. My colleague and I were always available. If you have training needs that you feel that we need to consider for our future PAE, TA trainings, please let us know. Thank you very much. Mr. Adunaike, what's the next thing on the agenda, please?
We are going to go to the next item by going through the pre-workshop assessment. The responses from the pre-workshop assessments. We sent this assessment so that we can gauge the knowledge, your knowledge on the theme, building bridges, effective networking strategies for professional growth. So I'm going to call on the facilitator, Mr. Sheyi Abiodun, to discuss the responses from the case study. Let's all welcome Mr. Sheyi Abiodun. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. So I'm hoping that we are all going to have a very good time. We're going to learn a lot. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, perfect. Perfect. Thank you very much. So based on the responses that we got from the assessment that we sent, it's just for us to be able to understand. Oh, okay, yes, you are delighted. We're delighted to have you too, Mr. Kenneth. Thank you very much. Based on the responses that we got from everyone, so the goal is for us to understand, how you think about the topic and the modules that we're going to be having. So the first case study I gave, what I've done is to give 3 case studies, right? And I like the responses I got because it's not far away from what we all do day to day, right? I've been an assistant myself for the last 13 years, right? I started, I've done every segment of assisting role. I've been a PA, I've been an SA, that's special assistant. I've been a technical assistant, and I've been an executive assistant. And now,
present in the house this morning. Also like to acknowledge.
Can we please mute our microphones, please?
Yes, Mr. Abiodun, please go on.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so, and I've been privileged to also work with leading executives. I think one of the advantages of being an EA or PA or TA is that you get to learn from the set man in organizations. Unlike people that, so for instance, I read accounting. Unlike people that read accounting together, that chose the accounting route, after their degree, they got a job, a role as an accounting officer, and they built. If you compare us now in terms of capacity for leadership, in terms of experience, the margin is wide. Because as an EA, you are learning so many things at the same time. You are learning HR, you are learning financials, you are learning strategic management, you are learning risk management, and it also depends on the boss that you're supporting per time. So let me just go on to the case study. The case study is not far away from what we all do. The first case study talks about you as a technical assistant, and your company is facing challenges, in terms of revenue. So what would you do? How would you support your CEO in that to go through that challenge? Because what you're supposed to be really is for you to be a partner to your boss. So the goal of everything I'm going to be doing between today and tomorrow is to help you move from being an operational person or a management admin support to a strategic partner to the person you work with. So the person can look at you and trust you with more responsibilities. I think one of the conversations that we've had going on in the professional assistance space is that some of our CEOs do not really give us, strategic responsibilities. So some people complain, the only thing they give me to do is to be running errands up and down and all of that. But we want to do We are professionals. We want to be able to do things that matter to the company. We want to be able to, we want to get involved in the business of the organization. So every organization has two sides. There is the creative side of the business, and there is the business side of the business. So we want to get involved in the business side of the business. So I've given you this case study. I like the responses I got, you know. So what I was expecting was more practicality, you know, going back. Like someone had said in one of the responses that, okay, AI, because I said, I've asked that propose 3 technologies that would help your company in the space they are in at the moment. So someone said AI, fantastic. What I was expecting is how would AI, you know, solve the problem of revenue? Because you understand that what you need at this point in time, based on that scenario, is to come up with short to medium term strategies to help your bosses. So AI sounds good, but it didn't drill down on how that would help to achieve what we're trying to achieve. Then you also said cybersecurity, which is fantastic as well, right? Then the last one is the Internet of Things. So these were some of the frequent, these are fantastic technologies. You answered the question quite all right. I was just expecting that there will be more practicality to it. How does he bring money into the pocket of the company? Because that is how we're expected to think as strategic assistant, technical assistant, executive assistant, whatever the nomenclature is. The truth is, they are all nomenclatures. You can be, your role can be an executive assistant, and you can be doing technical things because you understand the business of the company you're working with. And also the question of, so how would you help your boss prepare? You know, everything that everyone said revolves around the first thing you have to do is to confirm availability, because now you are setting up a meeting, not just for your boss alone, but for stakeholders, relevant stakeholders in that system, meaning the management staff. So you confirm the availability of everyone, including your boss. When that is done, you move on to look at the logistics. Nobody even mentioned that. So I was surprised that you didn't talk about the logistics. So it's supposed to be a retreat. And this is the time, end of year is when a lot of directors, a lot of us now will start planning retreat for our bosses. You know, most of the retreats will hold outside the company. So I was expecting, okay, you talk about location, you know, how would you set up the location and all of, nobody, I'm not sure I saw anything like that. Of course, I saw an agenda, you prepare the agenda for the meeting. And of course, you help your boss prepare in terms of reporting, you know, financials, getting everything ready for that session. Then the last part is, you know, what I was also expecting in terms of financials. How would you, what are the measures that you would put in place? You know, all of us mentioned that cost reduction strategies and revenue maximization strategies. There are only 2 ways when companies are in financial, when companies are going through financial struggles. There are only 2 ways. The first one is to reduce your costs. There's no 2 way around it. The next one is to improve your revenue. So in the area of cost reduction, what are some of the things? So I was expecting arguments like, if you say reducing costs, let's say we want to reduce staff strength as a strategy for cost reduction. How will that affect the goodwill of the company? Because you are a strategic partner. This is how you think through everything. See, because when you are playing the advisory role, you think through every element of that suggestion. So if you are saying cost reduction, we should fire some of our staff. Don't say it like that. We should retrain some of our staff. If you're going to retrain staff, how is that going to affect the goodwill of your company? That needs to also be factored in. If you say reduce salary, reduce everyone's salary by 15%, 20%, how will that affect the staff motivation as well as the goodwill in the industry? And of course, the last part is the revenue. So if you're talking about revenue drive, what are the things that we can do to increase our revenue in the short term? Because we don't have the time. We have to turn the tide around. So what are things that we need to do in the short term? Do we need to give people targets? If you increase people's target, how would that affect their morale? How would that affect their work-life balance? and all of those things. So these are many more things that we're going to be looking at. Then the last part also is the communication, giving feedback to your, and I must tell you that that's one of the most challenging things to do, to give feedback. Is not an easy thing to do, you know. And I would say, I can say that confidently, I've worked with a total of 7 CEOs. So the person I'm working with now is the 7th, right? So I put Dangote, right? And he's the 7th person that I've worked with in the last 13 to 14 years. And I can tell you how difficult it is. Do you know how difficult it is for someone like me to be giving feedback to Dangote? Because first, to be like, what do you know? What brought me to this level is because I know so much. That's what will be going through the head of your boss. You're just a TA. You want to give a suggestion to your MD who has probably been in that business before, maybe when you were in 100 level or before you even got admission into university. You now want to give feedback. How can you present your feedback constructively? And they would take it. So those are some of the things we're going to be looking at in the next 2 days. So in order to not waste too much time, I'll just yield the floor to Mr. Itayo to do his own part of the pre-workshop feedback. Mr. Itayo.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Good
you.
morning, everyone. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Yes,
All right, thank you. That was a brilliant one. Thank you, Sherry. I'll just add a little bit more to what he said because he took a bit of an overview on the entire assessment that was done. And I like the fact that it's important for us to know that our goal supersedes our role. The goal is the outcome that we set for ourselves. And so looking at the responses, I would like us to understand while we believe it's up to us, we need to be able to navigate our role because of the goal. I also noticed that a lot of us also have a bit of obstacle when it comes to handling communication upwards. And I think that one of the things that we need to know is we might not be able to change a lot of people. In fact, our focus should not be trying to change people. Our focus should be more as to trying to win people. And there are two different things. So as an executive assistant, whatever role or nomenclature that you have, you want to be able to win people as opposed to changing people, because to change people is a bit difficult and sometimes it's not advised. The only thing that you can change or that seems to be within your power is yourself. And that's why sometimes this assessment has opened our eyes to see the need for a lot more of self-awareness. Everyone needs to be a bit more self-aware so that you know how to work with different personalities. You know, because I looked through some of your comments and I saw a little bit of feedback as regards to when you have someone working in a pressured zone or high pressured environment, you're dealing with communicating in a different manner. I think the best thing we need to do is to try as much as possible to work with different personalities. Just look at it. I'm sure most of us, we have different kind of meals that we love to eat. So just imagine that this is another delicacy that you're dealing with. So the way you eat maybe one of your favorite meals will be different from the way you take another type of meal. So I'd like to encourage you all, from my assessment of what the assessment has gone through, I think that we've demonstrated a bit of fair share knowledge on the subject matter, but I think we also need to do a little bit more of setting ourselves up for better success in terms of, driving more for meaningful outcomes as well. So we need to learn more, we need to apply more, we need to integrate more. And I believe that that will really help us to get better outcomes in the short term, in the midterm, and equally in the long term as well. Thank you. I'll stop at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Eitayo. I'm glad that we got enough responses to know that our participants are ready for this workshop. If you're not able to answer the questions before the workshop, after this workshop, I'm sure that you'll be able to answer them. So without further ado, let's go straight into the first module for this session on the overview and challenges of networking. Over to you, Mr. Itayo.
All right, thank you so much. Let me just set up my slides so we can get started. So once again, thank you everyone. Welcome to this session. Before I start, let me ask us, I'm sure networking is not a strange subject matter. And so just for the way of, reiterating the fact, I'd like everyone, if you don't mind, to drop a comment, what in your own word would you call networking? Let's start from there. Let me hear from you. Just type, when we talk about networking, what really comes to your mind? Networking equals association. I like that. Thank you. Well, hey, Lucy says meet people. James says, where's James? Process of interacting with others, networking equals social contact. Thank you very much. The ability or skill to intelligently engage with people in a manner that they see value. Fantastic. I love the answers I'm getting. All right. Okay, so let's get started. Thank you so much for the responses so far. So the conversation we'll be having today is going to drill down in practical terms so that we cut ourselves off certain long journey or long stories. And we're talking about the overview and challenges of networking overview and challenges. And the very first place to start is the question that I brought up just some minutes ago. So my name is Rotimi Itayo, and I would like us to start with something that built a very good and positive foundation when it comes to the subject matter in question. I want you to understand that there are two critical things that you must never, ever miss out on the subject of networking. I believe that networking is about connections. It's about connections. Connections are unique things that define us as human beings. If you look at yourself and you look at an ATM, or you look at yourself and you look at an object that is operating under automation, maybe a computerized object or a robot, you find out that one of the things that stands you out is your human connection. Networking is about connection and building mutual benefits. So just like when we had the pre-assessment session, we're able to think about how you, as an executive assistant, as a personal administrator or personal assistant, whatever the title might be, you will find out that it pretty much puts you in a position to see yourself as going on a journey that builds mutual benefits. And a lot of times I've come to realize the moment the benefit is not mutual, the net is not working. Let me repeat. The moment the benefit is not mutual, it is no longer networking. And the concept of networking can be seen from the principle of word formation. Big words are made up from small words, right? When you think about networking, right, you find out that, thank you everyone for your responses so far. You find out that there are two words that come together for you to have network or networking. And the first word is net. So networking is easily likened to the web spun by a spider, where you find out that they are all connected together. Now, the moment the net is not working, it means there's no connection. Number two, there are no form of mutual benefits. And that's why when we sometimes check our personal life, our career trajectory, you would have noticed that there would have been some time in your career you saw, you encountered, you experienced people who actually, in the name of networking, were only pursuing self-agenda. And when others did not feel anything benefiting them, they did not respond as much as they would have. Some people had friendships, business relationship, that shut down completely because the relationship was only serving one and not serving all. And I like to say this, that as we journey on this conversation, thinking about what it really means, thinking about the dimensions of networking, examining the challenges that we might face or that we're encountering when it comes to networking, I want you to always put it at the back of your mind that it's very important for you and I to realize that networking is not just stop bus stop. It's a journey, it's an experience, and you want to turn it into not just a state or an activity. You want to turn it into a culture. Most people have transcended their age, their exposure, their educational qualification just because they are powerful networkers. And so I need to remember that everything that you need to understand as a foundation of networking stems from the fact that networking is about connection and mutual benefit. Remember the three musketeers, if you remember. Can anybody tell me the philosophy for the three musketeers? Can anyone tell me? Azan, do you want to tell me? Azan, the musketeers, do you know the philosophy? Azan, are you there? Okay, we'll bill Azan out. Precious, do you want to help?
Okay, I'd like to take a stab at it. The philosophy was.
Who is that? I can hear you.
Oh, this is a Kemini. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Continue. Carry on.
I'm saying, yeah, the philosophy was all for one and all for one and one for all.
Fantastic. One for all and all for one. What it simply means is you look at the definition, there must be mutual benefit. So if it's good for you, then it's good for all of us. It means your success is my success. So we are all rooting for each other. And that gives you a balanced philosophy and perspective as regards to the subject matter. So let's move on. Let me share with you 6 important and interesting facts about networking. But I'm going to flip the coin as we speak. I'm going to share with you the points, but I'll ask each one of you to tell me your perspective alongside the points I'm sharing. So this way, it's almost like a flipped session where you are the one sharing with me in your own words. And please understand, there's no wrong or right answers. We're just sharing our thoughts, and we are all experts, I believe. So the first thing is that everyone must be reminded that networking is lifelong. So who would like to share with me their perspective of that? Let me try Chinelo. Would you like to share with me? Networking is lifelong.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, my understanding of that statement, networking is lifelong, is the fact that when there is value creation, okay, I understand that I'm adding value to your life, and you also understand that there is value coming from my end. Nobody runs away from value. Okay, so that relationship is maintained and it is sustained for a very long time, provided that there is a mutual relationship and value adding in the relationship. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that brilliant answer. And to add to what Chinelo said, it just speaks about the shelf life of networking. You see, networking is not a short span concept, and when people sometimes approach networking with the fact that it's a short span, most of the time everybody wants to rush in and get what they can get. And sometimes we break the process. Sometimes we break people in the process. Guess what? Sometimes we lose ourselves in the process. But when we have a better understanding, like Chinelo was trying to tell us, you better see it from a long-term perspective. So I am in it for a long haul. It's just like if you're flying from Lagos to another country, it's a lot longer than if you're flying from Lagos to Ibadan. You find out that a 1-hour trip, the preparation is different from a 6-hour travel trip. Why? Because that is long haul flight. It's different from a short distance. And the same thing in networking. we must understand that it is not something that is just surface based. It's not short. You want to think from a long-term perspective. Very quickly, another interesting fact that you must remember about networking is that our networks must be leveraged. And I'm going to ask someone to help us. Who will help us? Olayinka Adigun, would you like to help us?
Okay. Good morning, everybody.
Good
From
morning.
what I understand, that network is the leverage. I feel, let's say, for instance, as a PA, just want to be practical with what we're doing now, and you're working with your boss. There are a lot of things that you can actually, there are a lot of, through communication and working with your boss, there are a lot of skills that you can actually learn from your boss, and leveraging on his own exposure, even though he's not been there, but because of what you see him do, and then discuss with him, you can learn so many things that you can leverage on, adding value to yourself as well. That's what I understand.
Thank you. That's lovely. I'm enjoying the answers I'm getting from you guys. Amazing. And in addition to that also, you find out that one word that synonymously resonates with the word leverage is advantage. I want you to always remember, whenever you see the word leverage, always think advantage. In other words, we always must not be ready recipients. As a frontline executive, as a personal executive, as a personal administrator, as an executive assistant, you must always move away from just recipient mode. Most of us, we come with the consciousness that I'm ready for work. I am your genie, sir. I am your genie, ma. Your wish is my command. In some cases, it's not only when the wish is made. When you think about the networks that you have, and we will go further into what networks exist, you find out that you must find out whatever network you have, whatever network you belong, and whatever networking that you engage in, it must always bring out advantage. People must always experience advantage interacting and interfacing with you, working with you, or having you around. You are either covering a blind spot, or you are also enabling or amplifying work for the people that you work for. And that's very important. Another fact is that networking provides solid foundation for lasting relationships. I'm going to twist my question now. And the person I'm going to ask to answer this question must tell me, number one, if they agree with this point and what they understand by that point. So I'm going to ask if Adewale Odubeson is there. Adewale Odubeson, please, could you share with me? Do you agree with this point? And if yes, what's your perspective?
Hello, can you hear? Can you see me?
Yes, sir.
Hello, can you hear? Can you see me?
Yes, I can hear you and I can see you.
Okay. Yes. So I agree with your position, right? That it's lifelong. And if I may just share a perspective now, of course we know where we are today, but we don't know where we'll be tomorrow. So whatever network or whatever bridge that you have built, right, with the leverage you have right now will determine what tomorrow likely will be, right? So human beings are like water, right? I meet you today, I leave a good impression, right, of myself with you, and then we part ways. Who knows, tomorrow you could be the president of Nigeria, or it could be even something else, and I walk into you and like, oh, sorry, while you're the person, right? That means we have met, we reconnect, resonate, and because of what I have left, the impression I've left with you then, and the kind of network I built, right? Of course, right? You want to use your best 11, if I use that word. So I don't know if I was able to give a perspective of what you really are looking at there.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I like your voice. It sounds like Big Brother's voice. All right. Amazing. I'm loving
Thank you,
this.
sir.
All right, thank you so much. And if you go forward, you also see that, at the end of the day, networking actually gives you a shortcut to building confidence. I know that sometimes our personality traits, for those of you that are introverted in nature, you sometimes have the concern about the demands networking place on you. For those of us who are private individuals or conservative in nature, we sometimes get confronted with the fact that networking is asking us to come out of our shell, is asking us to push ourselves outward. But you see, sometimes if you are able to to make it very practical to you, I mean, you find out that you begin to gain confidence in the short term. It's a shortcut to confidence building, because then I know that I know someone, then I know that people know what I represent. I know that people have encountered me and understand my life's philosophy. I know that people appreciate my contribution to the success story of the organization and my immediate boss. When you have that kind of experience, it puts you in a better perspective. And I think that way you begin to find confidence rising on your inside. So I'd like to ask if Shade Aliko, would you like to speak to this point? Networking possibly being a shortcut to confidence building.
Hello everyone. Yes, I believe you said it all actually, because the more you do something, the more you develop confidence in it. So, like you said, sometimes you can be introverted. Like someone like me, I work better in the background. I rather work in the background than be out there, know. But I find out that sometimes when you are given the opportunity to, actually lead openly, it develops your confidence, and you actually look at yourself and you're like, oh, I can actually do this. So I believe that it gives you, it helps you to build your confidence over time, and then you can keep getting better at it. So yeah, I guess so. It's what you have said actually, and I agree.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. And on that note, it will be good for us to follow it up with the next point. And this point for me very important, and also I find it very interesting, that actually networking enables execution and getting things done. When we begin to think about the journey of performance, and you have a bit of a sneak peek view into performance management, you realize that networkers, very good networkers, tend to get things done. In fact, the quantum of outcome and the result that speaks to their name heightens the reputation they have within their organization and with their bosses, just because they're able to network well. And it's important for you and I to see networking beyond just a necessity, but actually it is a tool. It is a tool for the competent. It's a tool for the one who is future-driven and who is actually proactive, because you find out that you know someone that knows someone that knows someone, and that way it shortens the curve of execution. It shortens the timeline and duration in some cases. And I'm sure most of us will probably have had one or two experiences. So permit me to ask Chidinma sorry, I didn't get the pronunciation right. But Chidinma, please, on that point.
Mr. Itayo, that's our colleague, Chidima. She's not a participant.
Oh,
yes.
Sorry. Yes. Okay. Let Precious bail us out.
Can
Precious.
she please rename herself by putting the bid and hyphen? Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you so much for that. Precious, would you like to bail us out? Please unmute yourself and let's hear you.
No, we
Is
can't.
Precious there?
We can't hear you.
Okay. Can we have...
You can unmute. Unmute.
Okay, if Precious is having difficulties, can Ayodeji Alabi from First Bank, can you share with us on that point? Ayodeji Alabi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I had a network glitch at some point. Good morning.
Okay, so would you like to share with us the fifth interesting fact about networking, believing that it enables execution and getting things done?
In my own knowledge, one thing I've believed over time is teamwork is very important in executing anything or making anything possible. And that's why even in organizations, it's not only one person that do or does all the necessary things that needs to be done. There are delegations. So coming to networking, we can easily also just relate it to that, to networking, that yes, networking also helps to also get things done, also get every necessary thing that we need to understand. It allows us to better do it well and easily.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that. And very quickly to the last point I'm going to speak about is networking can happen anywhere and everywhere. So I'm going to ask Michael. Michael, are you there? Michael Musaku, to share with us, on this point, and probably put a bit of personal perspective to it. Do you agree networking can happen anywhere? If yes, has that happened to you? Could you share with us? Michael, are you there? Michael Musaku, are you there?
Michael who? Sorry.
Michael Musaku.
I think this is the reason why we requested for cameras to be turned on, because some people join and then leave. We would ensure that we get in touch with their bank to know what's going on. Thank you.
Okay.
Maybe we should call someone else.
All right. Rebecca from Standard Chartered, would you like to help out?
Okay, thank you. Like you said, networking can happen anywhere because networking itself is trying to connect. So it can be even in a canteen and then you meet someone you have not met before and you start up topic and you see that you have this mutual interest in, it might be football or it might be in a particular field, and then you just connect with the person and you build that relationship that can even help you in future. I've seen that happen a lot of times. And then maybe as you're working on as an EA or some other department, and you connect with somebody, maybe in a training like this, I can connect with somebody from First Bank whom I know is a profession in maybe finance or accounting. And then tomorrow I need to do something in accounting. I can say, oh, I know somebody in First Bank who I know can do this, and I connect and then get that mutual benefit. So it can happen anyway. Thank you.
Thank you so much about that. So let's take it a step further. So what are the types of networking? I'm sure we're all familiar with the things that we've said so far, and it's a very good place to have a building block. Now, there are different types of networking for the purpose of this session. Very quickly, we're going to explore few. Let's look at the 6 types of networking. And I want you to, have an open mind, to pretty much be able to soak in some of the things we're sharing in today's session. The very first one is social networking. The second one is professional networking. The third one is what we call covert networking. The fourth one is what we call overt networking. The fifth one is the relational networking. And then the 6th type is what we call the entrepreneurial networking. Now, some of this might sound familiar, some of this might not be familiar, but I'm going to test your knowledge if you still don't mind. So I'm going to start with the first one, because the first one in a bit is something that we do, and sometimes we don't realize that we do. So I'm going to start with Excel Adeoye, if you can help us. What is social networking in your understanding? And if you don't understand, feel free to say you don't understand. Please unmute yourself.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, I believe social networking is a more informal gathering that has to do with people just relaxing, that would involve a social gathering that would ignite networking. So I think it's more informal than formal, the networking. That is.
Okay, thank you so much. And another thing to add to what she said, which is actually correct, is the fact that in today's world, we all realize that everyone is familiar with the social media space. You know, so when you talk about social networking, there's an element I want you to add to that, which is the medium. So you find out that there is a medium where a lot of people go on online platforms as well, social media platforms, and they choose the platform that's almost suitable to their desire and their needs. And so that's a type of networking we must plan to find ourselves, in the habit of practicing. So you find yourself not just in an informal way of connecting with people and building mutual trust and value, but you also want to be in such a place where the platforms available to you are leveraged one way or the other. The next one is what we call the professional networking. And I'd like someone who has not spoken to share with us professional networking. Who would like to take that? Can we have Richard Timothy?
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Okay. Professional networking, to the best of my understanding, is more like getting people to come together that in a more professional way. That is, in other words, when you talk of being professional, that is having the same idea or being in the same profession, coming together to share an idea on how to move it forward. For example, when you have bankers coming together to share ideas on how to move on or how to work on a particular challenge or something that we need to build on, that's what we call, and that will be discussed in a professional way. And relating it to banking, that is in the banking, putting it together in a way that anything that relates to banking and that particular topic or something that we need to be resolved, discussing it professionally and bringing in people that can give you ideas on how to achieve this is what I understand by professional banking. It's also cut across other professions. So I'm just using banking as an example. So putting them together to achieve a goal is what I understand by professional networking. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's very spot on. And also to add to that, you find out that for every kind of networking, there's a goal behind that. So you want to get visible, you want to stay out there, especially within your industry domain, amongst your colleagues. You want to be able to also find yourself connecting and building mutual value from that perspective as well. Now we're going very quickly to the third one. Now, for everything that we're sharing today, I want you to have the consciousness that we're not just talking about something for your head knowledge. We want it to be something that will be life experience to you. So as we talk about social networking, you are thinking about how to internalize and integrate this to become a reality for yourself. We talk about professional networking. It must move beyond head knowledge. The session is not just to get you trained and informed, but it's to equip you so that you can act, stay, and become empowered. And so when we talk about these things, please put it in that context. So very quickly, let's talk about covert networking. Does anyone want to help or bail us out on that? Covert networking. Anyone? Anyone?
Good morning. This is Rebecca again. I think covert networking, from my own understanding, is a kind of social networking that has some sort of secrecy. Maybe it's not some sort of secrecy. So that is for my own. I hope I'm able to explain it. Thank you.
I think you like James Bond movies, I'm sure. Yeah, so from the word covert, it's almost telling you that something covered. most of the time, covert networking are designed intentional approach to pursue an agenda. So you do certain things out of a predictive form of profile. So it doesn't appear outward, it doesn't appear visible, the end game. But because of certain things that you want to achieve later on, you get into certain things. So we've seen it in the political space, we've seen it in the finance space, we've seen it everywhere. When you actually think about the vision for your organization, your vision for your boss, when you predictively profile your superiors that you work with, what happens is that you now think about it. If this person is going in this direction of his or her goal, who and what would they need in the future? And because I can anticipate their future needs and desires, or I anticipate the future direction of the organization or my boss, I anticipate their future growth and their future pursuit, I now pursue something that makes me an enabler to that future. Or I now create some measure of networking that positions me to amplify them for that future reality. That is what covert networking is. So on the surface, it doesn't seem like, what's the point? But really, in the agenda, on the scheme of things, it is actually value in disguise. Sometimes when you think about your career trajectory, think about where you want to end up as well. You want your bosses to grow, but you don't want to be left behind. The organization is growing, but you don't want to be left behind. The sector is moving ahead, but you don't want to be left behind. Most times, it takes the consciousness of covert networking to amplify and position yourself in such a manner that growth is a leverage to you. It's not a surprise. That the future is a script to you. It's not a surprise. And if you're familiar with these movies of secret agents, FBI, CIA things, the word covert will not be new to you. It's like covert operation. It's something that happens undercover. It doesn't appear to be what you're trying to do, but the result speaks that you are actually doing this in a form of, being proactive or being predictive, as it were. Now, the other one would now be overt networking. Overt networking, of course, this is the opposite of covert. Overt is something that is clear, and people are aware that you are approaching a particular goal. So they are aware. It's not a likelihood. It's not a, I hope it will work out this way. It is clear why you are doing what it is. Sometimes it is the reason for acceptance for what you are trying to do. A contract is not complete without two parts, offer and acceptance. And so when we pursue overt networking, is a type of networking that, executive administrators must be aware. You must know it is you building alliances or you building strategic positioning for your team, for yourself, for your boss, in a way that you know that this is the desired outcome and pursuing. So when you evaluate it periodically, or you decide to do an assessment or an evaluation, you know that you're checking, am I still on course? So there's a difference between covert and there's a difference between overt networking, right? I hope you understand that, and I hope I'm still audible, and I hope you can still hear me. Give me a thumbs up if you're hearing me, and I hope you are. Give me a thumbs up. Fantastic, Shadi. Thank you for that. Who are the others? Are they vexing for me? I'm not seeing so many thumbs up. Fantastic. Thank you, Kemini. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, everyone. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. So the next one is what we call relational networking. Relational networking. Can Lucy unmute herself and share with us what she believes relational networking is about? The type of networking that we need to know that exists. Relational networking.
I am unsure. I wouldn't want to use relation like Okay, the type of relationship you have with your relations, I don't know. I have no idea unless I give you a Google answer.
Okay.
But relational, well, okay.
So thank you for being honest, but I know you know it. Just probably you're thinking about a very structured answer. So relational networking is the most common networking. In fact, a regular go to someone, tell them your name, tell them who you are. When you do what you call identity exchange or exposure, that's what relational networking is about. So it's basically just you going about to do what we call identity exchange. So I meet a Shade and I say, hello, Shade. My name is Rotimi Eitayo. I'm a courage coach, I'm a business consultant, I'm a facilitator, I'm a management consultant. That is me just getting to get Shade to know this is who I am. And the goal behind that exchange of identity is to forge or form a relationship. So it's not just putting it out there. It is actually the first step of many steps. So it could be Rebecca could say, "Hi, my name is Rebecca. I work with Standard Chartered Bank. I'm da 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 da, and this and this and this and this and that." She said that because of this. That identity exchange builds a reason to form or forge relationships, right? Very important. Are there questions so far? Any questions so far? Okay, well, we'll take the questions at the end so that I don't waste too much time. The last one I want to share for the purpose of today's session is what we call entrepreneurial networking. Entrepreneurial networking. This is also a bit very popular, but there's something I'm looking for at this point. Is Dumo Abel Taria from Heritage Bank there?
Yes, I am.
All right, sir. Could you share with us what your understanding is about entrepreneurial networking?
So my understanding of entrepreneurial networking would be the mindset of sharing ideas coming from the entrepreneurial space. You know, it can be by way of, you know, meeting people in conferences or in meetings and whatnot. Just, you know, sharing ideas coming from the entrepreneurial space. You know, we learn as we interact with people. So it's an effective form of communication and networking.
Thank you so much. So this networking is also called tracker network, or tracker networking. That's, some people call it tracker networking. And the goal behind it is as similar as it looks like the others. It's always vision valued based or focused. So an entrepreneurial mindset or an entrepreneur or the entrepreneurial, you know, executive is thinking vision and value. You are looking for where value can be identified. You are value hunting, you are vision hunting. And when you are in that mode, you are actually doing what is called tracking or entrepreneurial networking, because it's still going to have a tint of the others. But one of the strongest things you're looking for is vision or value. Where is, what is, where are the things that align with my values, or the things that look like where I'm headed? Who is going in the direction I'm headed? The value, who resonates with me, who connects, who has the vibe of the kind of thing that I believe. When you have all these things, you know, it gives us a type of, and the truth about it is, we one way or the other are closely practicing some of these things. But with the consciousness we've gotten from this session, it now becomes something you can be intentional about. Because the outcome you have when you're intentional is absolutely different when you're just passive, when you're just happenstance, when you're doing it by happenstance. You need to be intentional about social networking, professional networking. You need to be intentional about overt networking, relational networking, and of course, entrepreneurial networking. Sometimes you might put a budget of time, a budget of development, and sometimes a budget of resources along this type of networking. And you find yourself becoming a multi-resourceful personal assistant, personal administrator, executive assistant, as the like. I hope you understand. If you understand all I've said, say yes, I do. If you have any issue, then say I have an issue. But if you don't, just let me see. By type it, yes, I do, I understand, or type I understand. Before I move on, I want to see at least 3. Yes, I do. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Chinelo. One more person. Precious, thank you very much. All right, so very quickly, without wasting much of your time, let's now think about the transitions and the realities. Think about the topic of today, concept and challenges. There are transitions that has to happen. And the realities that happen in this networking must be something we are aware of. Please understand, as you journey along being, we call it a networker, as you journey along in your networking experience, some of the transitions you need to make are on the screen right now. And in some cases, some of the realities that you will experience and encounter, you'll find them on the screen right now. Networking brings a transition sometimes from you or from others. It transitions them into becoming fans. So you find out that a lot of people say, I'm a fan of Rebecca, I'm a fan of Michael, I'm a fan of Abel, I'm a fan of this, I'm a fan of that, because of the relation created, or because of the resonance, the strong resonance of your identity, or because of the value or the execution of the things you've done. Your boss can become your fan. You can become your boss's fan. Your colleagues can become your fan. You can become the fan of your colleagues. It is a transition that happens. And when it happens, you shouldn't be surprised. And this is sometimes the first level. Unfortunately, some of us stay put at one level. We need to understand that this is a transition. It's a sequential transition in some cases. So some of us, we need to move from having to be people's fans to get better value. We might need to get to be people's followers. Or in some cases, some people need to transition to become your followers, right? And then before you know it, there's transition in networking. Networking creates friendlies for you. It creates friends and friends of friends. You begin to see the reality that some people have been, through their networking capacity and skill, become friends with people that they connected with. They become buddies, as some people like to put it. And these are transitions. And please be mindful that transitions can also be seen as growth. Transition can also be seen as improvement. Transition can also be seen as progression. So as you progress, as you grow, as you move in your networking journey, you begin to see these realities. These are the realities. And sometimes with these realities, those realities also come with challenges. And when we know this reality, it helps us to be armed, improved, and positioned to deal with them accordingly. Some of us, we've not been able to manage the outcome of the things we've created out of networking. Some of us, we've not been able to grow into the persons and the personality we ought to become as a result of our networking. You know, I love a very popular quote from a very, very ancient book of wisdom. You know, it says that if you will have friends, you must show yourself friendly. In other words, what it means is that there is a profile for the one who will keep friends. You can't be Rotimi Tayo and you want to have friends and not be a Rotimi Tayo that is friendly. In other words, it means that I must be able to evolve into the demand of the reality that I currently operate in. And then from followers, you have friendlies. From friendlies, you have advocates. Sometimes you need to understand when you step into certain transitions, your behavior must change. And that's why sometimes when you work with people in the capacity of personal assistants, you work with people in the capacity of administrator, a lot of people are expecting more from you, probably because they've transitioned in their perception about who you are, that you should be an advocate. That is not when you look at it and say, I am for justice, I am not for peace. I am for right, I am not for wrong. You see, your perspective change when you understand the transitions. That's why sometimes you are there to cover and to prevent things from happening. You are there not to make your boss look bad. It is at that point, if you stay with the mentality of a fan, you get disappointed when you see a flaw. But when you are an advocate, you are not disappointed. That's very important. And so these transitions, and if you check your personal relationship, it also applies. You check your social relationship, it also applies. Your professional relationship, this also applies. There's a transition we all must be mindful of. Some of us are mindful of our actions. We are not mindful of the outcome and consequences of our actions. And then finally, there is the transition about the allies. This is where you are almost like partners in progress. So you are no more asking your boss, so where do we go from here? You're asking, where do we grow from here? You're asking, how do we move from here? You're not saying that what's the cause, or this is the person, who's at fault. You are at a responsibility mode, and that gives you a better outcome at the end of the day, both in the short term and ultimately in the long term. Do we understand this? If we do, I hope I'm speaking English and not French. Do we understand? Do we understand? Do we understand? Do we understand? The transitions, I just explained about the transitions. Do we understand? Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. I just wanted to be sure. All right. So let's look at some challenges, right? Let's look at some challenges and then we'll call it a day. Let's look at some challenges that some of you might face. And I want you to be very vulnerable and honest. So I captured a bit of some challenges that people face in networking. And I think that this will help someone today. So let's look at the challenge. So number one, some people have the fear of being seen as pushy. Some people believe that it's a big time challenge when it comes to networking, right? They just feel that start following what you are sharing. If I apply the principles of what you have said, won't I be seen as pushy? Won't I be seen as being forward? Does that put me in a good light? Well, this is a challenge you will have to face. And don't just experience it, I want you to face it. You might be experiencing it, but you want to step into a point of not just experiencing, face it, face the fear. Sometimes it might just be you creating that mental image in your head. Number two is lack of formal introduction. I'm going to stress a bit on this. Your introduction is a very, very powerful thing. And in some cases, you might not rely solely on people based on their discretion. You might need to educate people on how to introduce you, or you might need to do a bit of personal background work, just so that people, when they introduce you formally, what it does is it gives you a better edge to start your communication. Some of you are wondering, what do I say? I'm at a conference now. What do I say? Well, I'm at a training now. What do I do? What do I say? Sometimes you can begin with a formal introduction or ask to be introduced formally. So that gives you what you call a room entry strategy. You are getting the right to be in the room to speak. So don't think you are too pushy. And sometimes some of the challenges might be lack of formal introduction. The number three challenge people face is when you think that your intention is being misunderstood. Having your intention being misunderstood is a challenge. Now, it's a challenge for some people before they get into networking. Sometimes it's a challenge when they come into networking. Now, partly because some of us, we need to do a bit of grooming. We need to groom ourselves and understand that there are governing ways to say things better. So let me give you an example. Imagine, let me see, who can I use as an example? Imagine I've not seen Yunusa Azan in a long time. And then I see him, I say, hey, bro, how are you? Good to see you. Seems like you've added weight to, Now, Yunusa might not say anything, but he might not find that as a compliment. Do you understand? And that's a challenge you face in networking. If you use some statements that do not resonate with people. I remember having a training, and then one of the people in the training session was raising an objection to some of the things that we had done, and said that, you see, all these things you people keep telling us to do, it always pushes us into trouble. I said, tell me more. He said he was giving a compliment to a customer, and the customer nearly tore him apart. The customer was there, and I said, how would you greet a customer and it will end up into fight? I said, tell me what you said. And then he told me, he said that he told the lady that he loves the way she looks, that what cream is she using? Right? I made it a bit better the way I said it to. He said it in a very crude way. And the lady felt he was addressing her that maybe she's bleaching. That's a challenge. You know, it was being misunderstood. So one of the things I normally would counsel us is, as we try to network, we must make sure that we avoid gray areas in conversation. Make sure that your intentions are clearly understood. I hope we understand that. I hope my intentions of making this point is clearly understood. Do we understand? Fantastic. All right. Ima, your hands are up.
Yeah, so sorry, good morning now. So how do we make our intention clearly understood? Because we have a live experience. We are a female soldier. Somebody admired her, complimented her on that her uniform was looking good on her, but they ended up beating the person.
Oh dear.
So how do we make our intention not to be misunderstood?
I think that the power of words begin with connection rather than communication. We must always strive to build connection before communication, so that, number one, we set precedence for context. Number two, we sometimes don't realize that the tonality of our words can change the entire meaning of a particular word. You know, so I can say something to you, and sorry, just a second. Sorry about that. Yeah. So you can have someone who probably is how do I put it now? You can have someone who probably is saying something in a friendly manner, but then is also suggesting something in another manner. So sometimes it's better to do things very professional way, avoid gray areas. If you're greeting someone, you can say good morning. If you want to amplify your good morning, you can say what a lovely morning it is. That is not gray, you know. If someone you like someone's uniform, well, sometimes there are things you need to realize. If someone is not your friend and you are meeting someone for the first time, learn to set boundaries. This is someone that doesn't understand where you're coming from. So yes, oh, good morning. How are you? If you know, your uniform, whatever. I don't want to go into that, but I'm trying to imagine what he said that probably went off, you know. But it's always good to stay within, you know, confines. You know, you don't need to get, you're looking good today, man, or you're looking great. Fine. Because some people might think otherwise. And thankfully, you said a military person, they sometimes have certain ground rules or certain gray areas. So if you're talking to general civilians, I believe that would have been a compliment. So sometimes let's just stay safe. It's better that way. I hope that helps. So let's double up very quickly. So the fourth one is the fourth one is awkwardness. You know, some of us will face the challenge. You know, we are thrown into the deep end, or we throw ourselves in the deep end and we don't have any agenda. And then it feels awkward, you know, awkwardness in connecting with people. That's very key. And then the fifth one is getting up the nerves to speak. You know, sometimes one of the things that helps us in such situation is what I call mannerisms. There are many mannerisms you can use to get a grip. So some of you feel the butterflies are getting the best part of you. You know, you can, if you have a ring, you can flip your ring. If you have a cufflink, you can touch your cufflink in a systemic way, either anti-clockwise or clockwise. If you have a button, you could actually flip your button. You could feel the drip or the tapings of your suit if you're a guy. And if you're a lady, you could firm your hand. You could just, you know, touch your knuckle. There are different ways you do it with style and poise, and it gets you to get brief. In some cases, you could walk to the restroom and do some pacing, speak to the mirror, make sure the circulation of blood is more so that you are well oxidated. And that way you get to have words coming out freely, right? This is something you could do. That. Number 6, some people say, well, being an introvert. One of the fastest ways for introvert, private people and conservative people to build their networking skill is use social media. Comment on posts. You know, nobody can see your face. Nobody's hearing your voice. Go to Twitter, read things that are happening. It builds you to start opening your mouth to speak. That way, practice makes perfect. You know, someone drops something on Facebook, comment on it. You know, you can create a solo account and just comment on social issues. It builds your ability to articulate and stay in the room. By the time you practice that over and over and over again, you will not be able to do it in person, right? Then number 7 is being an introvert. Number 8 is breaking in to introduce yourself where there are cliques. There are cliques that exist in different organizations and different places. So that point of entry sometimes is where you might have a challenge. And one of the things that you can do is to have a pre-announcement, or is to have a mandate you're sharing, or is you should have a sweet sauce that gets you to be attractive enough for those people to welcome you in, you know, and that's where you must look attractive. The 9th one is your low self-esteem, or better still, a low sense of worth. You need to understand that if you are able to look at your CV, not for the submission for a job, but for a form of what you call mirror reflection. Go back and look at your CV. When last did you guys look at your profile and CVs? Can anybody tell me? When last did you look at your CV? And I know you probably were dusting it up to update it, but when did you look at it and say, this is me actually? Mosaku Michael, Yunusa Azar, you know, and anybody, you know, when you think about it, Samson, when last Precious, when last Adewale, look at your CV, you'll be amazed who you have become. You are not the person you used to be. You are not, the knowledge you have is not what you used to know. The people you've met is not who you used to meet. You know, you've grown. When you look at your CV to submit to someone else, you don't take time to look at the details. But when you take your CV as a personal form of me reflection, it tends to build on your sense of worth. I want you to say this after me. Say, everybody say, I am worth more. Anytime you wake up and anytime you sleep, these are the words you should say to yourself. Wake up on a Monday, I am worth more. Wake up on a Tuesday, I am worth more. Wake up on a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I am worth more. Guess what? Wake up on a Saturday, even though it might not be a day of work, I am still worth more. Wake up on a Sunday, or you're going to bed, I am worth more. The dollar is increasing, I am worth more. The life's challenges are increasing, I am. Samson, you're smiling, but you're worth more, aren't you? You know, just think about it that way. I am worth more. Then number 10 is networking taboos. Some of the challenges we might encounter exist here, you know, so we need to understand where there are unconscious biases. You know, you must always, it's almost similar to the previous illustration, always move away from networking taboo. The first time you're meeting someone, you cannot start having certain kind of handshakes. You can't just grab somebody and just hug somebody. Hey, Precious, come here. And then you squeeze the bones out of Precious. You know, there are certain things that networking taboos. You don't play the rule of assumption. You must practice. You must practice safe space and boundaries. And that helps you to be able to get the best out of people. So I hope this is making sense, by the way. If it's making sense, please type it's making sense, right? I hope this is something you're finding useful and you are able to see where you need to grow, You're able to see where you need to apply. You're able to see where you need to improve on. So very quickly, the demands of networking. Networking will place demands on you. I will not lie to you. It sounds sweet. It sounds valuable. It sounds profitable, but it also comes with its demands. I'm sure you agree with me. Do you agree? Networking comes with its demands. Fantastic, amazing. All right. I have put together the word networking, and I'm going to share with you in a very quick way the demands of networking. Number one, look neat. Networking. Look neat. The first N is you must look neat. You must look neat. If you see someone who does not appear so attractive and appealing, you probably will not pay them enough attention. Number two is the E. There must be high energy. Some of us, we are good with our work, we are good with our knowledge, we are good with our personal values, but we are very, very low with our energy. Our vibe is no vibe, right? You must learn to things with high energy. The next one is T, time consciousness. The next one is W, wisdom probe. Know how to deal with other people. Don't be, this is me, I am blunt. I don't like this. No. You must know how to deal with people. O is you must be open-minded. R, you must be ready. Always be ready. K, be knowledgeable. Practice something about knowing one thing about everything and sometimes knowing everything about one thing. Then I, stay informed. Some of you, will be shocked that the reason why you don't know how to hold a conversation for long is because you are not too informed. So your boss does not find you as someone he can exchange ideas for long with. If he can't do that, then they will turn you into an instructional being. When they only talk to you when they need stuff or when they want to tell you to do stuff. You understand? You should be a sounding board. And then N, be nice. In everything you do, put a touch of niceness to it. Give a nice smile. Everybody, can you smile now? A nice smile. Fantastic. Samson, I'm waiting for your smile. Nice one. Fantastic. Shade, I can't see Shade's smile. Fantastic. Put a touch of niceness. And then the last one is the K, the G. Always learn to give. Networkers give. Give something. Give something. You know, it's very important. We must learn to give. Give a smile. Give a compliment. Be generous with praise. Say something that is, oh, this is a great day. You looking bright and early. Wonderful, sir. In fact, I must say that's a wonderful suggestion. Don't just say yes, yes. Don't say yes. Say wonderful suggestion. Yes is the same word 3 times. You're causing confusion. When you say wonderful suggestion, if I must say, I learned a lot from that, sir. Practice it. Become a pleasant person, right? So that's the end of my conversation. I hope you've been able to have a better understanding of networking and the concept of networking. You've put the context to it, and then you are able to navigate the challenges that you might encounter. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Itayo, for your impactful session. I got a lot of things from that session that's going to be used, that I'm going to use when I'm networking with other individuals. And I'm sure our participants have also been impacted. So we'll go into the next question and answers. Anybody that has questions should raise up their hands and unmute for our facilitator. Question and answers, anything, contributions, observations, comments on everything that we just learned, please raise up your hand and unmute. Thank you. Or you can also drop it in the chat box. If you have a question, I'll be looking at the chat box for questions. Okay. Yes, Mr. Ayodi Jalabi, can unmute and ask the question.
All right, thank you very much. A wonderful presentation, I would say, and I learned a lot. So my question goes thus. In a scenario that, okay, one has a boss that is very conservative and hardly relates with people around, strictly business when he's in the office, strictly minding his business and all. How do you break into such boundaries to be able to, one, gain from the knowledge of the person, and also have a kind of relationship with the person in the sense of a professional relationship with the person to be able to better understand things and better even serve the person well?
All right. Thank you very much. So that's a very good question that you asked. For some people, you might need to prove yourself. And so it doesn't always come out automated. You know, they sometimes are carrying their due diligence on you, especially for people with what we call steady personalities. And they are very compliant. So one of the things they look out for is your quality of work, your type of spirit, your type of connection. Now, when I say connection, a lot of people connect with us differently. You know, a lot of people who are a bit on the reserved side, sometimes they take their time to study us. And so if they feel your personality is too pushy or is too demanding, they might call into their shell. They don't want anybody, you know, to take them. They don't want that kind of thing in the short term. But when you are able to find where their objectives lie, people like that, you win them over through their objectives. You think about it, what is their ultimate goal? Oh, they want to crunch the numbers. They want to be able to achieve this between Q1 to Q2. Those are the things that you now begin to build as your case for change. And when you do that, you speak as if in the affirmative, you are ahead in the direction of where they are headed. And once you are able to do that, guess what happens? They begin to feel that they can actually earn their attention. And from earning their attention, then you need to know how to speak their language. For some of these people, it might not be just FaceTime. For some of these people, they might work better with correspondence. So there was somebody I once coached in a very high level position some time ago. And the person was having a big issue with the overall person in the organization. And I said to the coachee, and I said, can you do a bit of an audit? How has this person related with people FaceTime? Who occupied your position before that time? And did they do well? And he found out that, oh, yes, this person that my predecessor was able to achieve this much because of personal relationship. I said, okay, if you're having a brick wall in your personal relationship with this person, why not try the correspondence route? There's no one way to this thing. And so this person began to make sure that you don't have to see me to see that I'm a performer. And then correspondence level was high. The high level of responsiveness in terms of any form of documentation was high. A documentary response was high. Do you know what happened? Because of the boss's excitement and impression about the performance, the boss had to tell her, I need to have a meeting with you. And the correspondence paved way to FaceTime. Do you understand? So instead of trying to push herself to have that FaceTime initially, she won her boss over through correspondence. So we must need to find the message type that meets with such people. And in some cases, some of them, they only respond when they feel you are in need of help. Some of us, we are showing Superman consciousness. I'm a super executive, I make things happen. And they say, well, I only want to connect with this executive assistant on a personal level if the person really needs my help. So the knowledge exchange you're looking for, the knowledge transfer you're looking for will never come except you appear to be in need of help. You know, so pretty much that works. So I hope that has helped to shape perspective and answer to.
Yes, thank you, sir. Any questions and contribution? Questions and contribution.
I'd please like to say that, sorry. Okay, Rebecca, we'll come to you, but please, I'd like to say, Samson just said that, why can't we see most of the attendees? No video. I thought this was a networking event. I understand that most of us Our principals still have us working for them. But, one of the things that is important for us is not just marking the register, is to ensure that we attend and we can show the directors that, the assistants attended this session. And this is why we implore you to please turn on your cameras and please be active. It's an opportunity to interact with other people. The person that will give you your next job might just be here. You never can tell. Why we encourage you to stay with your principals, you never can tell. Your next contract, it might not even be a job. So we'll please like to encourage you, apart from the fact that turning on your cameras and being and participating is paramount for you to get your certificate. Please let's interact with one another, be responsive, and network. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, yes, you can go on with your question.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. I want to ask our presenter, one of the demands of networking you said here is wisdom probe. Can you please explain it, especially when you are working with a director, someone with has lots of knowledge and wisdom, and how do you connect with that person?
All right. There are different individuals and that fit into such scenarios. But one of the things that a lot of people might need to do is to try as much as possible to leverage through questioning, skillful questioning. And there are different ways around it. Sometimes you could get I don't know the context, so I'm just going to give you some illustrations, open illustration. You could get your superior to grant an interview on the subject matter you're also interested in, and you can glean from their wealth of knowledge. It's called a third-party reference approach, meaning that, so if, for example, your superior was having an interview on TV, or your superior was having an interview on a newspaper platform, or you're able to say, oh, you know what, it would be nice to have you to speak on this. You can listen to their responses because you have the right to be in the room, but then you are gleaning from their wisdom in disguise. So it doesn't always have to be, hey, Rebecca, sit down here, let me teach you experience 101. No, it sometimes will not come that way. Are you getting it? In some cases, you might postulate, we call it amplified reasoning, So if you were to anticipate a particular challenge or you were not sure, but you could say, okay, so we're meant to do this between now and December. So, sir, just if I may ask, just 2 minutes, sir, what are the possible challenges that one might encounter in the course of doing this? Could you just share? Oh, well, in doing this, you might encounter, people do encounter this, but it is based on the level of approach they do. If you apply this, people just get into the mode. Some of these people, they switch into the mode when you can find their heart in the matter. And one of the ways you do is through skillful referencing. Are you following me? So skillful referencing begins to help the person say much more than you've asked. You don't go and tell the person, I have 5 questions to ask you. Already, that's a drop. But if you went to the person and say, oh, okay, sir, if the person asked you to do something, okay, what format would you like this to be done? Would you like a 4-page report? Would you like a presentation? Would you like da? And the person says, yeah, I like that. Please make sure that the fonts are all that. Okay, what font the person is talking about can make you think about, or you look at the different approvals the person has done in the past and say, sir, I noticed that in the past 2-3 years, our approvals has been within so. Is it a policy thing or is it a preference thing? Now, the person will just indirectly take you through history and memory lane, but if you are sensitive enough, while the person is answering your question, the person is dropping. Now, our generation sometimes must know how to filter. There are things that are taught and there are things that are caught. I repeat, there are things that are taught, there are things that are caught. As an executive assistant, you must practice how to filter more of the things that are caught as opposed to the things that are thought. Your direct bosses might not see you in the framework of a student in a classroom for them to teach. But they are teaching every day. The question is, are we catching? Are we together? So that's very important. So you must know how to skillfully do that. And in some cases, you can actually come up vulnerable. Sir, I'm having to challenge my work in delivering my KPIs. I really want to, what would I need to do to make sure that I win an A in your assessment? And then the person will just sit down and look at you and say, Rebecca, just make sure you pay attention to details. And that becomes what you call your key goal area. They don't have to teach you everything about what they do, but they can guide you on the path for what you need to do. So if pay attention to details is a key goal area, then you will now create your what? Your key growth areas from the goal areas. So it means that if I want to win this person over and I'm going to pay attention to details, what do I need to grow at that will make me an exceptional person when it comes to detailing? Are you following me? So that's why you decide. Maybe the person just realized that, Rebecca, you change your frames. Why? You cut the detail. Rebecca, you seem to do this. Why? You got the details. It seems like you like 3 flasks with 1 cup on the side. You're already building their frame of their world into your world. You are now alike. And that's when resonance begins. That's when the person feels comfortable to say, you know what, come into my office, what do you think? And then they start bouncing ideas off you. Communication upwards, communication downwards, mastery comes in, and then you become exceptional to them.
Can you unmute? Oh, is she trying to unmute?
Yes, I said thank you. I was trying to unmute.
Okay, all right. All right. Thank you so much. Do we have any other question? Any other questions for Mr. Tayo? Please ask your questions. This is the Chinelu has a question. Can you unmute and ask? Yes, Chinelu, you can unmute.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning once again. Sorry, I'm using my phone. Not in my office. Okay, I wanted to ask. Sometimes networking could be, misconstrued as more like politicking, especially professional networking. I don't know if there is anything you have to say about that, because I've had some situations whereby from my own end, I'm assessing what somebody is doing, and it looks like the person is more like trying to buy, or more like, if I may use the word, try to patronize the person is trying to network with. So please, if you could shed more light on that. Thank you.
All right. So that's an amazing question, Rebecca. I think that we must be mindful of the fact that sometimes a lot of things we process in our head is actually not true or real, and most of the public opinion that goes out, maybe colleagues are saying it, if you do this, it's eye service, if you do this, it's politicking. Sometimes those are not altogether correct opinion. I've seen situations where someone said, but I thought you did not like someone asking too much question. For us, the opposite was the case. So you must make sure whatever you do, whatever philosophy you adopt, it must empower you. So if you are in an organization and you are not seen, that does not empower you. I'm not asking you to do what we call eye service, no, or what we call lip service, no. But be strategic enough to be positioned, to be seen, to be heard. Because the memory of you is what people keep. Unfortunately, people don't realize this. A lot of superiors don't reject your ideas, they reject your person. So if your person is not known and is not acceptable to them, they reject your person. Unfortunately, your ideas are also rejected as well. Because if I reject you, I've indirectly rejected your idea. And so you must work in such a way that you are irresistible to your boss. And it doesn't have to be from a place of scheming, from the place of, what do you call that word again? From the place of politicking. No, right? The truth about it is you have, and that's why I'll counsel you to have a game plan. That's why we said there's a covert covert networking and overt networking. Don't network on the go. Have a script, have a plan, so that you know where to evaluate, you know where to detour. And in some cases, you know where to have conversation that, will drive on the point. And let me tell you this, if you're consistent in your behavior, so if you're asking questions, you're not just asking questions because your boss is around. You are a person that asks questions or gravitates for knowledge. You're doing things. We're seeing it that there's consistency along several areas. Then it is not going to be hard for us to say, this is not scheming, this is reputation. This person is like this. Rebecca is like this. Shade is like this. Chinelo is like this. This is who they are. It's not about, your display of excellence is because your boss is around. No, it's because you want to get your boss's favor. No, we will know that you're an excellent person when you speak, when you teach, or when you ask questions, when you deliver, when you write mails, when you construct mails, when you take messages, when you give reports, verbal reports or written reports, when you check your overall body language, we will know. We will know. So your job is to practice consistency. Number two, make sure whatever it is that you do empowers you. Don't do what you just say. Sometimes that doesn't fit into your style signature. So you must make sure you are able to articulate, say things, do things that do empower you. I hope that helps.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We have one more question. You can also raise your hand if you have any question, but Lucy from Standard Chartered asked, can you explain more on the relational networking? Is it the same as relationship networking?
Yes, relational networking and relationship networking, pretty much the same thing. It's the most common networking that we all engage in. So it's the same thing, it's just the word relational.
Okay. Lucy, did that answer your question, or should I emphasize more on it? All right. Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Any more questions from Mr. Eitayo? This will be the last time you'll be seeing him. The next time you'll see him is till tomorrow, day 2 of this workshop. So please, if you have any questions for him, kindly ask your questions now. Okay. Yes, Mr. Adewale has a question. Yes, Mr. Adewale, can unmute and ask your question.
Yes, good day everyone, or good morning everyone. First of all, I just want to applaud the convener of this program. I think it's well thought through. Secondly, the population on the call, I think about 30 something. I think it's still a far cry of what we should be expecting, right? I wouldn't know if it's because of the working environment, right? I still believe we can still do more in terms of getting more people, right, to join this, right? Because sincerely, it's very useful. It's very enlightening, right? In terms of sharing both practical knowledge and sorry, is it me? Am I still audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Sharing both book knowledge and practical knowledge. Now, so just to ask mine, right? I'm trying to look at being an employee, right, in Nigeria, right? I don't know if we all share the same view, but it's very toxic, right? Because of the fact that there is we fight a lot of issues, challenges, right? Being an employee in this country. So I'm trying to put that right context to you trying to also network. And of course, networking is largely around people management. So looking at the toxicity, right, in this in our culture, right, concept of working in Nigeria, right? I don't know how do we manage this and still come out sane? Because for me, at times I get home, I'm like, I'm done, right? But I don't know how can we practically, right, help ourselves to remain sane, right, within this toxic context, right, which we find ourselves in.
All right, thank you so much for that question. I think that it just speaks about our worldview about things. We might need to amplify our script about how we see the world. A lot of people are going through stuff. So sometimes one of the things people do is just give them a benefit of doubt. Adjust your responses to the realities of life so that at the end of the day, you stay empowered. And practice a high level of detoxification for yourself. The environment is toxic, people are toxic. Sometimes, if you're not careful, they get to infect us by the way we interact with them. So you just want to make sure that you have what you call repair routines. You know, this is a time where you need to pay more attention to your well-being. You need to think about maybe learning how to swim, learning how to run, walk, go to the gym. Make sure that there's an escape so that your threshold is sane enough. Because if you don't, and the pressure on the outside, becomes something dangerous to you. So they normally use this illustration. The water that surrounds a ship is not necessarily a thing of concern. Only if there's a crack or a hole in the ship, that's when there's a problem. So if you can work with your sanity, build yourself to be lovable, engage the right kind of philosophy, an abundant mindset, choose your attitude before you start anything. Today is a day of happiness. Nothing is going to change it. Whoever wants to do anything, let them do. Whoever was sent from hell to torment you, let them be. But this is who you are. You're not shaped by what people do. You're resolute in your resonance. This is who you are. This is what you're going to do. And that way, you are able to at least navigate the sanity that you require, to get the things that you need to do. I hope that helps. Sir.
Yes, Mr. Adi.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
All right, thank you. We have one more question.
I think we have some questions. Mr. Itayo, I think someone is asking, what are the 3 traits you expect from your own EAPAT? Have you answered this?
Traits. I want to say traits. Number 1, I think I need someone who is very agile, someone who is very spontaneous, someone who is very, very humorous. So that's the only way that skill becomes, attractive in my eyes. You must have a touch of humor if you walk around me, because life is tough. So you're now being your own. So you must learn how to laugh. You should be able to laugh at things. You make mistake, you shouldn't be crying and frowning. That's when I'll get angry. If you laugh at it, then hey, oh dear, is that me? Then we'll talk. So those kind of traits, when it mix together, it creates room for possibilities. And then I feel safe around that person. I can allow the person see my entire being without thinking, oh, boss, how great thou art. And then if I mess up, then they'll now say how bad thou art. No, I want to be able to be me, Rotimi Itayo. That's my name. They didn't give birth to me and call me CEO. I'm just functioning at the role of CEO. And if I see someone better at CEO, maybe I employ the person better than I ask myself. But the truth of the matter is, if you come to me, you must come agile. That you must come ready. You must come very, 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 very happy. You must be a happy soul. And then, of course, you must be able to integrate your creativity in everything.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sampson, does that answer your question? Does that answer your question on the 3 traits?
Sorry, has Mr. Ita responded on the relational networking?
Yes, yeah.
Is it the same? Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. All right, do we have any other question for Mr. Itayo?
Or comments or suggestions? If we have a few minutes, right, because I know Mr. Itayo's session is supposed to end at 12:10 p.m. If we have a few minutes, I'm sorry for the background noise. Is it okay, or may I suggest that we sort of introduce ourselves? Is that okay?
Yes, we can do that.
Tell us what you do. Femi, please, can you lead this so that, we can also all take notes, and if maybe I have something and, okay, maybe Chinelo has said, oh, I do X, Y, Z, I can remember to reach out to her. So I would just suggest this. Femi, please lead it.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. We're going to do that now. Since we don't have any other question. So your name, introduce yourself, and what you do, where you your designation, where you work at, the organization you work at. So let's start with
I think you need,
Mr.
okay, yeah, prompting them. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Adewale. Please, let's start from you. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, once again, good day, and thanks for giving me the privilege to come first. Thanks, Femi. Okay,
Right,
so my name is Udubeso Adewale. I work with Standard Chartered Bank. Well, I double act, right? One as an executive assistant for my boss, right, and then I'm also the technology service manager, right? So I have a double role. Yeah. Would that be enough, or I should still go on?
Yes, I think that's enough.
You can tell us, don't you want to tell us like what he likes to do, what you enjoy doing in your spare time, when you're not being an assistant to a direct, what do you do in your spare time? You can tell us that.
Okay, so I asked the question, right, to Mr. Rotimi, how do you navigate through the toxicity of having to be an employee, right? So I think I'm just going to, take up one of his what he mentioned, right? I'll just probably look for a way to how I put it, release that. But okay, so for the sake of not talking too much, right? Before now, I wouldn't say I have some else I'm doing. Once I'm done with work, go back to family, right? I did the joy of being around my kids and my wife. I think that also helped me to relieve the stress of the day, right? But just in addition, probably I'll take up something, maybe go swimming or do something else too. Yeah, but I think for now, right, family.
Sorry, we can't hear you anymore. Okay, I think you got, we left the session. Let's move on to the next person. Mr. Ayodiji. Mr. Ayodiji Alawi, kindly unmute and introduce yourself.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Ayodiji Alabi. The executive assistant to the ED Treasury and International Banking, First Bank. Well, in my spare time, apart from work, I love making smoothies and also playing video games while also reading, getting to update myself with some new things, new trends, and so on like that.
So we expect smoothies to be sent to Bidan Secretariat.
No
Thank you for that.
No problems.
Thank you for that. So this is a networking event. So if all the participants on this call can feel free to reach out to any of them, reach out them and introduce yourself. Anybody that you're interested in networking with. It's a networking event. Just feel free to connect with everybody on this platform. Let's go to Chinelo from Polaris. Kindly unmute and introduce yourself. Can you hear me? Okay, yes, I can hear you now. Kindly introduce yourself.
Femi, we didn't hear the name you mentioned, though. Who did you call,
Oh, I
please?
said Chinelo.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Okay, because since I wasn't hearing anybody talking, I was suspecting
Oh,
probably it's me.
no.
Please spotlight her
I didn't hear
beautiful
that.
face.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Chinelo Agim. I work with the executive director in Polaris here. Okay, when I'm not working, I love to play football, play volleyball, cook. Okay, and what else? I'm glad to be here and I'm happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you too. Let's go to the next person, Mr. Danjuma from Unity Bank. Kindly unmute and introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Seidu Denjuma.
Yes.
I am the secretary company secretary, Unity Bank PLC. And then I enjoy reading and swimming. So as you can see, I'm already in Unilag. I'm about to write an exam, MBA exam, because I have passion for reading always. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Let's go to the next person.
Okay, to ask Danjuma, you said you are whose PA or EA?
Company Secretary, Unity Bank PLC.
Okay, thank you very much, Danjuma.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Dumo Abel, kindly unmute and introduce yourself. Can you hear me? Dumo Abel from Heritage Bank, kindly unmute and introduce yourself. Okay.
Sorry, let me reach out to Dumo. He just left my place now.
Oh, okay. Please reach out to him. We'll get back to him. Let's move on to the next person. Loretta Pope. Loretta, yes. Edwin Ajebi. That's Loretta. She was having issues with her.
I'm here.
Yes,
Good
please
morning.
kindly
Can you
introduce
hear
yourself.
me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Loretta from Pope John Paul Catholic Center.
Yes.
We're into hospitality. I'm the organization personnel manager, and my function is human relations.
All right.
Role. What else?
Can we see Edwin's face? Is there a way to see her? Can we see your face? Femi,
Okay,
please, can you
see me now?
spotlight her? Anybody speaking, please
Can you?
spotlight them.
Can you see me now?
Yes.
I want to be able to pass the road
I'm
and
trying to
know you.
I'm trying to. Can you see me now?
Yes, I can.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
So at
Can you
my free
also
time,
sorry? Can you hear me?
okay.
Okay, sorry, go on. Go on.
At my free time, I enjoy surfing the internet. I like to browse. I like to look for things I don't know. I've not come across on internet. I think I enjoy internet more than television. And I read a lot. I'm also the company secretary. So
All
I
right.
don't know.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Yes. Well, kindly rename yourself. Rename. I know you had an issue with the laptop. Please rename the display name to your
I'm
first
having
name,
a
last
problem
name,
with network.
and
Sorry, you
your
said my
organization.
last
Can you hear me
name.
now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So kindly
Yes.
rename your display
Okay,
name.
I will. I
Yes.
will.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. But that will be tomorrow.
Let's go to the next person, Mr.
Okay.
Ekemini James.
Hello,
Yes.
good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, can we see you?
My video is on. I'm surprised you can't see
Okay, I
me.
can see you now. Yes, I can see you now.
All right, my name is Ekemini James.
Yes.
The company secretary with administrator with Heritage Bank. and that's what I do.
All right. What
Good to see
other
you
things?
again, Ekemini.
What other things
Nice,
interest
nice to
you?
see you.
What else? What other
Oh,
things are you
interest.
interested in? Yes.
When I'm not doing work, I run. I'm a runner. I run marathons, 5Ks, 10Ks, name it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Let's go to the next person. Emma.
Is it okay to ask the last speaker, Loretta? Where does she work, please?
Yes. She said Pope John Paul. That's what
Okay,
she said.
thank you.
Yes. All right, thank you. Emma, Heritage Bank, kindly unmute, turn on your video and introduce yourself. Emma, we can't hear you, can't also see you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't
Hello,
see
can you hear me
you.
now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I said my name is.
So we can't hear you anymore. There's a Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, because there's a glitch. Go on, can you introduce yourself?
Can we move on to the next person, Femi, please?
Okay. Let's go to Emeka from Standard Chartered. Mr. Emeka from Standard Chartered. Kindly unmute and introduce yourself. Emeka, Standard Chartered.
Yeah, hi.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, but I can't see you.
You can't see me?
Okay, I can see you now.
Okay,
Yes.
hi. My name is Emeka. I work in Standard Chartered. I
Yeah.
work in corporate banking. I work as a business planning manager to the head of corporate bank. In my spare time, what do I enjoy doing? I enjoy movies. I enjoy reading, educational and inspirational books. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Nice to meet you. Excel Adeoye from Keystone, please kindly unmute, turn on your video and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Noah Tobi Extravadire. I'm the personal assistant to the Executive North Director of Keystone Bank. What do I do about that? I like to try things, poultry, archery, skating, running, bowling, hiking, yoga. I'm very adventurous.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to the next person. Innocent, kindly unmute and introduce yourself. Innocent, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Innocent Omenuko. I work with SunTrust Bank and the office of the MD, and also in Treasury. So my spare time, I like to watch football and listen to news most of the time. And I'm also an outgoing person. I like hanging out with friends, and that's basically it.
All right, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Yes. Let's move on to the next person. Mr. Joe Beniola, kindly unmute and introduce yourself.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joe Beniola. I'm the personal assistant to the Executive Director, Risk and Compliance, FCMB. At my leisure, I like being on Twitter, then I engage in political talks. I like watching football, among other things. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Mr. Joe. Let's move on to the next person. Kenneth, kindly unmute and introduce yourself. Kenneth, kindly unmute and introduce yourself.
Kenneth.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
So I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Yeah, let me take that.
Okay. Yes. All right.
Is the information you get that
Yes. We can hear you, but we still can't
Yeah.
see you.
I've clicked on start video. I am Kenneth Osalo here.
Okay. Yes. Welcome.
Executive Assistant to the MD and CEO of Shoreline Natural Resources.
Okay. Mr. Kenneth, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Also double as a part-time pastor with the Christian Church of God.
So thank
Welcome,
you so
Mr. Kenneth. Good to see
Bless
you.
you. Thank you. Is that Mr. Adeluga?
Yes.
Thank you, Adeluga. God bless you. I know you also assisted me in 2021. Don't forget that. Yes,
You're
ma'am.
welcome.
Thank you, man.
All right, thank you. You're welcome. Nice to meet you. Let's go to the next person, Lucy from Standard Chartered. Kindly unmute and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucy. Sorry.
So we can hear you, or we can see you. Okay, now we can see
Sorry.
you.
Can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
good afternoon. My name is Lucy. My name is Lucy. I work with Standard Chartered. I'm currently an analyst in domestic operations, cash management. However, I double act for the Chief Technology Operations, Chief Information Officer. Yes, I used to be her personal assistant like 3 years ago, but now I still double act whilst doing something else. Then for my leisure, I do music. I listen to music and I do art.
All right. Thank you so much. Yes, nice to meet you. Let's move on to the next person. Mr. Michael Musaku, kindly unmute and introduce yourself. Sorry, we can't hear you, Mr. Michael.
We can hear you.
Yes, it's faint.
How about now?
Yeah, it's different, but go on.
Okay, my name is Michael Mosako. I work as the personal assistant to the MD of EcoBank. To write songs and play football.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Let's move on to the next person. Olayinka Adigun from FBN Quest. Kindly unmute and introduce yourself.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody.
Good
My name is
afternoon.
Olayinka. I'm the personal assistant to both the MD and the DMD of FBN Quest, Merchant Bank. In my leisure time, I like to watch movies and I like to cook.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Like I said, this is a networking event. We're giving you knowledge on how to network. So please feel free to message anyone on this platform when you see that your interests align. Anyone you're interested in networking and meeting, please feel free to message the person. Let's move on to the next person. Pope from Unity Bank. Kindly unmute and introduce yourself. Pope from Unity Bank. Yes. Pope, can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Again,
Yes.
thank you for the opportunity to be on this platform this afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Pope Obogai Melentius. I work with Unity Bank PRC. I am the personal assistant to the managing director. I'm also a pastor. So, I after work, I spend time preaching the gospel. I have a church and I reach out to other people. And basically, that's what I do outside work. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's move on to the next person. Nice to meet you, Mr. Pope. Let's move on to Precious from Acapella. Kindly unmute and introduce yourself.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good
Can you hear me?
afternoon. Yes, we can, and we can see you.
Okay, my name is Precious Edwin, and I am the executive assistant to the CEO of Hekabela Limited, and I'm currently running my NYC program here. You know, what I do in my free time, I love watching movies, I love anime, yeah, and I love going out too, but I'm also like trying to transition from an introverted state. Like I'm trying to like see how could network and go out and get to meet people, learn new things. Yeah, that's what I'm doing now.
Yes, nice to meet you. This session, this workshop as a
you.
whole, will give you those insights into networking and meeting people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the next person. Richard Timothy from Heritage. Kindly unmute and introduce yourself. Richard Timothy. Okay. Can you hear me, Richard Timothy? Let's move on to
Let's
the
move
next.
on to the next person.
Yes.
We're really short on time.
Yes, please. Sade Aluko, Miss Sade Aluko, can you unmute and
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's so good to be here.
Hello,
My name is
Shadi. How are you?
Hi. I'm well, thank you. Nice to see you here.
Same here.
I'm Shade Aluko. I'm the executive assistant to the CEO Standard Chartered Bank and also to the vice chairman. I'm in Manjang. So it's a double hat for me. What do I do outside work? I love watching movies. I love to cook, and there's also an element of my job that is also a personal passion area, which is events. I do events. I love events. I can wake me up in the nights, to plan an event, and I'm always happy to do it. And I find out that I'm in one committee or the other at work, planning one event or the other. So, married with 2 sons.
We'll drag you into planning our summit also, Shadi. Now that you said this, I'm contacting you.
Sure, no worries. I'm happy to do it.
all right, thank you. Nice to meet you. Let's move on to Sadiq. Sadiq, kindly unmute and Mr. Sadiq, can you hear me? Kindly unmute. Yes.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, but I can't see you. Yes, now I can. Yes, now I can.
Hi, my name is Dick Jakada. I work in Keystone Bank in the capacity of technical assistant of the executive director or more director. What I like to do in my spare time is work some more. But whenever I have the chance not to work, I watch. Thank you.
Okay, what bank are you from, Sadiq?
Keystone Bank.
Keystone Bank. Good to meet you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Let's move on to Mr. Sampson from Standard Chartered. Mr. Sampson, kindly unmute and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes,
Since you said where I'm from, so I think I can cut that out of my conversation. So I'm the executive assistant to the director of finance, Standard Chartered. What do I do outside work? I sleep because I'm under a lot of pressure anytime I have at the time of I sleep. So that's it.
Sleeping is good for the soul.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's move on to Sandra. Sandra, can you unmute and introduce yourself?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody.
Good
Can you hear
afternoon.
me?
Yes, we can. I can see you.
Hi, so I'm Sandra Adege. I'm the PA to one of the executive directors here in Heritage Bank. What do I do after work? I sleep. I love sleep.
Good to meet you, Sandra.
Meet
Yeah.
you. All right, fine.
All right, thank you. I'm seeing that a lot of people like sleeping after work. It's good. It's good to rest. Let's move on to um Akpan from Standard Chartered. Please kindly unmute and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good
My
afternoon.
name is Udwa from Standard Chartered Bank. I work as the personal assistant to the head of consumer, private, and business banking. What do I do after work? I like to cook and I like to watch movies. Thank you. It's nice
Good to meet you, Udwa.
Nice to meet you. Um, let's move on to Valentine. Kindly unmute and introduce yourself. We can hear you and we can't see you. Okay, we can't see you now. Yes, we can see you now, Mr. Valentine, but we can't hear you. Sorry, we can't hear you.
Can you please check your microphone?
Oh, Mr. Valentine, we can't hear you at all. We can see that you're talking, but we can't hear you.
Okay, let's move on to Yewande Da Silva. We'll come back to Mr. Valentine.
All right, sorry about that. We'll come back to you. Yewande, kindly introduce yourself. Thank you.
Okay, hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good
My name is
afternoon.
Yewande Da Silva. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
we can.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. So my name is Yewande Da Silva. I work with Standard Chartered Bank. I work as the PA to the head of financial market. I also support the desk head within the financial market space. And I also support the treasury team as a treasury assistant. And what do I do aside work? I like to chill, with my family. I like to eat and then I like to sleep a lot. Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you, Yewande. Good to meet
Thank you
you.
so much.
You too.
Let's
All right.
move on to Yunisa Azan. Kindly unmute from Taj Bank. Yunisa Azan, kindly unmute and introduce yourself. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, yes. We can hear you. Now we can see you. Yes. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Hassan, and I'm the personal assistant to the executive director of that bank. What I do in my spare time, I watch football. I also play football, and then I love listening to news most of the time. And then I'm also a fan of Twitter, X app. So I think I
All
know.
right. Thank you. So like I said, feel free to reach out to anyone on this call. I think that's everyone. Emma, is Emma from Heritage Bank? Are you back? Kindly introduce yourself. Unmute and introduce yourself if you're back.
I think you have missed me, Rebecca.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Kindly unmute and introduce yourself.
Because I was about
Oh, okay. There's somebody
I was
else.
about to
Yes.
go in for lunch, so I was like, let me wait and then go for
Sorry
lunch.
about that.
Apologies.
Yes.
Okay, my name is Rebecca Onyinyechi Ebule. I
Yeah.
work with Standard Chartered Bank and I'm acting double role, business risk manager for international trade and also acting business planning manager for the CIO. My spare time, I spend time with my kids, love listening to music, and also present seminars to teenagers and young adults.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Rebecca. Good to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you. Somebody else, Aminu. Julia,
Is
Aminu.
Valentine back? Maybe we take him also.
Yes, Mr. Valentine, can we hear you now? Okay, I think we can still not hear you. So Bilia Amino from Taj Bank. Kindly unmute and introduce yourself. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good
Yeah,
afternoon.
my name is Biliamin Abdullahi.
Okay.
Direct.
Sorry, we didn't get that.
Leisure time. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I work with the CEO, Managing Director CEO.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Abdullahi, good to see you again.
All right. I hope I didn't miss anyone.
Have we taken Valentine?
He tried to unmute. We couldn't see it. Like he's on mute right now and can't see it.
Okay. So I think
All right.
what's next?
You can just drop your details in the chat box. All right, thank you. I would like us to end the session by nominating somebody to give a vote of thanks to Mr. Eitayo.
Why do we give vote of thanks? Mr. Eitayo is still speaking tomorrow.
Okay, it's okay. I thought it was based on the session. All right, let's end the session with a good photograph. Kindly switch on your videos so we can do a good photograph for this session. I will take a screenshot of everybody. Kindly turn on your videos and smile
Can
to
we
the
please
camera.
turn on our videos? Can we look corporate? Can we smile? Mr. Abiodun, are you here, or are we going to take one when Mr. Abiodun comes?
Yes, we're also going to take one when Mr. Abiodun comes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's fine.
We're
Can we
also going
please
to take
turn on
one.
our videos, please?
Yes, please turn on your
These
videos
pictures
and
are going to
smile.
go to our directors also.
Yes, and just look at your camera and smile. Okay.
Welcome, Valentine. We've seen your message. Thank you very much for joining.
Okay. Everybody's video is not on. Minister
Abdullahi, can you
Azan.
turn on your video?
Yes, please just turn on your video. Let's take this screenshot.
Job Eniola, Loretta, Emeka Onwufo. Okay, Lucy, that's fine. Yunusa, please turn on your video. Sadiq, please turn on your video. Richard, please turn on your video. Thank you.
All right, so look at the camera and smile. Yeah, taking one more. Mr. Shea Abiodun joined us, so taking one more. All right, thank you.
So, Mr. Eitayo, you must join us when it's Mr. Abiodun's own. Thank you so much, Mr. Eitayo. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yes.
I guess, right?
Yes. Till tomorrow. All right. Let's move on to the next thing on the agenda. We're going to take.
Mr. Eitayo.
Can you all hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. I think
Okay.
we're now at the point where we're taking a break.
Yeah.
So our break time is from when to when?
In 10 minutes. 10
Okay.
minutes from now. So
can we all please come back at 12:45?
45.
Is that fine?
12:35. That's 15.
Sorry, I have a suggestion.
It's meant to be for lunch
Today
or
is
just a short
Friday,
break.
and there are people that I think that will go to mosques.
Okay.
Yeah. So that 10 minutes, I don't think it will be enough.
Okay. So
because like me, I'm going to mosque with my MD around 1. And I know maybe there are some people that will go around anything 2. So I don't know. But my own, I know 1, I will not be in this building. I will go to mosque.
Well, if I may, the session will be recorded. We have to go according to time. The session will be recorded. We've noted this now for future training sessions. For those who are still around, is it okay we go on break and we come back at 12:45? Is that fine?
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so please let's go on break and come back at 12:45. Mr. Shea Abiodun will be taking the next session on effective communication and relationship building. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Welcome back to this workshop. I hope we're all back on our seats. I hope we're able to stretch and take all other things that we had to do during the break. Can everyone hear me and see me?
I can hear you and I can see you. I don't know if the participants are back.
I can hear you and I can see you too.
Okay. Yes, welcome
I hear
back.
you too.
All right, welcome back. Others will be joining, but let us start. Okay. Okay. All right. Let us start. Mr. Sheyi Abiodun is going to be taking our next module on effective communication and relationship building. Mr. Sheyi Abiodun, can you hear me? Sorry, you're muted.
Yes, I can hear you and I'm ready.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We can start your session.
Do we have most of our participants back? Can Mr. Odunaike, can you please prompt them by calling them?
Yes, I'm on that.
Thank you.
So, should we start immediately or wait for 2 to 3 minutes? Or should start immediately?
Mr. Abiodun, what do you think?
Well, we have 25 people now. Maybe we'll wait another 1 or 2 minutes before we start.
Okay.
I suspect that they are here, but they're not on their seats, even these 25 people. So let's call them, please.
All right.
Okay.
So we'll start in the next 3 minutes by 12:15. All right. We can start the next module. I've called, others will join in shortly. Mr. Abiodun, over to you. You can start in the next session.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone. I want to share my slides. So if you can see my slide, please let me know if you can see my slides.
Yes, I can see it.
All right, perfect. Thank you. So I'm taking this class on building bridges. If the theme of this conference is building bridges, but I'm going to be speaking specifically to effective communication and relationship building. So I'm going to start with this caption because I've thought about it. How can I make it as practical as possible? Because a lot of times communication is something that all of us, it's not something nobody has heard before. You've probably heard it, you've done one training or the other on it. So how can I make it more practical? I'm going to be bringing a lot of dimensions into today's training. So this is the first caption I want us to think about. It is not enough to do good works. Let the influencers within your work community see your work. So I know a lot of us are good at what we do, but the challenge is we are not doing it so that people can. It's not eye service now, just like Mr. Itayo said in the former session. It is not eye service, but it is strategically positioning yourself so that the influencers within your work community can see what you're doing and they can give you the reward for it. Not only influencers within your work community, influencers within your industry. And I have realized, and you will also agree with me, that there's something about life that the top of every profession are not really the best of that industry. Think about it. The best bankers or the top bankers that we have in Nigeria presently, if you look at it critically in terms of skill, talent, and all of that, you see that they are not really the most talented bankers that are the best of the, or that are the top of that industry. And it works for every industry like that. Go to oil and gas, go to manufacturing, any industry you get to, go to tech. The best people of that industry are not really the people at the top. In the same way, go to arts, go to entertainment. Davido sings a lot, but Davido is actually not the most talented singer in Nigeria. It will shock you that there is one Mutiu in one remote village that nobody knows his name. That guy is more talented than Davido. So how come Davido is taking all the shine? Is because of positioning and this thing called communication. So even in marketing, we say something like the product that sells best in the market is not really the product with the best quality. It is the product with the best marketing. So that is why if you have to stake anything, if you have to do one thing where your career is concerned, is to know how to communicate the value that you can deliver. And in the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, I'm going to be taking you through how I have applied the things I'm going to be sharing with you to my own personal career and how it is paying off. And I tell you, it is paying off. When we were told to introduce ourselves, some of us said or say things like we like to sleep and all of that. What I love to do when I'm not working, when I'm not at my 9 to 5, I'm making money. And the truth is, I make more money from my side hustle than I make from my 9 to 5. And I'm talking about more than 6 figures month on month basis. And it's because of communication, because I've learned that I don't have to be the best to make money from the little information that is at my disposal, from the little information, the little knowledge I have. I can monetize the knowledge through effective communication. That's what I'm going to be taking us through in the next 2 days. So we're looking particularly at offline and online communication. So offline meaning in the confines of your offices, how do you communicate effectively? How do you show your value? And online as well, how do you communicate effectively online? Because we cannot underplay the place of online in the world that we live in right now. So how can you position yourself for effective communication both online and offline? Building your online and offline communication skills takes practice, but it is entirely possible and worth it. So let's look at this case study so I can hear our voices again. So a known journalist had written a false or incomplete story about your boss. The story has now been carried by popular blogs. How would you deal? So I want to hear us speak to this simple case study. So how would you deal? So you are the executive assistant, technical assistant. We all have that big portfolios that we all have in the various places that we work right now. So this has happened to your boss. How would you deal as executive assistant? How would you deal as a stakeholder manager? How would you deal as a technical assistant? So anybody can talk. So I don't put anyone on the spot. Anybody can talk.
For me, can you hear me?
Yes, Precious, go on.
Okay, for me, I think that the first thing I would do is reaching out to the blogger or the person that posted and say, oh, this is fake. Can you please take it down politely at first? Then if the person refuses, then I think the next step is to go legal, right? And I'll try as much as possible to even sort it out before my boss gets to hear it, because I think that's why I'm there. She doesn't have to be like, oh, did you hear this stuff about me? And I'm finding it out from outside instead of hearing it from you. I think it won't be fine that way. That's my take on it.
All right, thank you, Precious.
Yeah, for me, I would go, while I agree with Precious, I would go slightly a bit to the other side, in the sense that I would first of all, there's a reporting channel as far as the organization is concerned, and that's why we have the corporate affairs, communications, brand, and marketing, because it's not also just only about him personally, but about the image. Now he is the CEO, is the MD of the organization. So I'm looking at him not just as Mr. A, but also whatever is being said about him affects the organization. So I would escalate that with our CABN team, as we will call them, the Standard Chartered Bank, to let them know this is the information I've stumbled upon. I will not directly respond to the blogger, because there's an official way in which it can be done. And then, of course, I will let my boss know that this is what I have read also about it. So that is the way I would go about it.
All right, thank you so much. Any other person wants to speak to that? Any other person? Chinelo, do you want to say something? Okay, Chinelo is trying to get the names. Chinelo, do you have something to say? What would you do? This has happened to your boss. What would you do?
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think the approach I will take is to first let him know, okay, of the news outside there and get his view of it. Possible the information I have may not also be complete, so I need to engage him to understand what other aspect, what other perspective is to this story that is out there. Then every organization also have their own communication channels whereby you are not expected to, reach out to kind of what's called discussions without carrying other people along. Okay, so there has to be a process in place because you could also end up spoiling the whole thing and they will, now escalate it more than it is. So I will engage my boss, get his perspective, get a clearer view of what is happening, then carry other people along, who are empowered with public communication to reach out to these blogs to take down whatever information they may have outside there on my boss that is incorrect. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. So, Job Eniola, are you on the call?
Yes, Job Eniola is on the call. Good
Please
afternoon.
take it away. What would you do in this case?
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to turn on my video.
It's fine.
All right. So, a non-journalist has written a false information about my boss. So the story has been carried by public law. Okay. The idea of this is a defamatory issue, that could be taken up as well via legal bodies or involving legal bodies. So firstly, if you are trying to reconcile the situation without going that route, you pass the information to the boss to let the boss have an idea of what is happening, and you try to what's it called now? Have an interaction that will give you guys an end result to the decision to make. Then you can now go ahead, if yours is to communicate with this journalist, or if it's an establishment, let's say a newspaper, then you can now communicate with whoever is in charge and see if the information can be taken down and trying to rectify the image, because this is what's it called now? This is like abuse of a particular person's image, which is not good for the reputation, and being, for instance, an executive is not good for our image. So it's better to try to rectify whatever issue the person has. If the information the person got, I don't know where the person must have gotten such information before bringing out the false information online. So and also I think the legal action is also very important. So it will curtail such from happening again, reoccurrence. So that's my comment on that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I brought up this case study because in the new world of work, right, we cannot not deal with situations like this. It would happen. If it does not happen, it will still happen. So it's something we should keep in our minds, and there's no correct, wrong, or right answers. We've all spoken very well. So I'll just move on to the next slide in order not to flog the issue again. So what are some of the communication essentials for communication? And like I said, these things, the way it works offline is the same way it works online. Your tone, your body language and nonverbal cues, your audience, active listening, request for feedback. These are the essentials of communication. So let's talk about the tone. The first statement says, communicate with empathy. And the way I like to say is communicate with grace. I feel that if this is always at the back of our minds, we would offend people less. We'll be more gracious to people. When we consider the people that we're trying to pass the message across, it is not the message a lot of times that is the problem. It is the manner, it is the tone with which we passed the message. For instance, you may be tasked with a very difficult responsibility. Maybe your best friend at work, and you're supposed to tell your best friend at work that he or she has been fired from work because you are now, maybe you are also, let's assume you are working as the HR manager. You are not the EA, you are the HR manager, and you have to communicate to your best friend, your bestie at work, that person has been fired. Who wants to help us? Someone wants to help us with how best do you think you can communicate that? What would you do? How would you just run us through what you would do? Anyone that wants to help us? Or should I just call somebody? Let me see. Shade has spoken. Udwak Appan. Udwak, are you on the call? Udwak, are you on the call?
Yes, I am, please.
Okay.
Yes, I
Did you hear
am.
my
Can I hear
question?
the question a bit? I was a bit distracted.
Okay, it's fine. So I said we're talking about communication, and I said tone is everything, right? So you are the HR manager of your company, and you have this big responsibility to communicate the dismissal of your bestie. So you have a bestie at work, your best friend at work. You now have the responsibility to communicate that person has been sacked. You have the person's letter. How best would you do this? Keeping this communicate with grace, with empathy in mind.
Okay, so I think there's a bit of complexity with this because, like you said, the person is, for instance, my best friend, and I am going to convey a very difficult information to this person. How would I handle this? I think I'll first of all take to the person to a very calm and quiet environment. I would not actually bring up the topic as the first point of our conversation. I'll try to check how the person is, has the person been at work, and find out about family, because most importantly, because the kind of information you want to convey might actually just ruin the person's demeanor at that point in time. You just have to try to manage it. So once we are done, then I can then throw it in to say, you know, the company is actually going through a rough time and they're taking certain decisions, and unfortunately this decision is going to
Thank you so much, Udwak. I think I lost you at some point, but it's fine. Thank you so much. So, is anyone wants to say any other thing? Is there any other thing anyone wants to add one or two things to what she has said? But the most important thing where tone is concerned, or communicating with empathy is concerned, is you have to be mindful of the pain points of the people that you are trying to communicate to. So sometimes I've been in cases where someone wants to, my boss, this happened to me, my former employment, right? They were supposed to pay a lump sum of money, right, to me as my, I wanted to resign from the company. I resigned, right? After resigning, there is this payment you're supposed to get. I've forgotten what it's called now. Terminal benefit you're supposed to get. But for one reason or another, in our policy, the policy is undergoing change at that particular point in time, because obviously the company could not afford to pay that money, not just to me, but to other people that were leaving at that point in time. So the company took that step to edit that part of the policy. So we're not going to pay this money any longer. So that document was already being reviewed. They were just waiting for board to convey and approve. That was when I resigned, right? So I was having my boss, my MD had that discussion with me, and she was like, the management has already signed it, it's just for the board, but board has not signed. But I kind of liked what she did. How much is the money? How much am I entitled to get? Right? It might not have been the best thing to do, but because she understood communicating with empathy and grace, what she did was, okay, how much is the money? 500K. She, don't worry, I'll give you this money. And she indeed paid me the full, it didn't come from the company, it came from our pocket. Was that a right thing to do? I don't know. But that explains this point. Sometimes you want to sack somebody. I've had cases where, my mentors have had to let people go from their companies because they couldn't afford to pay their salaries anymore. But they took it a step ahead of them and then sent their CVs to other companies. I said, I've sent your CV to this company, even though I'm sacking you, not sack, even though I'm letting you go because I can no longer afford the bill, I'm already making an alternative for you. So this is how to think when you are communicating very difficult things to people. You should think grace and empathy. So that's the. So let's look at the different tones and their utility. So there are different tones that you can use in communication. Informative tone, and this tone varies based on purpose of that communication. So for information now, when you are using the informative tone, like the way I'm speaking now, informative tone is used in instruction, in facilitation, because I'm trying to pass across a message so that you understand. So there is the informative tone, there is the humor tone. You go to events and comedians are speaking to people. There's a way they speak, like in India, they worry and all of those things. Those are tones to get you excited and get you in the mood, in the comedy mood. Then the next one is respectful tone. Individual with a respectful tone is likely to be warm. So one of the attributes of a respectful tone is warmness. It is warm, it is polite, and it is inoffensive. It is respectful. So, and we also need to understand the culture that we work in. A lot of our organizations in Nigeria are still very cultural. I'm talking about traditional in their approach. So I remember, I'll use a lot of personal examples. I remember there was a time when my new MD, a new MD was elected. Okay, in that company is a government company, so MDs are always appointed. So a new MD was appointed. I was already the EA of the MD that was removed. So another MD came, and I was EA. And when she came, she was coming from GE, the global organizations where they address themselves on a first name basis, And then I remember the first time we had a conversation was me. She spoke to first, said, okay, so my name is so. She told me her name. My name is so. I said, okay, ma. I said, no, ma. My name is no, please. In this place is Mao. We don't do that. But I said that to say that you must understand the tone in relation to the culture that you're operating from, the culture of the environment that you're operating from. And of course, we have the formal tone and the informal tone. Another very important component of communication is your body language and nonverbal cues. And like I said, these things operate in both offline and online communication. For instance, now tone, if you're writing a caption online and you're aggressive about it, all of us know this popular blog that is a popular gist blog, that the kind of aggressiveness that comes with the captioning, right? That is an aggressive tone. So in the same manner, if you want to build an online presence, you can be known for your tone of voice. The way you might say, I want to adopt a respectful approach with my own captioning, and that becomes your own brand identity online. In the same way, your body language and nonverbal cues are very important. So if you're talking to people, the way you do your hands, your gesticulations, the way you look, and all of that also has a lot to do with your communication. So how can you improve your body language? Because it is something that we all learn on a day-to-day basis. We are not all perfect. We have to keep learning daily. So these are some of the tips that you can use to improve your body language and then improve your communication. Number one is you uncross your arms to maintain a more open position. So when someone is talking to you and your hands is crossed, it is passing across a message that maybe you're not really interested in what that person is saying. So by keeping your arms open, it means you are more open to listening to what that person has to say. The other one is speak at a steady pace and avoid talking and moving quickly or erratically. Someone actually said, one of the influencers that I follow, that it's always even better to speak slowly. That speaking slowly gives you, automatically improves your brand perception. I'm going to talk about brands a lot. Improves your brand perception. People see you as knowledgeable because you are very careful. Watch a lot of public speakers. You see them, they pick their words, they choose their words. A lot of leaders as well. You speak slowly. It's a way to build your communication skills. So the next one is you match your eye level with the listener. If they are sitting down, sit with them. So it's not really appropriate for, you're communicating with your boss or your colleagues or whoever at work, and you are looking over the person. It's not really a good thing. So you need to be at the level that that person is. The person is seated, you ask for permission and sit. The person is standing, you may also want to say you're not lifting up your head and you're looking at the person as though you're looking at a tree. You need to also come to the level of that person. Then another one is shift your posture and gestures to match that of the listener if needed. So I would say an offshoot of this is when you are making gesticulations, it should flow with what you're saying. So now I'm talking now, I'm gesticulating. It is flowing with what I'm saying. So I'm not doing this and I'm talking. Like I'm talking slowly and I'm doing this. It's not making any sense. It's probably distracting my listener. I may end up not passing the information I want to pass. The last one is stand facing the person you're speaking with. I think I already said that. If you have a question at any point in time, you can please just stop me. You can interrupt me, drop the question in a box, or just raise your hand and I would stop. So the next part of your communication that is very important is your audience, the knowledge of the audience that you're speaking to. So whether you're talking about public speaking, you're talking to your colleagues at work, you're talking online, the audience is very important. And you need to understand the demographic, not only the demographics of the audience you're talking to, you also want to understand how do they think? What is the mindset that they have about these things, that you're trying to say? So to know your audience is to understand their thoughts and feelings. It involves perspective and will take time and thoughtfulness. Modulate your tone, gestures, body language to help your audience perceive your motives and intention. Before you send an email to your worker, sometimes some of the things that, I don't know whether it works for you this way. There was a time in my career when any little thing like this, I like sending emails to people. For me, I prefer for you to send me an email. I don't take an offense, right? But I realized that in my interpersonal communication with people at work, once I send email, it places people on an edge, like you're trying to put them in trouble. I think it's also maybe it's in Nigerian, I don't know. Maybe you guys would help bail me out. But I see that anytime I send an email to my colleagues, they become so agitated, like they are shaky and all of that. Until I attended the training, and then we're told then that sometimes this is what, if you now want to kill it, you send an email and copy a superior, you put them in trouble. So don't do that. The best way to win with people where communication is concerned is have face-to-face discussions with people from time to time. As much as possible, before you send an email, meet the person in the person's office, speak to the person one-on-one first, and then let the email be like a follow-up, or like you are emphasizing what has already been said. You can say pursuant to our conversation. So that's the kind of email that really fosters unity in the workplace. It's not the email that you just fire email left, right, center, and people are thinking you want to put them into troubles. And I know as EAs, we can be in that space where you've told someone to do things and the person is not doing it, you followed up, the person is not just bulging. So you just feel the best way to go about it, because we are EAs now, we are the right hand man of the Oga. So you just quickly send an email and put your own boss in copy, a whole MD, or maybe you're working an ED. You put ED in copy of an email that you sent somebody, the person is already in trouble. So we want to minimize that as much as possible, because these things actually come back to earth. A good example, I just told you about a place that I was working and my boss was removed, right? Before they brought the new MD, they promoted the DMD to be the MD, to be the acting MD, And because I have a very good relationship with him. As a matter of fact, I was on leave when this happened, when the news came that my MD has been removed. And so my colleague started to call me. Sheyi, how far? Hey, did you hear? Have you heard? I said, what's happening? They've just removed your girl. Hey, Sheyi, your work has not finished like this. They were feeling sorry for me. So I said, okay, calm down. Who's the new MD? Have they brought on? They said, no, it's the deputy MD that has been promoted to be the acting. I said, okay, no, but it's Oga now. So I picked up my phone, placed the call through to him. Sir, congratulations on your appointment. I heard about it and all of that. And next question he asked, when are you resuming? You're on leave. I said, yes, sir. I said, do you need me? Can I resume tomorrow? He said, no, now, my boy, take your time. Take your time and resume anytime you want to resume. And that was how I didn't lose my job, because I knew how to. And my MD then, the MD that was removed is, there's this power tussle between the two power brokers in the company, So she's more like, as my EA, you are loyal to me. Don't work for anybody. Don't support any other person. Yes, I want to do that, but I also want to be wise, right? So at my free time, I will, maybe when I've done all our own work and probably she's gone or she's not in the office, I will take time and go and meet the next Oga, sir. And because he doesn't have an EA, so is there anything that you would want me to help you with? It's not my responsibility. It's just out of building relationship and communication. Is there anything you want me to help you with? He would say, no. But I was asking, I was keeping in touch. I didn't even know that this, what's it called? My MD was going to be removed. It wasn't in my radar, but that was what happened. And that was what saves my job. So communication is very key. So let's look at what are some of the barriers to effective communication, both online and offline. The first one is emotions. A lot of times we put so much emotion, we're not able to separate the matter from our emotions. It's very difficult to separate the matter from the emotion. So a lot of times emotion comes into place, right? It's really who I love. I give the job to not really the person that qualifies the most. As a matter of fact, most of the interviews that I've attended as an EA is always like when you eventually, maybe you've passed all the stage and then you are meeting with the boss you're going to be supporting. There's always something they pass across that you would know that they are looking for someone they can connect with, because the job is much more than do all the technical aspects. It's important. Why that is important? The other very important part is the ones that they cannot say. The things that they cannot write in your JD are the most important part of your job as an assistant, whether EA, TA, VA, AA, whatever the A is. The most important part of the job is that part that cannot be articulated in your job description. So emotions is we must learn to be able to separate emotions from what is on ground. So if someone has wronged you, someone has done something wrong, address the matter and not the person. And I'm talking about, this is not just at work. Maybe for some of us that are married, your spouse, there will always be issues in marriages. And this is what I tell every assistant that I've been opportune to mentor and to train, that see the relationship that exists between you and your boss as the one that exists between you and your spouse. Your spouse, some of us are always gracious to our spouse. If your spouse offends you, you can only get angry for so long, maximum one day. After a while, you will forgive the person. Why can't you do the same with your boss at work. Be gracious to them because they are humans and they always make mistakes. Emotions, culture as well. Culture, I mentioned culture at the beginning in the previous slide, how culture affects communication. Then the next one is, of course, language. Language can also be a barrier where we speak different languages and I can't understand what you're saying. It's a barrier to effective communication. Another one is relationship that we have with people. So sometimes when you are communicating something, I gave an analogy that you are communicating something to your bestie. Your bestie has just been, your bestie's employment has just been terminated and you're supposed to pass that information across. Do you know that compared to someone that you don't like, the mode of communication will be different, or the manner in which you communicate will be different. If you have not learned how to master your emotions and you have not learned how to communicate effectively, the last one is, of course, is perception. Let's look at effective communication in relationships. And by relationship, I mean any kind of relationship, work relationship, relationship at home, relationship at in church, relationship everywhere that you find yourself. What are the pillars of effective communication? First one is active listening. So active listening is, we do it a lot. Someone is talking to you and you're on your phone, you're not listening, and you say you are multitasking. Someone actually said, or it's been said, that multitasking itself is a myth. Nobody can really do two things effectively at the same time. Just like a man, you want to marry two wives and you say you have enough love to go around. It's impossible for you to love them at the same level. The same way, it's impossible for you to be listening actively to somebody and also be doing another thing in the name of multitasking. One thing will suffer for the other. That's the reality of life. So active listening is one of the vital keys for communication. Not just for physical communication, even for virtual, for online communication. If you are communicating on your social media, maybe you use Instagram, you use, like me, I use Instagram very well. I use LinkedIn very well. I just started using TikTok. I use all these platforms. I listen to people. People say on my Instagram, I post at least minimum of 3 times daily. And I'm talking about content that engages a lot. On each of my posts, you probably see 200 likes, 300 likes, 40 comments, and all of that. How do I do that? How do I come up with content that can engage my audience? First, I understand my audience, but secondly, I listen to what they say. So when I make a post today, the comment on that post is what I'm going to develop another content on tomorrow. It's very simple to get content to speak on if you are very active on social media. In the same way, active listening can help you have solutions to the problem that the person you are communicating with is passing across. The next one is not personalizing issues. When communicating in relationships, people who are good at it avoid personalizing their partner's action. Instead, they focus on the situation and how things can be resolved. This is very important. When you are having a conversation, when you're having issues with your colleagues at work, with your partner at home, with your boss, learn not to personalize issues. And I think this is another thing that has helped me a lot. I used to work for a boss at some point that, was a very toxic relationship. That what I heard, I remember the first time I resumed in the office and HR was taking me around to introduce me to other staff members at the head office. They were all looking at me. He said, it's going to be the new EA to the chairman. People started looking. Hey, this young boy. Hey, Shoti. I can see the expression. The expression in Yoruba was more like, Shoti, like I could see the fear on their face. They were pitying me. I'm like, is it that bad? So later I got talking to someone and I told him some of the frequency, the attrition, the rate at which EAs leave. Like you come and in 2 months. The person that has stayed highest on that role in that office stayed only 1 month. That's the person that has stayed longest. See, what happened? But I learned to not make things personal. So when people get angry, they get angry because of work, because there is something you didn't do well, not because of your person, as it were, especially when it comes to your boss relationship. Someone that doesn't know you from Adam cannot just be getting angry over because of the way you look in a way. It has to be something you have done that you have not done well. So when you start working with someone, when take us through, when you start working with your boss, what are things that you pay attention to so that you reduce the friction that happens in that relationship. The next one is using I statements. I statements can be helpful in interpersonal conflicts. Instead of saying you never clean up after yourself, try using statements like I feel uncomfortable when there is clutter accumulating around the house. Kindness is another key. And this relates to what I said earlier about communicating with grace. Kindness is important because it makes people feel cared for and understood. Be kind to them. Go out of your way to always help people. Then being present is almost the same as active listening. When talking to your partner, and partner here, I mean partner, your marital partner or partner in the office, or your boss. Your boss is supposed to be your partner. Your boss is your senior partner. When we're talking, it is important to be fully present in the moment. Getting distracted by outside sources, including electronic distractions such as phone, can lead to lack of communication and poor connection. But the last part is showing acceptance. I need to move fast now because we're still going there if my slides are so much. The next one is building your relationship with your boss. Building your relationship with your boss. I want to narrow it down and focus on relationship in the office. Building a better relationship with your boss can have many benefits to your career, your team, and your personal well-being. However, it can also be challenging, especially if you have different styles, expectations, or opinions from them. And this is always where the problem is, because your own temperament must be different or would likely be different from your boss's temperament, right? Your own leadership style will probably be different from your boss's leadership style. That is why I advise people that anytime you change any job, for EAs and TAs and VAs and anybody working in management support, the challenge with that role is anytime you get another job, you are downgraded to a learner, like a graduate trainee. What that means is what you have learned before, even though you are so good at that job, right? You now start to relearn all over again because you are supporting someone. You cannot support someone on your own terms. You cannot support your boss on your own rules and regulation. If you're going to ever gain your boss's trust, you have to support him on his own terms. You have to support him. You have to even understand how he wants to be supported. So that's why I said when you get another job as an EA, it's always very difficult. It means you are starting all over again. You are reinventing the wheel of learning the person's temperament, learning the person's leadership style, learning the person's goals and visions for his work and for his personal life. So tips for relationship building. Tips to building relationship up. The first one is understand your boss. And what I mean by understanding your boss is you understand his strengths and weaknesses, his values, his motivation, his communication and feedback style. When I was working for my former boss, one of the bosses I worked with, not the former one of the bosses I worked with, the way she likes to communicate is when anything comes up, immediately bring it up. Even if it is 1 a.m. in the night, send me a WhatsApp message. I'm okay with it. And I was coming from a place where everything waited till work hour. You understand? So even if the house was on fire, it has to wait till, you cannot disturb Oga. Sorry, I'm saying Oga. You cannot disturb him when he's with his family. Family time is family time. Work time is work time. Don't bring work into my home, except the work I delegate from my home. As far as I'm not the one, so the logic is when he's at home, you can't call him for work, except he's the one that picks up his phone to call you. Leave office work till you get to the office. So now I got to another boss that wants us to tackle things headlong as they arise. So there's bound to be problem if I don't understand. So the first couple of weeks, I got into trouble, massive trouble, because when things happen overnight, maybe an email comes in overnight, I waste a work time, and maybe she's not even in the office first thing, maybe she has another outside meeting. So sometimes that thing waits till like 12 p.m. when she's back from her meeting that she has gone from out of office meeting. And then we start to fight. We start to, she starts to get angry because I didn't understand that a boss is different from another boss. So you have to, at every point in time when you get another job as an EA or as a support person, you have to always learn how the person wants to be supported, how the person wants to work. Understanding your boss is very critical to your success in this role. So the first understanding is personality. You need to understand the person's personality. And there are different models for personality, but I like this particular one, these big five. There are several of them. But I chose this particular one. So these are the 5 personality types that we have. And we're going to consider them in the next slide. So openness as a personality type. Openness emphasizes imagination and insight. So people who have this temperament, people who have this personality, this is the traits that you're likely to find in them. They are very imaginative. They have insight. People who are high on openness tend to have a broad range of interests. They are curious about the world and other people, and are eager to learn new things and enjoy new experiences. So if you have a boss who is I'm going to give us a case study at some point. We'll take home and then we'll talk about it when we come back tomorrow. So this is going to come to play in that case study. So is a boss who is anti-technology, who is very traditional in his approach. It cannot be that's not an open personality type. So you have a boss that everything, he likes it to be notepad. He has all these technology tools, but he hardly uses them, right? He cannot be this open person. The open person is explorative in nature. He likes to explore, is open to new ideas and all of that. The next one is the conscientiousness personality. Among each of the personality traits, this one is defined by high level of thoughtfulness, good impulse control, and goal-directed behaviors. They tend to be organized and mindful of details. So the devil is in the detail. They plan, they think about their behavior effect, about how their behavior affect other people, and are mindful of deadlines. The next one, extraversion, which is extrovert, is another way to say extrovert. This is, they are sociable, they are talkative in nature, they are assertive, they have high amounts of emotional expressiveness, they are outgoing and tend to gain energy in social situations. When you're around people like this, you feel, even yourself, you feel the ginger, if I can use that. You feel energized and excited. And the other one is agreeableness. This includes trust, altruism, kindness, affection, and other pro-social behavior. People who are high in this quadrant, they tend to be more cooperative, while those low tend to be more competitive and sometimes even manipulative. Then the last one is neuroticism. This is more like, if you understand the sanguine, phlegmatic, melancholy, I think that's another popular one. And what's the last one? Those temperament types. So this category of people, they are always experiencing mood swings, anxiety, sadness. Those low in this personality trait are more stable and emotionally resilient. But these guys They have mood swings, too much mood swings. So does anyone have any question? So I don't just go on and on. I'm struggling to hear the speaker. Oof, okay. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
We can hear you. Can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I just want to be sure I'm not talking to myself. Thank you. All right. So another key, I'm talking about communicating with your boss. We've talked about understanding your boss's temperament, understanding his personality. The next thing is you want to communicate regularly and effectively. It is important. As a matter of fact, this is what I encourage people. I don't know whether you have it, but I encourage people to have weekly catch-up meetings. That's what I call it with my boss. Weekly catch-up meetings. It can be on Fridays, it can be on Mondays, where you discuss what has happened in the week and you discuss what is going to happen in the previous, what's going to happen next week based on your goals for the year. So what you should do is the year is ending right now. You're supposed to have been gathering materials for next year. What is the direction of your company for next year? And this is how I actually gain the love of all the bosses I work with, because I invest myself into the job. How do I invest myself into the job? What are we doing next year? I ask this particular question from every boss I've worked with. What is your goal for next year? Business goals. What are your business goals? What is your personal goals? Because as EAs, you're not just interested in the business growth. You're also interested in your boss's personal growth. Is his family suffering? Because if his family is suffering, it will still come back to you. If any part of his life is not working well, it will still come back to you because you are the manager of everything, resources around him. So you want to communicate regularly. Look at what works for you. What works for you might not work for me. Do you understand? What is working for me may not work for you. So like I said, every week we have a sit down, usually hours, because our management meetings happens Mondays. So we sit every Friday. What is happening? What happened this week? What is your feedback? What are the things that I didn't do well? What are the things that we did well? The next week, what are we looking to do? What are we looking to do next week? And all of that. Yours might be Monday. Yours might be anytime. But have a communication session with your bosses regularly. This means keeping them informed of your progress, of your achievements. And this is where you also tell them the things. You know, when we talk about be visible, we don't break these things down. So a lot of people don't understand. So we just have this concept flying over our heads. We can't capture it. And this is how you capture it. Communicate your achievements. The little things that you did, that you achieved. If you help your boss to save 10% of his time, that is, you made him 10% more productive last week, and you can prove it. And there is a way to prove. Maybe you blocked social person was coming from a meeting on plan. You blocked it and reroute the person to another executive or something. As far as you can prove it, discuss these things. Say it from time to time. And as well as asking for their input, guidance, and support when needed. It also means being clear, concise, and respectful in your messages, whether they are verbal, written, or non-verbal. Avoid surprises, assumptions, and complaints. Instead, focus on facts. And I also think this will help you a lot, avoiding complaints. So this is the way I like to say it. There are two sets of people in every company. There are two sets of people. You will always find the complainants group. The only thing they do is to complain about the company. Oh, this company is not working. They didn't pay us our this. They didn't pay us our that. But the other people are those that take action. If I see that something is wrong in the company and people are saying it a lot, rather than saying it with them, that's not who solve the problem now. I will find a way to communicate it to the person that can change that situation, who is my boss that I'm fortunate to be working with. So I think that is very important. Then the next one is use the communication channels and methods that your boss prefers and be responsive and attentive when they reach out to you. So this is where communication tools comes in. How does your boss like to be communicated with? What channel do they use? Right? There are some bosses that will prefer just WhatsApp me. WhatsApp is fine. There are some, no. Outlook, set up my meetings on Outlook. Use Outlook, any information, pass it through Outlook. Use Teams. Some people call me on the phone. So different, you must understand what each person likes, and then adopt. Sometimes we have to learn. We have to go learn this too, because your boss, some of us that have bosses who are tech savvy, that understand even this technology more than us. So it means you have to constantly learn the tools that your boss prefers. Then the next one is align your goals and expectations. One of the sad reality of being an EA is that you are not pursuing your goals. You are pursuing the goal of another man. And I say this thing with a lot of emotions because I know how it is. In 13 years, you are not pursuing your goal. Your success is embedded in the success of another person. If another person fails, that person's failure automatically becomes your failure, even though you have done all your best. Your best at that point becomes nothing. Your best goes into oblivion at that point in time. So the success of another person, that is why at every point in time, at every opportunity that you have, you must align your goals with your boss's goals and expectation. And if a key way, a key tool, or a key method to enhance your communication in the workplace. The next step is building a better relationship with your boss. In the next step to building a better relationship with your boss is to align your goals and expectations. This means understanding and agreeing on what you're supposed to do, how you are supposed to do it, and how you'll be evaluated. It also means align your personal and professional goals with your bosses and your organizational goals. I remember when I wrote, I'm sharing your personal experiences so that you can, I know a lot of us can also relate with it. I remember when I wrote my goals for the year, not this year, a few years back, and one of the things I wrote was I wanted to get an additional degree. I wanted to get my master's. And when I was reviewing that goal with my boss, the question is, okay, how does this master's contribute to the work? How does it help me as a person? And honestly, I didn't have an answer to it. I was just looking to enhance my own life. Does that mean it's selfish? But that's the reality. Every goal that you have as an assistant must align with your boss's goals. That's what this work is. That is why the work is not for everybody. So someone that you cannot, if you're like God, you cannot do this, you cannot succeed in this role. Let me break that down. You're like God, meaning that you don't like your glory to be shared with any man. You will never share your glory like God. In this role, your glory will be shared, your glory will be taken. They will make you without glory, even though you work for the glory. But that's what the job is. So the next one is ask for feedback and improvement. The next step to building a better relationship with your boss is to seek feedback and improvement. This means asking for and accepting constructive criticism, praise, and suggestions from your boss, and using them to improve your performance, skills, and attitude. It also means giving feedback to your boss. So this is where the difficulty is. A lot of us can receive feedback, but we don't know how to give feedback to our bosses. And that is what I'm going to be taking us through in the next couple of slides. You can, by seeking feedback and improvement, you can show your willingness to learn, grow and adapt, and build trust and respect with your boss. The next one is support and collaborate. The final step to building a better relationship with your boss is to support and collaborate. This means helping your boss with their task, project, goals, and offering your ideas, insights, expertise when appropriate. It also means working well with your colleagues, clients, stakeholders, and avoiding or resolving any conflict that may affect your boss or your team. One of the hallmarks of an assistant is ability to resolve conflicts before they ever get to the notice of your boss. And I kind of liked how we all addressed, we spoke to that case study of news in the media, I like the way all of us addressed it, that you would handle it. You won't even let it get to your boss's notice. And that is how to be a peak performance, a peak performing assistant. By supporting and collaborating, you can show your initiative, teamwork, and professionalism, and make your job, your boss's job, easier and more enjoyable. Okay, case study. I think we'll do the case study later. Is that the end of my slide? Okay, that's the end of my slide. The other part is the part for tomorrow, where we'll be talking about communicating with. So I want to confirm, Mr. Femi.
Yes.
So what would you rather? Do you want us to do the case study now?
Oh, no,
How much long do we have? Let me know.
We still have enough time, about 1 hour, 30 minutes. The session
Excellent.
is to end by 3. But
excellent.
for tomorrow, the case studies will be, there's a particular session for the case studies tomorrow. So we will discuss the case studies tomorrow and not now.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Yes. Well, okay. So thank you, Mr. Abiodun, for your impactful session. Do we have any
able to
questions?
take questions and answers?
Yes, we're going to that. Do we have questions for Mr. Abiodun on this theme? Questions and answers. Questions from Mr. Abiodun. Kindly unmute. Raise up your hand. Yes, okay, we have one. Please go on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abiodun. Quite an interesting session and very practical, I must say, because this is what we face every day, you know. But okay, so I hear you and I hear your focus is your boss, loyalty to your boss and all of that. But just like we're looking at your boss and his personality type and trying to understand and work effectively with him, you also have a personality type. So who looks out for you? When you carry all of the pressure and, you know, at some point, you just can't take it anymore. What do you do? I'm just trying to be practical here. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Abiodun. Okay.
Is it me or
we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
I can't hear Miss I can't hear her.
Did you hear a question?
Is it my network?
Did you hear a question?
Did you hear my question, Mr. Abiodun?
I lost you at some point.
Okay,
I
so
got
I was saying,
up until the moment where you said, who looks out for the assistant?
So that is my question, basically, because we put ourselves out there for them, and you're just concerned about their well-being. Sometimes you don't even know what is, in as much as you want to find out sometimes what is happening. It depends on the personality type of your boss. Sometimes some of them are not so forthcoming in terms of telling you what is happening in the home front. And so you're just guessing, or maybe something is happening at home, that's why this person is like this and all of that. So sometimes it's a lot. And you are also human. You also have a personality type that your boss is probably not looking at. Maybe probably comparing you with somebody that used to work with the person before. And, so my question is, who looks out for you? And if there's nobody looking out for you, how do you manage yourself such that you remain a top performer and you are not drowned in the pressure, of the work?
Is it okay that I interject a bit in this?
Okay.
Okay. So I think that I'm not an expert, but at least I've worked with directors for over 8 years now. And I mean, these are top executives in their different fields. And I think that, Shade, what I would say is when you're working with a superior, you have to do things that superior wants in that superior's way. Anything that you want at that time takes the back seat. So when you say you have to look out for your boss, who looks out for you, that is the job role. When you're an executive secretary, executive assistant, it is always about what your superior wants. And that's how it is at work, especially for the kind of environment we live in. I was talking to my boss yesterday, and my friend who is an HR expert in the UK couldn't understand why every sentence I said, yes, sir, no, sir, noted, sir, this, sir. And she was like, why do you always have to say sir to everything you say? And I told her, I said, imagine my chairman talking to me and I'm saying, yes, no, noted, okay. Does it make sense? It's the environment we live in. So I would say that when you work with an executive, you have to put them first. You have to learn to do things. I tell even my colleagues, when you have a superior, you need to learn to do things the way that person wants it. Everything concerning how you think it should be done takes a backseat. It's only when sometimes your opinion is asked for that you can then suggest, or when you see that your boss is in a good mood, because I am so sure that even the busiest, the most, there are some bosses that it's their personality. They don't just tolerate nonsense from people. They have their good times. Then, so I think that you need to just learn to manage their personality. There are different ways I talk to my different bosses. I would even tell you the way I would talk to my colleagues at work is not the way I would talk to a director. With my colleagues at work, my voice is firmer and stricter. With my chairman and my directors, my voice is more submissive. When I ask them a question, sometimes even when I'm suggesting something and I'm giving them more or less like a final suggestion on this issue, I don't say it like a matter of fact. I say it in a nice way, but I've given them more or less the last reminder. But it's the way you approach things. And the truth about it is that for us in Nigeria, the reason why we need to butter up our bosses is there are things you will need from your bosses later on in life. You might want one extra perk or something. It's the way they see you. It's how much value you've added to your boss that will make your boss more receptive to whatever you want from that boss. And that's the truth. Now, who looks out for you? You need to go and look out for yourself outside the workplace. You're not yet at that level where you need to be asking who looks out for you in the workplace. You need to find things that calm you down. I have a mentor who says that her husband calms her down. She's company secretary of a bank. She says that when she gets home, just talking about her bosses and bashing them and exchanging that idea is what calms her down. So you as an individual, you need to find what calms you down. But it is not the responsibility of your boss to be looking out for you. No. It's your responsibility to look out for your boss. Then you go out and go and find who will look out for you or what will calm you down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. The truth is, she has answered the question, and except we're just being sentimental about it. That is the truth. So my friends and I, in 2018, thinking just like you were thinking now, that okay, who looks out for EAs, who looks out for assistants and all of that. We literally brought ourselves together, 4 of us then, myself and 3 other people who are also EAs in other companies. Let's create a support group for EAs, because a place where you can just come, you are upset and you need people to share, people that because not everyone can understand where the shoe pinches an EA. If you're not an EA, you cannot understand. So what we now did was to create a support group for EAs, and from 2018 up until now, we have over 200 members who are EAs across different companies, right? And one of the things that we also do is how can we create forums? And I think that's what a body like BDAN can also do. BDAN and which is the other one that does Association of Bank Directors as well. No, not bank directors, IOD, Institute of Directors.
Yes,
that's what they can also do. So now help us midwife that agenda that, okay, EAs are also human. How can you as an executive, how can you in a way even though you are busy and all of that in a way. But it is a conversation that is not something we can force to happen. It's just like an enlightenment, just like we started our enlightenment to tell bosses that your EAs can do much more. They are your strategic partners. Use them for strategic responsibilities. They are not to be, there was a time in this country when the only things they use EAs and PAs for, they don't even call them EAs, it's PAs. They use them for, oh yeah, go and pick up my children from school. Go and go to the bank. But now we hardly hear of that anymore because the education is coming. So the same way, over time, it might take us another 5 years, right? But in the meantime, how can you look out for yourself? Look for a group of people who are probably in the same line of profession. Create your own support group. Go to them anytime you have issues. Ask for opinion, ask for advice, and all of that. That's how you're going to succeed in the role. I hope we answered the question. Thank you so much. I can see another hand. Mr. Femi.
Sandra, please go on. Can unmute. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon again, everyone. So,
Sorry,
to
we
be
can
clear,
hear you, but we can't see you.
you want to see me?
Yes, we all want to see you.
All right, that's fine.
Thank
So,
you.
please, to be clear, are you saying the answer is that nobody looks out for the EAs, PAs, TAs, and all of the A's? Is that the answer?
Okay, so this is it. There is what is the ideal, and there is what is the right thing, or no, the ideal and the reality. The ideal is that someone should be looking at, because it's supposed to be a partnership relationship. You are someone's EA, you are supporting the person, right? Even though after you have supported the person, you've gained the person's trust, the person needs to now reciprocate, because it's the principle of life. Reciprocity is the principle of life. If you have given, just like if you and your friends, if you go for lunch and you pay, say 100K for the lunch today. Another time, if that your friend is not aligned with you, the next day your friend wants you to pay, she also wants to pay because she feels indebted to you. In the same way, if you have supported your boss so much, he's supposed to feel indebted to you and reciprocate. That is what it's supposed to be. But what is the reality of what we are seeing on ground? What we have on ground now is that a lot of our bosses are not looking out for their EAs. They are supposed to, right? But they are not looking out for them, right? That's why I said it is organizations like BDAN. BDAN has a collection of directors. Maybe next time maybe they have a magazine that is circulate, or a newsletter that is circulate to all directors. We can start to put all these articles as snippets, because so that's how we are going to do it. Organizations like Institute of Director IOD as well. They have something like that, forums where they have CEOs. They have CEOs in their numbers under them. We can now start using this forum to educate. It is lack of education that we are confronted with right now. So to answer your question, the ideal is that someone looks out for the assistant. And who is that someone? The boss. But what are we seeing in most Nigerian organizations now? We are not seeing that looking out for. So how can we help ourselves in the interim as assistants? Is to create a support network around ourselves. Meaning, just like Femi said the other time, this is a very good forum. We can keep conversations like this ongoing. We create a WhatsApp group after this, and all assistants on this platform, I already created something like that for us during the training I attended with them, I think 5 years ago. And then we kept that conversation going. We created that network, because it's supposed to be a networking event. They brought all of us together right now. We create a community for ourselves, and we bear one another's burden. Thank you.
Okay, can I just say something? Can I just add that sometimes it might not be your boss, your direct principal that will look out for you. Sometimes it might be maybe another director in the organization. So why don't we look at forming relationships that are organic and finding someone? It might not be your direct director, It might be another director. It might be like Shade Aluko. It might not be the MD himself that would look out for you like that. It might just be somebody else who is also a director, because that has been my own experience. The person that looks out for me is not my direct boss, but is a director within the system. And sometimes that person can then have that conversation when they're talking about me, that even my own boss does not know that this person is close to me and is looking out for me. But the most important thing is that the work has been done. Does that make sense? And also, Mr. Abiodun, I know that you have an association for personal assistants, don't you? What's the association called?
It's called Organization of Professional Assistants.
Okay, so
OPA.
is that association still running?
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay. Because I mean, that's how BDAN was formed, for instance. The directors felt that they needed people to come together of similar interest. You can decide to start your own association. I think someone else has a question. Samson.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to be sure that we had the answer, which was no one's looking out for us. We have to find our way out. So that was just I was trying to make sure I did
Who do you
not
think
miss.
would look out for you?
I think we have to rely on Jesus now at this point.
Jesus is always looking out for us.
All right.
Hi.
Yes, go on.
I have a contribution. Sorry, just putting on my.
So yes, turn on your video so we can see.
Okay. Yeah. So I think on this aspect of looking out for, not to overflog the issue, but so the way life comes, you would have friends, you would have just as has been indicated, you have friends, you have senior colleagues, people who have gone ahead. They do not necessarily need to be the executive or the MD or maybe very high up. It doesn't even necessarily need to be the director. So I, for one, had when I was the PA to the head of transaction banking, I had a friend, a buddy, who was in that same team. She wasn't so senior. I think she was around. She was just a senior person in the team. And I had times where I would go to her, oh, how do I do this? How do I approach this? What do I do here? How will this person take it? How will my boss take it? So with that, I was able to cope. It was very stressful, but I was able to cope. So necessarily, it's not necessary that your boss would totally look out for you. It should be, but it doesn't necessarily happen like that. So you just have to look out for your own support systems and be able to work with it.
Thank you for your contribution. Kenneth, please unmute and ask your question.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Shaggy, for your session. That was already really inspiring. And to my little contribution is this issue of boss looking out for BA or EA. I think I'll be fortunate to have worked with almost about 3 to 4 or 5 bosses, starting from Chief Ganifawayimi. Of course, Ganifawayimi, I worked with him for 4 years. And with those 4 years, I remained the longest serving PA in that capacity. So he taught me exactly what really hard work, working late hours, commitment really is. Move from there, I work in a non-governmental organization. Of course, I left Ganifawayimi because for good 4 years, I have no time to develop myself. Having started there at NC, got to my friend who are MBA, I couldn't. So nobody really cared whether you need to develop yourself. So I left there and I found myself in a committee, a non-governmental organization where the person I was working on, the director of project, of course, said, look, Kenneth, you had knowledge of secretarial studies, so I think I need to enroll you into a charter secretary and administrator. She just write a memo to the board and then they approve it. And I just sent me into a charter secretary. And I tell you, with that was the beginning of all. I left there, I become a PA2 to a German. We're working, of course, this one is just work center. You don't care about you. Of course, I say no, about there are some bosses who really watch out for their PA and their EA. There are some of them who really take upon and say, no, I need to develop this guy along. Fortunate to work for another young man who said, look, I've assured myself that within the next 10 years in this education, if I'm there, I'm going to get my own PhD. So, Kenneth, you must work with me. You must update yourself along. Of course, I have to follow. Fortunately for me, the company ABB was a multinational. All you didn't do, you go and enroll for schools or whatever, they build the school fees, the receipt and all this thing, they refund it. So when you see such a person who is inspiring, who want to get to somewhere, you are inspired to follow. While he was there with NC, with HND, I was there with AC. So I followed suit. Within 7 years of him being there, he was already going for his PhD, and I was also going for my master's. And so there are people and there are bosses there who also give time for, say, my PA, I need to take you along because I know where I'm aspiring to. For me to develop, you need to develop along. It's not in all circumstances. But some large organization, you can't get such bosses because they might not be in a position to make that recommendation. But if there are some company that they can say, okay, I can do this, I can help you there. But in general terms of it, like she said, nobody watch out for you. You have to carve your own path. You help people to achieve their own. Nobody, you need to find out your way where you want to be. And that's where you need to remain, not to remain PA or EA for life. You must God has said to be an entrepreneur, or you must be also to do other stuff you have from that place. You can go into be an assistant, and you can want to make it in life. So it's also in a position that we inspire you and challenge you for you to go higher. I think like you say, God will also help us and watch off our backwards.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Mr. Sampson, your hand is still up.
Yes, sorry. I just wanted to add something. Yes, who is looking out for the ears is something that is bothering all of us. But the reality is, I think everybody on this call is fortunate to have a boss that cares about them because we're all on this call. We didn't actually come seeking this event. They actually organized it for us, and it's not exactly benefiting them. It's actually benefiting us. So I think this is one way. It's not everything, but I think we're getting somewhere already, even from this seminar. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Any other question or contribution? Yes, Sandra, please go on.
All right. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Mr. Kenneth. Mr. Sampson, I don't agree with you to say everyone's bosses, everyone is fortunate enough to be on. No. That is too much patronizing, yeah. So what I'm going to say, I'm very, very grateful to be here. I have like one of the best managers. He's on this call as well. He's a TA. And then I'm not patronizing him. He knows I don't patronize people. So to the question about who looks out for us, it is like telling me that I have a bad character and I just have to keep up with the bad character, or my partner has to keep up with the bad character because I cannot change. I really appreciate this Bidan. I really appreciate you people. You're you're one person that I've seen that is looking out for me. This is a personal thing now. I don't want anybody to say, my boss is, I like what Mr. Sampson said was, I don't like it. Don't speak for me, speak for you. Everybody should speak for themselves. No offense, Mr. Sampson, we're going to be friends at the end of the day, yeah? But I hope people get what I'm saying. Thank you so much, Bidan, for this. It really shows you're looking out for us and all that, but I don't agree with this. God is looking out for us. We have to look for somebody to look out for us. I'm having my partner go through so much because at the end of the day, I have to always go back to him to, talk about the pain. We have to go back to people who are maybe our managers, our friends who are so kind to hear us, therapists. I have to pay therapists to go through the pain that I'm going through because I have to deal with managers who are going through a lot. I really understand the pressure they are going through, but I think we need to come up, or you, Bidan, who have gone this far to come up with Bidan, need to have another gathering for our managers, our EDs, our CEOs about temperament management and not having to bash PAs, TAs, and EAs, all of the A's, all the time. We are going through so much. You can hear it in my voice. So please, we need to come up with that body too, not just coming to preach to us to manage our bosses and not having to talk to them to also learn to manage how they bash us too, because we are humans. We are here to help them, you know, but we are not supposed to be punch bags. Thank God everybody agrees that it is not supposed to be so. God bless you, Mr. Kenneth. Thank God we all agree that it is not supposed to be so. Our bosses are supposed to look out for us. While they are growing, they need to drag us along, you know. Somebody needs to keep reminding them, a body, bid, and you can do this as well. You need to keep, maybe come up with a session like this for our bosses to keep reminding them, you need to drag these people along. You don't need to leave them stranded. Nobody is looking at, you need to tell them, nobody is looking out for us. Don't tell us to look for somebody, you know, to go tell our emotional traumas to. It is not easy. I don't know. I know I'm speaking for a lot of people. I'm not going to patronize anybody. I love my boss so much. If I don't love her, I won't be on this job. But I'm just saying it is not easy for, I'm talking for myself now. It is not easy for me. And I'm sure it's not easy for a lot of people as well. But God bless my manager, because he's one person that looks out for me. And I don't want to always be that emotional strain, always going to him to complain. No, it's not right. Please, be done. You've gone so far to do this. I believe you can do so much more, going to talk to our bosses as well, to do better, looking out for us, and to do better, dragging us along while they grow. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your contributions. Well, I think a lot of people want to talk on this. So let's go. Mr. Abiodun, do you have anything to say on
Thank you,
this?
Sandra.
You're on mute.
I'm totally okay. So she has just the truth is, if you're an executive assistant and you don't feel this way, then you're probably favored to be working with one of the best bosses in the world, and you should not trade it for anything, right? So at one point or the other, some of us have had to leave jobs because we couldn't take it anymore, and we have to be very realistic with ourselves. However, that said, right, we have to also look at the reality of things. You know, there are some jobs that I did not take. They were willing to pay me 2 million per month as an EA, 2 million, and I'm not joking. But I kept my job where I was paid less than 50% of that because I spoke with the EA that was leaving that job. You know, he's one of the prominent figures in the country because, you know, because everything in life is not also about money. When you get to a certain stage in your life, you realize that even though money is important, your peace of mind is also important, right? I had to just decline that job because I wasn't ready for that. The person that even left that job was a pastor. Me, I'm not a pastor. I'm still trying to build my life small. I literally just declined that role. So if you have not felt that way at some point in this role, then you have just been favored, blessed with good bosses. That said, what I'm driving at is, if that is what you are facing right now, how can you manage that situation? It still remains, you know, looking for a support group that will help you through. And if you know that it's too much for you to handle with the boss that you are with, because yes, BIDA will engage the bosses, IOD is also engaging them. We as a group too, we've raised these concerns and all of that. While they are doing that, because that's ongoing, just like what is happening in Nigeria right now, that they kept saying, the poor should keep managing, the poor should keep managing. What if the poor now dies before the country becomes better? You know, there is so much a poor man can take. So if you think it has gotten to that level that you can't take it anymore with particular boss, you are not a tree. You can move. That's my own philosophy of life. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Precious has a question.
Yeah, Mr. Adewale raised up his hand first.
Okay, Mr. Adewale.
It's kindly on mute. Yes, go on. Sorry, We can't really hear you, Mr. Adewale.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so first of right, I think in the first session I asked a question right regarding how to balance the toxicity right within the job role we find ourselves. And again, I'm asking now. I don't know for how many of us are on this job, right? Because we just needed right income to take care of ourselves because we need to be free ourselves. At times, you might get the job of your passion, right? But of course, it might not take you home, and then you might get the job that is not of a passion, but it takes you home. So first of all, I think we need to ask ourselves, right? Why are we here, right? Am I here because of a means of livelihood, or is because I enjoy doing what I'm doing? Because believe you me, right? The world is selfish, right? Everybody is always about self, and it takes a very few. I call them angels, right? That will take a step, right, to look back their shoulder to say, okay, fine, who am I dragging with me, right? Are you okay where you are? So fine. First off, if we are in this profession, right, because of the financial benefit which we get, then one, that's a challenge, right? If we are there because we enjoy doing what we do, then fine. I think we can then start looking for ways to also look out for ourselves. Because sincerely, I don't know who funds Bidan. Sorry, can I ask a question? Who funds Bidan? Hello? Hello, Femi?
Yes, can you hear
Okay,
me?
so Bidan was formed at, why can't you answer, Femi? When was it
I mean, who
founded?
funds?
Oh,
No, who
who
funds?
fund?
Yes, who funds? Where do you get
The banks pay subscription to Bidan, an annual subscription.
Okay, so where am I going to? Now, if the banks pay, right, that means you get a fund from the same people you want to talk to watch over there. So I'm not sure if probably you have the energy, right, to be able to come down on the directors, right, to come, you guys, you need to look out for these people, right? So sorry, I don't mean it in a different way, but I'm just saying here, right, if your funding is coming from a certain group of people, you might not be able to actually hold them accountable for some of these things.
Well, what we can do, it's not that you have to hold them accountable. Because I know that some of the directors, their attitude is, I hustled my way to the top, you to hustle your way. That's some directors' attitude. But what we can do is also organize training programs that can teach them, how to interact with their subordinates. That's the most that we can do. But in terms of telling them this is how to behave, it's also a temperament issue. And sometimes it's also an issue of they are also under pressure. So sometimes that's what determines how a director behaves at a certain time.
It is well. Okay.
All right, thank you. That's Precious.
Are you done with Mr. Adewale? Are you done? Is that all you wanted to say?
Well, it's part of, right? It's part of, so to start with, right, there's no solution, right, that can fix everything, right? First of all, I think we owe it to ourselves, right, to find a place of succor, right, for ourselves. Because believe you me, at some point in my life, right, I was doing a job, right, just because I needed that income to take home to my family, not because I enjoyed doing what I was doing, right? But I looked to my left, to my right, there was no support come from anywhere, right? But I needed to have that income, right, to take home, right? So as I will say, right, there's no. I'm not sure there's an answer for every situation, right? I think we just need to look inward and look for the strength to keep going. Yeah, the countries, the country, the culture, right? The surrounding environment, the scenarios, right? They are not really favorable, right? If you look at it very well, right? It's very toxic. It's very hostile.
This
So
just stems from the
yes,
top, exactly. So
yes.
for
So
instance,
yeah.
even if you look at the government, so what can we do? Precious. Thank you, Mr. Diwali. Precious, please go ahead.
Okay, from my own side, I would like to make a contribution. So I was posted to my company, right? To serve here for a year. So when I came and they were like, oh, you have to be a PA. I've never been a PA before. So I don't know how the job goes. I thought maybe it's more like a secretary or you do this, you take calls, stuff like that. So when I came, I made so many mistakes, so many, and I was hearing it from my boss. Like seriously, I was really, really hearing it. But I noticed that after some time that I started getting used to the job, I started making sure that those mistakes that she points out, I don't repeat them, and I started growing. I started looking for ways to do my job better. The way she talks actually started changing. She started talking to me like how she should. Oh, you do this way, you do that this way. The most important thing is that she noticed that I learn. I love to learn. And if she tells me this, don't do this, I don't do it again. So she on her own part, she tries like making sure I'm providing stuffs that are going to make my own job easier. Oh, you need to do this. If she finds something online, just like okay, just like how she got this webinar for me. She was like, oh, and you need to attend this. I think it will be very good for you. That's exactly what she said on the mail. And that's why I'm here. So she has been trying to make my job better. And I started enjoying my job. And I started looking at, oh, I wish you could retain me. Not because she's like the goodest of all bosses though, but and another thing again, I started viewing her as one, a human, two, a boss, and a woman at the same time. She's taking those roles at the same time. And sometimes when you go meet her and she's in a bad mood, there's a way you will respond. But if you've been with this person for some time, you need to know, oh, this particular time, oh, she's in this mood. Let me not take this to her. Oh, this particular time I can go. There are information you can give to her at a particular time and in a particular mood, and then the response you will really get it. But okay, if somebody is in a bad mood, I'll go and tell her, oh, when something just happened, something bad just happened. Of course, she's not going to take it. She's going to talk rudely at you. You understand me? And if the day we accept or want to do a PA job, we must know that some things comes with the job. It's just like me saying, oh, I want to be a doctor today. So I have to stand for surgeries for hours. It comes with the job. Understand me? Your boss is not the holiest of the holiest person. It's not Jesus Christ you're going to be a PA to. They are humans. They have their own struggles, they have their own problems they go through. Oh, she's not meeting her expectations, she's not meeting her goals. You understand me? They go through struggles too. So that's really my own little take on it, my contribution.
All right. Thank you so much for your contributions, for all your contributions. Everything that is being talked about in this workshop is we're taking notes and we're listening to your contributions. Mr. Ediji, your hands are up. Kindly unmute and ask your question or contribution.
All right. Thank you very much. My contribution concerning the matter on ground is just like it was mentioned at some points during the tips for building a relationship up with your boss. From my own perspective, I feel, or let me just say, from how I started mine, when I've worked with several bosses as their EAs, PAs, as their PA and EA, and I've discovered that they all have different personalities. So number one thing that I did when I started with First Bank and was understanding the personality of my boss, because that's one major thing that I think every one of us need to do with our bosses, understanding who they are, how they work, how they like their work to be done, the kind of person they are, even inside and outside the office, how they relate with everybody, so that you'll be able to know, okay, how do I now manage this person? How do I now do things to make my work easy with this person? And also, one particular thing that I've learned over time is what you won't be able to continue as a PA or as an EA, don't start it, even when you are, what's it called, even when you start the job. For example, now, yes, some people might find it funny or somehow that when I started my work, I was like, okay, once I'm out of the office, due to some reasons, I don't get my mails outside the office. Once I'm out of the office, I don't get office mails. So even my boss got to know that okay, once it's out of the office, once it's past 5, past 6, or whatever time it closes, any mail sent would be attended to the next morning. So anything I need him to do, I communicate it via WhatsApp or other means of communication. So just like that, some other people might see it as, oh, which nonsense, what nonsense is that, and all like that. But I know that sometimes I don't get these mails, and he understood. So the major thing is, and I made him understand that oh, okay, this that is happening. I communicate via WhatsApp to him also. And it has been going on very well. If he needs me to do something, either calls me or WhatsApp me once it is outside office hours. Yes, it might not work with other bosses, but it's working for him and it's working for me because I've understood how to relate with him. So every other person too needs to understand that, okay, how can I relate with my boss? How can I meet with them? How can I do things to both benefit me and also benefit my boss? Having that goal of fulfilling your purpose as a PA or EA or TA in mind. So the major thing is execute the major goals that you have. The way you execute it is now what you need to work on so that it won't affect your mental health, it won't affect you in any way. And another thing that I've noticed again with many of these bosses that I've worked with is they need you to be proactive. They need you to be able to think on your feet and be able to just, even before they ask you to do something, do it, get it done already. Not that, okay, they should be the one doing the thinking for you. They want you to be able to save them the time, save them the time that they need to also bosses and learn how to relate with them better.
All right. Thank you, Sayojiji, for your contribution. Do we have any other questions, questions or contribution? Okay. Okay. In the absence of Ms. Bukola, do you want to say something?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. All right. In the absence of no question or contribution, I want to thank everyone. I want to thank everyone for attending this workshop and participating actively in this workshop. We at BIDAN are very glad that we're able to conduct this workshop. It's in favor of the bank directors, but it's also in favor of you. We are equipping you with knowledge and skills that will help you assist your professional growth and their growth as well. So we want to thank everyone for attending this workshop and participating actively for it. I'm concluding on I saw somebody with an iPhone name. just iPhone. Please rename yourself because I'm concluding on the attendance. All right, for day one. Okay. Yeah. So on that note, I would like to close this session with a good photograph. But before then, with Mr. Abiodun. But before then, tomorrow is going to be another impactful session. We are going to talk on 2 modules: leveraging digital technology and tools for seamless networking, to be taken by Mr. Sheyi Abiodun. And then the last module for this workshop, practical networking strategies for professional growth and career advances. We're going to see Mr. Eitayo's face again. On that note, kindly turn on your videos. Mr. Abiodun. Mr. Abiodun. Okay, I can see you now. Okay, I can't see you, but okay, now I can see you. Do you have any other thing to say to the participants? Can you hear me?
Yeah, muted, Mr. Abiodun. Do you have anything you want to add?
No, I'm fine. Totally fine.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Okay, so let's take our group photographs.
Yes.
And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow, bright and early at 10 a.m. again. It's a Saturday, so I know that after a long week, it can be a drag. But we promised that it will be worth our while. And at least we'll be able to turn on our videos and see ourselves. And it's important for us to network. Maybe this is the beginning of an association for personal assistants or bank directors. We never can tell. So please, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning, bright and early at 10 a.m. Thank you. Femi, over to you.
Yes. Tomorrow we'll also be doing a case study discussion. So it's going to be after the module 4. There's 45 minutes. We're going to break out into groups, and then there's case studies. There are case studies developed by our facilitators. We're going to discuss and then present on those scenarios and situations. So kindly turn on your videos. Let's take the second group photograph. Good morning, everyone. Welcome you all to the day 2 of this workshop. Yesterday was really engaging and interactive, and I want to thank everyone for participating in the session and discussion. Today is another day. Today is another day. I want us to bring the same energy that we used yesterday into the session. It's going to be more practical and more interactive. I have on this call my colleague, Chidima, the Research and Development Officer. I'm going to start today's session with a module from our esteemed facilitator, Mr. Sheyi Abiodun. Yesterday, he gave you a tip of the iceberg of his total session. So today, we're going to go in depth into a session on leveraging digital technology and tools for seamless networking. Mr. Sheyi Abiodun, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, thank you. Like I said, welcome everyone again to this session. Let's all be interactive and actively participate in today's session. Thank you so much, Mr. Sheyi Abiodun. Floor is yours.
So, Mr. Femi. Morning, everyone. So we are going to be looking at, it's more like a continuation of what we did yesterday. But before then, we would do a recap of yesterday's session. So is anyone willing to volunteer to just share with us what you learned yesterday, maybe one pointer, one thing that stood out for you from the second module. So one thing that stood out for you before I say one or two things about the subject, and then we go into today's class. Anyone wants to volunteer? Do I have a volunteer in the house? You can just unmute yourself and talk if you can. Okay, so I'm left with the option of putting people on the spot. I didn't want to do that before. Mr. Kenneth, do you want to share with us in few seconds what you learned yesterday? Your takeaway. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. We all had a peaceful night rest. Yeah, first from the outside there on the networking. In short, I gained immensely on the real benefit of networks, problems of network. I think I got a lot of it. And then also topical was the issue of whether nobody got our back. In short, I tell you all I learned from you in particular, and also from Miss Adebukola also was really fantastic. And the experiences shared by my fellow participant was also something really enriching. I'm looking forward for another highly enriching session this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any other person? Thank you so much. Any other person? You have something to add to what he has said? Anyone? I'm looking at our names. Okay, I can see Mr. Adewale. Mr. Adewale Odugbeson, please. One or two
Hello.
things in this class. Yeah.
Hello. Good morning, everyone.
Morning, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think for me, though painful, right? But what I've learned is that, right, the vision of your boss, right, has to be your own vision. If at all you want to make any headway, right, it's painful knowing that, right, that you you are living someone else's dream, right? But sincerely, right, for me, I think it's a hard reality that actually I'm actually living someone else's dream, right, while I'm in this position. So, but I think all well and good. But by and large, right, if we can keep up with some of the stuff we have learned, right, if you try to take stock of where you were then and where you will be, right, in some years time, definitely, right, a lot of impact will have gone because you actually, socializing with the best, right, at the top. You understand what I'm saying? So of course the impact is there. So apart from waiting for someone to look out for you, I think just try and grabbing what you can, right, within this time frame you have, because by the time you become something, of course our aspiration is also to become, right, senior people in the future, and so we can leverage with what we have learned, right, through this journey. Though painful, but of course it is what it is the world we live in.
Excellent, excellent. All right, thank you so much. Okay, someone had just left a comment, said, trying to read it out. Good morning, Shay. You must be professional as an employee serving under boss. That's for me. Okay, you must be a professional as an employee serving under your boss. That's for me. Okay, thank you so much. In order not to waste too much of our time, I wanted to call, what was her name again? Is it Sandra now? It was so much, she was so much, her comments stood out yesterday. Okay, that she disagreed with another person. What's her name again? Is she on the call?
Not yet. Not yet.
Oh, she's not there yet.
Hold on.
Okay.
She'll be joining us soon. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Sorry for interjecting, right? Probably to the facilitators, right? Can we also have sessions that deal with probably a counselor, or something, right? So at least they can help, detoxify some of the feelings that we have. Just putting out there. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Femi, please, that's for you. Please note that, please.
Yes, we're taking notes of every contribution that's being made in this workshop. We're taking notes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Let me just share, some of my own thoughts too. from yesterday's class. Trying to, can you all see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes,
Okay.
we can.
Yes, we can. We can
Thank
see
you,
it.
Precious. Thank you so much. So my own thoughts, I shared this yesterday, and this is, if there's anything I've held on to in the last 13 years of my career, it is that it is not enough for you to do good works. People must see, and this is very scriptural as well. If you're a Christian or you're a Muslim, there's somewhere, I'm sure that there's somewhere even in the Muslim Quran that talks about letting people see the work that you do, right? Because it's the way to go. And this is what has helped in the last couple of years. And we also talked about building your relationship with your boss. We mentioned that there are several personality types, right? And for you to achieve success in working with your boss, you need to understand how your boss wants to be supported, because you cannot support your boss on your own terms. You have to understand how the person wants to be supported. Where is the person going? What is the person's professional goal? What's the person's personal goal? So all of those things are things that you must understand about your boss, so that you effectively, because the way we are as assistants, we are managers. We are managers of our boss's productivity. I saw a video where someone was talking about the Virgin guy. I've forgotten his name, and the owner of Virgin Atlantic. So the guy runs, I've forgotten his name now. It escaped me. The guy runs over 100 companies. And how is he able to, Richard Branson, thank you. So he runs over 100 companies, and how he's able to do that is because he has an assistant that is very hands-on. So it's the assistant that pretty much manages everything for him. And the only thing that gets to Richard's table are things that the assistant cannot handle at a level. Because some people ask him that, how do you cope managing all these enormous responsibilities and all of that? That is not me. It's my assistant that is doing all the work. All I get to do is the things that is above our pay grade that she cannot handle. Those are the things that I get to see. So assistants are more than a useful resource to their bosses. So I have this video that just drives home the message that you should not just deliver cutting-edge value, but find every possible means to let people see and know the work that you are bringing, the value that you are bringing. So I'm going to play this video, one of the best videos I've seen in recent times. Let me know if you...
If you are technically brilliant, so you're 10 out of 10 technically brilliant.
If you can hear the video, let me know. Can you hear the video? I've stopped it and I just wanted to know whether you guys can hear it.
Yes,
Yes, we can hear the video.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, we
so
can.
I'll start it again. Oof. I was able to do it before.
Yes, click on it
Okay.
like that.
Technically brilliant, so you're 10 out of 10 technically brilliant. However, if your ability to communicate is a 3 out of 10, do you think people perceive you to be a 10 out of 10 or a 3 out of 10? We are only as good as we can communicate. As you improve your ability to communicate, you improve the impact that you have within your teams. You improve the impact that you can have in your personal lives. I've taught this to thousands of students, and I always see the same thing. Technically brilliant individuals not being recognized for how amazing they truly are. And it's simply because they keep telling others that, oh, I'll let my work speak for itself. Why not do both? Why not do both? We live in a society of this or that. It's not or, it's and. It's both. When you become undeniably great technically and you become undeniable with your communication skills, do you know what happens? Reality becomes negotiable. You can negotiate any reality you desire.
Thank you. So what's your takeout? What's your takeout from the video? Anyone? Rebecca, what's your takeout from the video?
I wanted to omit myself. It just resonates what you said earlier when you started something that worked for you, that is not enough to do good works, that you need to find a way to influence your community. That I just ruminate that even though you are technically brilliant, you are good in what you are doing, if you don't find a way to showcase it, people will not know how brilliant you are or how good you are. Just ruminate on what you have said earlier, where you started, what has worked for you. And I think it's very important. Sometimes we are just at our desks doing our work, and our boss or people around us might not know how good we are or how we have put in the effort we have put in for the work, or unless we are able to showcase it one way or the other for them to realize that this person has been have done a huge contribution to the success of the organization. We just need to find a way to be able to showcase that.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. Precious, do you want to say something?
I don't want to say anything, but I agree with Rebecca. I agree with her.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. So let's just continue. I think let's now go into today's lecture, which is leveraging digital technology and tools for seamless networking. So we're going to be doing a bit of hands-on today. I'm going to be showing you some apps. I'm going to show you how to do things. So some of it, you might not have seen it before. Some, you might have seen it before. So just pay attention, and if at any point in time you don't understand, please feel free to let me know. So why digital tools? Why do we need to use digital tools for our work? These are some of the reasons why we need digital tools for our work. Number one, making it easier to find and connect with people who share your interest, goals, or are in the same industry. You can use digital tools to connect with people who share the same interest as you, who share the same goals as you, and who are in the same industry as you. The other one is it enables us to communicate, not just communicate, but collaborate with our network across different platforms and devices. And of course, it provides us with real-time updates and alerts on networking activities and needs. And of course, it also allows us to measure and optimize our network performance and impact. So these are some of the digital tools that professionals can use, to both increase your own personal brand, because now you must start seeing yourself, even though you are living to support your boss, you must also see yourself as a brand supporting a brand. You are a brand. You are a personal brand that is supporting another brand. So how do you present yourself online, within your office, and in places in your own sphere of influence, whether in your social groups and everywhere you find yourself? How do you present yourself as a brand? So these are some of the tools that you can use to enhance your imagery, because it is not really about what you know, even though what you know is important. It is how you present what you know to people. And this thing, as I see it a lot of times, people that don't know what some of us know are cutting the money in the marketplace. And we, with all our knowledge, we are not able to monetize. We are not able to break out of our cocoon because we have not mastered these things. So the first platform, the first tool you use to enhance your personal brand is called social media platforms. These are online platforms that allow you to create. So the basic utility of social media is to create, share content, interact, join communities, and all of that. Examples of platforms that we are all on this platform. Maybe we may not be very active, but a lot of us are on the platform: Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, now X, then Instagram, Thread, a lot of them like that. Those are social media platforms. We are going to consider this in the next slide. The other set of tools that you can use to enhance your personal brand is what is called networking apps. These are mobile applications that you can use to discover and meet people who are nearby or have similar background, goals, or interests. These are the examples: Meetup, Bombies, Sharp. So those are the tools that you can use to look for people and meet people. Another example that I didn't put here is Tinder. For those that are, maybe looking to get married and you're looking for a platform where they are single, because all these things, people use it and they get results. So we shouldn't put so much consider the negatives and overlook the positives. For every platform, there are positives. So all you need to know how to do is how can I leverage the positives and do away with as much as possible, because you need to also understand that there are risks in every part of life. So one of the things I do, apart from my 9 to 5, is that I do finance influencing, and I give a lot of financial talk. I do financial trainings for companies, and I do trainings like this as well for companies. So one of the questions I get asked a lot in my financial sessions is, tell me an investment that has no risk. I said there is no investment. There is no investment in the world now that doesn't have a risk factor. You can only have less risk, maybe medium risk, high risk, but you want that doesn't have any risk, it's a lie. You're not going to get it. Even though when you keep your money in the bank, there is still a risk of theft to that money. We've had cases of people that were just going to work, one chance, attack them on the way, they carry them, and the next thing, they ask them to transfer all the money in their account to another account. We've had cases of money disappearing from people's account mysteriously because they gave out sensitive information. So what I'm saying is, in life, we cannot avoid risk. What we can do is to look at the risk, do our cost-benefit analysis, and look at how to mitigate and how to control those risks. So the next set of tools are branding and simple graphics designing tool. A very good example is Canva, which I'm going to show us how to design basic things with Canva. Then the last part of digital tools are collaboration tools, that you can use to work with. Maybe you have a team of people that you work with. Example of collaboration tool is what we are using right now, which is Zoom. Zoom is a collaboration tool. Microsoft Teams, maybe in your own office, a lot of offices may not use Zoom. They'll probably be using Teams, and some people will prefer Skype. Those are collaboration tools. Google Workspace, Slack are all collaboration tools that you can use for professional brand enhancement. So let's talk about social media. So social media gives us the ability to create content, sell products, build communities, form interactions and customer experiences in a way that only large corporations could do a few decades ago. So this is very revelatory, or this is very, if you think about how social media, if you could share testimony, we would say social media has helped a lot of people. Before now, the son of the poor man has no hope. A rich man's son, a rich man has to help you. But now, a rich man does not have to help you now as a poor man's son. If you have brain, with your phone and your voice, if you are very good, if you are talented, maybe you know how to sing, you can easily take your phone, record yourself, put it on TikTok, put it on Instagram Reel, and boom, before you know it, algorithm does its magic, and you are out there. And you can mention a ton of people that have gone through these routes. They were nobodies, but social media, thank God for Mark Zuckerberg. People like that. Thank God for him for developing that kind of platform that can now help people. They have now become a voice, and they're now making money, and they're now making impact and all of that. One of the very important parts of social media is community, and I'm going to dwell so much on that. How to build a community around yourself, because really, it is not just why do you want to be a brand? You want to be a brand because you want a few people to buy into you. Or how you become a brand is when you have a community of people who believe in you. When all of us appear online, what we are trying to do is we are trying to build trust with people, right? And if you sell anything outside of work, maybe you are involved in one selling or the other. This is one of the keys to social media selling. One of the keys is that people buy when they trust you. So the first thing is you are trying to get people to trust you. When they have trusted you, whatever you say. Now, I've gotten to a space on my Instagram, right? People that I know from nowhere send messages and tell me, I have this 20 million. Please, what can I invest it in? And I'm looking at how is that my business? But that's what social media can do. When you have built a brand, when you have built trust in people, some people tell me that I have this channel with my husband. My husband is this, and I'm telling you real life stories. I'm like, go and tell your pastor in your church now. I'm not a pastor. I'm not a marriage counselor and all of that. But because I have built a brand, I have built trust in my followers. And that is how to think about personal brand. So talent no longer need to rely excessively on promoters. With their phones and data, they can now show their world what they can do, regardless of where they live. So in the same way, whether you have one talent, some of us mentioned that we can cook. Some of us mentioned that we can draw. All those things that are hobbies to you, that you do at your leisure, right? That you do out of work. My goal is to help us to be able to think of how to, maximize our work, which is important, and also maximize our own life. Because there are two kinds of assistants. There are two broad divisions of assistants. There are those that are called lifers. This is not on my slide. It just came to me and I thought I should put it out. Lifers, Lifers. And we have the non-lifers. The lifers are those who get the role of assistants, PA, EA, TA, and remain there till they resign, till they retire, sorry. They are lifers. But there are other set of people that are non-lifers. Non-lifers are those that get the job of an assistant. They work at it so well, then they look at other things they can transition into within the organization. Maybe while you are doing the work, you realize that you are more of a commercial person. You like marketing, that's your flair. So working as an assistant, you now start developing yourself along the lines of marketing while working as an assistant. So when opportunities come within your company, it can be lateral movement, it can be vertical movement, any kind of movement. When opportunity comes, you now seize the opportunity and you transition into that new role. So if you're on the other end of the spectrum, sorry,
go on.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So if you are on the other side of the spectrum where you want to transition into something else, I also feel that this will be a great help for you. So these are some of I mentioned that our phones, and technology and digital channels, people that were nobodies have become somebody. Sabinus is one of the brands now. This guy probably charges what some of us cannot even see in a year. He probably charges it once for a show. And these are the guys. These guys, Ikorodu boys. They just started dancing. They started mimicking. Once they see a part of a movie, they will recreate it with wheelbarrows in a funny way. And before you know it now, some of them are already featuring in movies. Some of them are already transitioning into proper acting. And this Taoma, they were nobodies before. But with technology, with social media, they've been able to build personal brands for themselves. So I said we now have a voice and more choices than ever before, still on social media. So when you're talking about using social media for professional networking, one of the things we must understand, there are 3 C's of social media that you need to understand. Now we are narrowing it down because I know that I'm talking to professionals. So 3 C's of content, of social media. The first one is content. It's very important. The currency in social media is value. And that value is created by producing and sharing valuable content. So a lot of people have asked me before, oh, how do I grow my followership on social media? There is no other way around it than sharing. You have to give people a reason to want to follow you. that there's something called FOMO in marketing, is fear of missing out. You have to create that if you don't fall, I'm missing out. They have to feel it, that I don't want to miss any of the things that this guy posts. Until you get to that level, you might not really attract people, the kind of audience that you want to your personal brand. So content is king. Content is key. It's not just about sharing pictures or just having accounts. I made a post sometimes ago about LinkedIn, that if you don't have a job, or you are looking for a job, and it's taking so long, I've not gotten any offer and all of that, and you have a LinkedIn account, then there's something you're not doing correctly. Because I know some people will confirm, or some people would agree, that almost weekly, some of us get job opportunities. It's now all saying, no, I don't want to change your job now. And I'm talking about some jobs that you even be tempted to say, I got a job maybe sometimes at the beginning of the year. When the guy sent me, and I was asking, okay, what's the pay like? What's the pay range like? First, it was an international recruiter. The company that was recruiting for them was from abroad. When the guy met, it was a white guy, and was like, okay, they are looking, the budget for the role is around $5,500 per month. That's the salary. And then they're also looking at, I will have maybe 2 tickets to travel annually. I'm like, hey, please tell me more about this job. And how did that happen? Because I was found on LinkedIn. Because I've created that presence on LinkedIn. Because before people meet you, let them meet your work. That's what social media affords you the opportunity of. It affords you the opportunity of letting people meet your work. It is because of your work, they will not be looking for you. Who is this person that has created this work? And without sounding like blowing alarm, every day I get those kind of messages. Messages about collaboration, messages about doing something for a brand, messages about doing one thing or the other, and outside my job. I mentioned yesterday that the kind of money I even make from what I do out of my job a month is more than what I collect as my salary. But because I love my job, and I love the fact that job allows you to be able to plan. It's a very good planning tool while we are working towards maybe we want to exit or not. Content is very important. The next C is community. One major benefit of participating in social media is opportunity to position yourself as a key influencer. And a great way to do that is by engaging your audience and building a community. So these three C's, flows. If you have not put your content aright, you cannot attract a community. And if you don't have a community, it is very difficult. One of the most difficult things to do is to convince another human being. Selling is about convincing another human being. You want to convince another human being to change his mind and adopt your own way of thinking. That's what selling is about. It is very difficult because even God cannot control human beings. God himself left you, he cannot control. Salvation is a choice. So a lot of people probably go to hell because they refuse to accept what they can accept. So God himself cannot force man. If God cannot force man, how can a man now force another man to do something that he does not want to do? That's what social media is. Community. So that's why you must invest into building trust, into building community. After you have done the second C very well, that's when you can now do commerce. That's when sales can now. I'm doing a 1 month financial coaching program. I did it I've done 3 quarters. The last quarter it's a WhatsApp group. I do Zoom sessions with them as well. I invite people to do the session with them as well, just teaching them how to invest in structured instruments like shares, REITs, mutual funds, ETFs, and all of those kind of structured investments, so they don't because I hate seeing people losing money in MMM and all those kind of fake investments. So as at yesterday, for the 3rd quarter I was pushing for, I had over 125 registrations, people that have registered and paid 125, a WhatsApp group, a WhatsApp class. Even though the fee is discounted, I said, okay, 50% discount, the class is 20,000. And you guys are paying 50%. So 50%, 10K, my Paystack account has not less than 1.2 million in a week, because I posted, the first time I posted that class, I talked about it was this past week, maybe on Monday or Sunday. So think about it. And this is what I do passively, just by the side, right? So how did I get to that level? Community, investing in community. So what are the fundamentals of content? Now that you want to start your journey you want to start positioning yourself as a brand online, what are some of the things that you need to now know? I've talked about content. Content cannot be further broken down into educative content, informative content, entertainment content, then call to action content. So if I want to sell something online now, I don't just start by, you don't grow your page by telling people to buy something. No. If you have maybe you are the one in charge of your company's Instagram account or company's Facebook account, and you want to help your sales, or you want to help your sales team to achieve more results where sales is concerned, you have to think about educative content. That's what I do. How-to videos, how-to content, telling people. So if I want to start a food business as a chef today, and I want to grow I want to use Instagram as my major platform to drive the business, what am I going to do? I would give my all to creating how-to videos. Number one, how to create recipes for jollof rice. I will do a video. How to season your chicken, or how to season your turkey. Those are the kind of content that draws people's attention. They'll start, oh, okay, until they don't start seeing you as an expert, they start relying on you. We all have that page where we go to learn one thing or the other today. We all have that page, maybe one frequent page that you must ensure. Someone like me, I visit Nairametrics on a daily basis. I want to see what they are posting, because that's my space. I want to see what they are posting, financial news. I want to know what they are talking about, finances. What's the dollar saying now, and all of that. The next one that looks like education post is information or informative post. This major difference between these two posts is information is more about, you're just telling them, you're just giving information. Like Nairametrics is basically an informative, an information-driven platform. So what they do is to give you information about the market, information about what is happening around, and all of that. So you as well, whatever it is you want to do, you can also leverage informative content. And of course, the next one is entertainment content. A lot of times, so a lot of people think that the only thing you do on social media is, because you want to go on social media, you must shake your bum bum, you must dance like someone that does not have sense. It's not compulsory. I don't have a video where I ever danced on my social media, because I'm not even a dancing person. But how do I infuse entertainment into what I do? I look at how we communicate. I look at regular things that we say. I might be writing something serious. I'll just infuse some. I'll say they play. Just some of the things. Or some of the lingua, that popular lingua that is flying around. I just find a way to infuse it into my content. That is my own way of entertainment. Very subtle. Then the last part is now the call to action. After you have done all these three consistently, and people trust you enough, you can now tell them, buy this, follow me, do this, and all of that. But call to action is always after a post, and people will start responding to your call to action posts when you've done all this successfully. So let me zero to how to build your LinkedIn. So this is my LinkedIn account. As of today, I have 15,722 followers. This is what my platform looks like. If your LinkedIn account is not better than this, you need to go and work on it today. So I'm going to show you how to design your own LinkedIn platform so it looks this professional, because it is. I got a research. This is research. It's not me. You can Google it. That there's something called likability, and people can link intelligence to how your profile looks. So people seeing your profile, people can say, this guy will be intelligent because he's dressed in suit. And that's why people mistake bankers for intelligent people, because of the suits. Once they see a banker, this guy must have something on his, it must be very intelligent. So there is a very strong link. It's not me that said, it's research. A very strong link between how you look and your likability index. Your likability index can increase because of how you look. So that's what I'm saying in essence. So I want to show you, I have an additional result that I will share on how to grow your LinkedIn presence. It's a PDF form. Let me see how to. I will stop sharing this one. I will share that. On how to, is it? Sorry. So I'm trying to share looking for you to share. Okay. So I developed this document. Can you see document? Please confirm if you can see.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
we
you so much.
can.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
So
we can.
growing your LinkedIn profile, like I said, if your LinkedIn does not look better than what I just showed you, you need to work on it today. Right. So what do you need to now do to optimize? There's something called LinkedIn optimization. How do you optimize your profile? And I mustn't lie, I wanted to show you, maybe I'll show you later if I can. A message I got from someone yesterday that said there is a training on marketing and this and that they want me to come and facilitate. I'm like, where's all this thing coming from? Why are you people? But your profile can give people an inclination, can develop interest in people wanting to meet you. That's the essence. So your profile is key to attracting followers, whether it's your full profile page or a short summary. It must appeal to the type of audience you want to reach. Quality personal image is very important. So if you're going to, it starts with your profile picture. Please, all this, you see some people, their profile picture is if they're lying on the bed or they're in the market. Why? Or they just took one Android phone that is not clear and all of that. No, please don't do that. If you have to go and pay money, and I don't even have to pay, there are AI apps like Remini AI. All you just need to do, take a selfie, put it on Remini. Remini will generate nice professional portraits for you that you can use. Your profile picture needs to be professional. And also another one is your background artwork. So you can see this one now. This is the background. I've changed it now. This was what I used to have before. When I designed this document, I had 12,000 followers. Now it's 15,000. So I need to update this document. Quality professional image and background artwork, which you can design using Canva. I'll show you how to do that on Canva. The next one is I'm talking about how to grow your LinkedIn profile. How did I grow from 500? An average person has 1,000 followers. How did I grow from 1,000 followers on LinkedIn to 15,000? What did I do? These are the things I did. Professional, I ensured I have a good professional image. I did my background artwork with Canva. The next one is post visual images designed in form of a picture, because it attracts more engagement than text-based posts. So do something like this now. Sometimes I just posted something, this thing I designed it on Canva as well. I'll show you how to design it. Everyone is celebrating big career wins, but you feel stuck, like you're working against, like things are working against you. This post is a reminder that God does not forget any man. Your time will come. You will catch up, and it will be like a dream if you don't lose hope. So posts like this, when you share posts like this, you are doing two things. It gives you more visibility, that's number one. Number two is it gives people the opportunity to be able, it increases your shareability index, meaning that it's easier for people to share. When you are designing a content, it is not for you alone.
Mr. Abiodun?
Yep.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Adewale, can you see the screen?
Sorry, mine is blank. Probably I need to just log out and log back in.
Yes, everybody else can see the screen. I think I can see the screen.
You can't see it. Okay.
I can see it. For e-accounts.
Okay, don't worry. I will log out and log back in. I think it's for my end. Yeah, thanks.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. So the next number 2 is post visual images. So I said when you post images like this, you are doing 2 things. Number 1 is you are gaining visibility. That's good. But the other one that is very important is that you are increasing your shareability. When we do social media, the hallmark of social media is that you post the content and someone else, it resonates with them so much that they can share it. So you have to make it easy for them to share. Something that you write on, if you just, when you log on to LinkedIn, the first thing you see is what do you have in mind or what are you thinking about? Something like that. I think that's the phrase. What do you have in mind or what are you thinking of? Something like that. So if you just write it out like that, you have not made it easy for people to share. It's not easy for people to share across all platforms. People tell me that, oh, I see your content and I share it I take a screenshot, I share it on my WhatsApp. So this kind of content, when you do your content this way, it's easier for people. They are your ambassadors. People that I don't know, they are sharing my content, they are promoting my brand. The next one, okay, just to emphasize this, that posts with images that the posts you do like this attract 2 times the number of comments than a normal text-based post, what you just type. Then the other one is posts with videos are 5 times more likely to attract comments, and in general 3 times more engagement. So what that means is doing a video is so good on LinkedIn that it doesn't even have to be your video. Like the video I played at the beginning of this session is someone else's video. I shared that same video on my LinkedIn. I got comment. All I just need to do is to reference them, tag them. So you can repost content. You don't have to create content yourself every time to grow your social media following. And according to LinkedIn, posts with live videos attract 24 times more engagement. The good news is I already said that you don't have to. Then the third part of how to grow your LinkedIn account is to choose a specialization and let your content be around these areas. Personally, I post content on marketing, finance, and career. I don't post any other thing. Marketing, finance, and something that is career related. So I specify my content so I can have my own audience. The next one is, if you have an official email account, link your profile to your email signature so that if you send people email, they should be able to, from that signature, your name is Sheyi Abiodun, strategic assistant, Dangote. After my company's logo, where my name is, you can click from my mail and go straight to my LinkedIn. So what that does is, it also increases potential followership. So people who I send mails to, they can actually follow me. People have actually followed me from there because I send them mail and my profile is attached to my email. Then number 5, post relevant content regularly. If you are in a startup phase with less than 500 followers, you need to post minimum of 2 times daily. In your post, use keywords, hashtags. Number 7, set a target to send out minimum connection requests, 20 contacts daily. So another one is mention influencers and companies you admire in your posts. So you can do a post and mention an influencer that you really admire. And the good thing with LinkedIn is when you mention the name of an influencer in your posts, or they are called thought leaders. When you mention the name of a thought leader in your post and that person likes your post, that liking your post alone immediately makes your post visible to all the followers of that person. That's a very good trick to use. So if I do a post, I can say, according to so person, and I tag that person. She said, I just build a content around what that person said. If she sees it, let's say she has 500,000 followers. She sees it and she likes that post. Liking alone in LinkedIn, because it's reacting. It's called react. Reacting to your post alone in LinkedIn automatically make put that my post in the front of 500,000 followers that she has. So that means that more people can actually follow me from that action alone. So share plenty of videos and visual content, share posts, follow influencers and engage with their comments. So what I'll just do is I will share this document so you can just follow through on how to do that. So let me now go to the next slide is hands-on how to use Canva. The next slide, because I've said you should design your banner and all of that with Canva. Let me show you how to, in case you don't already know how to do that. So you can download Canva app and you can use the free version. You can also use the free version first though. You don't have to pay first. But the only difference is when you pay, you know how all these apps work. For the ones that you are paying for the ones that you don't pay for, your use of images will be restrictive compared to the one that you paid for. I'm trying to see whether I don't know whether I can share this. Whether I can share my, okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So this is what Canva looks like. So once you log in, I've already logged in. I'm always logged in anyways. So let's say you want to design your LinkedIn banner. So the good thing is there are categories. There are categories in Canva like this. So you can see all the categories. This is the home. These are the projects I've worked on. So Canva is basically a template-based graphic design app that anyone can use. There are several, maybe over 1 million templates. I don't know how many templates of different things. You can just pick one and put your own picture and design it to your own taste and download and go and use it for your LinkedIn. Let me assume I want to design one like that now, social media. So the first thing I did was to click on social media. So it gave me Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. I want to do LinkedIn. So you can see under LinkedIn, there are different things. There is LinkedIn background photo, there's LinkedIn posts, there's LinkedIn single image, LinkedIn video. I want to do LinkedIn background. So I click on that. It takes me here, and I can see all the templates, different templates here on the left-hand side of my screen. I can see different templates. Let's say I'm a finance person. I'm an executive assistant. So that's management support. Let's see whether it's management support. Yeah. So these are some of the templates that is already here. Let's say I like this one. I like this template. So my name is Sheyi Abiodun. I just change this is Abel to Sheyi Abiodun. Then I put this where the volunteer manager, I can put my post there, strategic assistant or strategic. I like using strategic executive, strategic assistant. If I want to put my mail, I can put my mail here. What I'm pretty much doing is just editing just changing what they have put there. I'm not designing anything. So I can put my email here, sheyitheassistant@gmail.com. I can put my number if I want. I don't want to put my number. If I don't want to put my number, I've deleted it. Yeah. Then she has a picture here. This is a picture. I can't use that picture. I will change the picture to my picture. This is it. This is what the picture looks like done. I can upload my picture. See, upload files. Wherever my picture is, let me go and bring a picture from my computer, any of my picture that I've saved on my computer before. Just look for my picture that I've saved before. This one picture, I've seen one. Then I just drag it into that space. I've dragged it into that space. You can see my picture, right? Then there's so much space between. There's too much space between the Sheyi and the Abiodun. I can move it by just clicking it down, moving it. Sheyi Abiodun. This ant, I don't understand what this ant is about. I can delete it. So I've just designed my own LinkedIn banner. That's it. Then here, I download it. Download. Download. I download it like that, and it's downloaded on my system. I go to my LinkedIn. Let me just show you what I've downloaded. So this is what I've just designed. Okay, you won't see it because it's not sharing. But what I've just designed, I can download it and then go to my LinkedIn and update it. So I've designed my LinkedIn banner. Let me show you, because I said another very important thing is that you need to post content that are easy for people to share, right?
Mr.
So
Abiodun,
those content.
sorry.
Yes.
Yes, please. Please, do you have any question on that stage, on that part? Can everybody do that on their own, or do you have any question? I'm seeing a lot of people.
If you have questions, please feel free to ask.
Feel free to ask.
Okay, please. I think I have a question.
Yes, thank you.
I was just trying to install the app now. So I was asked to either use my Apple wherever login or email, and I did that. So they're asking me what will I be using the app for? So for personal, non-profits, or charity, students, large company, and whatnot. So I don't know what to.
Just use personal.
All right, thank you.
Personal. Who has any other question? Mr. Kenneth, you look, is it, I hope it's not confusing. I can't hear you, you're muted.
Yes, you're
muted.
I'm enjoying it, honestly.
Excellent.
Yes,
Excellent.
thank you. Yes.
Excellent. So who else has any other question? Do you have any other question on? It's actually be good. I like what David is doing. Do you understand? Actually download the app. Just try it yourself because it's really very important. Just try it as we're. Okay, so let me show you how to. You can use to create content for every social media platform, right? It's not just limited to LinkedIn. So let me go to. I want to now create a post that I want to make easy for people to share. Let me say I want to create LinkedIn post now. I put LinkedIn post. Look for it. It gives me templates of different posts. You can even do a flyer. Maybe you want to recruit somebody, these are different templates. You can design anything. But for me, these are the kind of posts I do a lot. Posts that allows me to write out things, share my thoughts. So these are examples that I've already. These are examples of posts that I've done. So these are examples. So I posted this yesterday. A YouTuber was asked, I posted this on my Instagram. A YouTuber was asked for growth hacks. He said, I started gaining traction after uploading my 700th video. Can you remind me how much work you have produced since you started? So this is just like a motivation for people, for you to gain traction in anything, it takes time. Oh, how did I get to 15,000 followers? It took time and it took work. It didn't just happen by chance. This guy said he started gaining traction. He knew that it is not a success and people started calling him successful. And the only thing he could remember is, he went to check and saw that I have posted my 700th video on YouTube. So if you want, let's say you want to design something like this right now, just write out whatever you want to write out the same way, right? I changed it. Okay, let me do it afresh so it's clear. Let me do it afresh. So I want to write out something that looks like it, because that's more like a tweet. I want to write out something that looks like a tweet. I just put tweets, right? These are different templates. Let's say I like this one. I click on the one I like, replace current. This one I like. But the person that has said this is called Jessa Lee. I can change Jessa Lee. Just put my name there. I click on it and push Sheyi. Abiodun. The Abiodun is not well done. I space it out. The space is covering the verification icon. I can click on that, I move it. Click on that and move it. I bring my Sheyi Abiodun up. This is the person's handle. I can change this to my handle.
Wow.
Which is actually the assistant. So whatever I want to say, what do I want to say? Okay, let me just say what we have said today, that it is not enough to be great. People must know that you are great. That's what I want to share. What are these things? Inspiration quotes, motivation Mondays. Today is not Monday. I can take that out. The other things are the time. Then this color, do I like this color? I can change this color. If I don't like it, this means background. If I like blue, there are options to change to any color that you like. These are the various colors. And even if, okay, let's say I like this color now, but I don't like the shade of this color. Here, I can change the shade of that color. It's same color, different shades. I can change the shade, whichever way I like. Let's say this is the shade I like, and I'm done. I've checked to see that everything is well done. Then I can download. I can go and download and then post it on any platform.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please, go on.
Where you wrote the white background, is it possible to change it? Can you change it too?
This, yes.
Where the writings,
because
yes.
This white background is actually an image. It's an image.
Okay.
See?
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
You can remove it because it's an image.
Okay.
And I can change the entire thing to white if that's what I want. This is thing. You can always play around with it. It's a lot of these templates are very user friendly. Once you start, I know how to do a lot of things on Canva now because I use it every day. And every day, okay, someone is raising. Shade, please go on.
I'm just concerned about plagiarism. As in, if you see a post by someone that you like and you kind of, can't you repost it rather than edit? And because it's like you're taking somebody's material and presenting as if you are the one that came up with that. But if you repost and then put your comments after, I'm just wondering, there's a thin line.
Yeah, that's okay. I totally understand what you said. You're right, plagiarism. But what we are doing here, you understand? These are templates, right? That you have permission to use. What I have done is to remove what that person said. The only thing I'm just using is the design of that person.
Okay.
Everything I'm putting are my words, not the person's words. Do you understand? Okay. I'm just using the design that person used. Okay. And by using Canva, as a matter of fact, when you start creating, you get to a point where you start creating on Canva, right? You would agree, when you join their creator platform, you will agree that any design that you even create by yourself, you have given out the rights for anybody to use it. Because now on this my Canva, I'm paying 2,800. I'm a paid subscriber. I'm paying 2,800 monthly. So that gives me permission to use anything I find here. But I have to, of course, change all the codes and all those things.
Thank you.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Yes. Any other question before we continue? Okay. In the absence of any other question, let me stop share. But we all Canva is very straightforward. Just learn to use it, and by the time you use it daily, you will learn the various aspects of it. So let me continue with my slides. Mr. Fem, do I still have time so that I don't just...
Yes.
You still have a lot.
Yes,
Okay,
take your
thank you
time.
so much.
Thank you.
Just keep going, keep going. All right, thank you. Okay.
If you
Okay, the next part that I want to take us through, more tools that assistants can use that are more specific to assistants now that you can use as an assistant. These are some of the other tools that you can use. The first one is Expensify. Maybe some of us already even use it. So Expensify is from the word expenses, right? It's an online business expense management system. Where they have mobile apps, you can upload pictures of receipts. So I use this to manage personal budgets as well as office budgets. If it is part of your portfolio to manage the petty cash of your company, of your office, not your company, because you can't manage your company because it's a large company. But if you are in charge of petty cash management for your office, this is a very great tool that you can use. You can upload the receipts. Maybe you take an Uber or Bolt. It can capture details from Uber receipts and give you what your expenses is like on a monthly basis. And even for your own personal expense, because I tell people a lot that your personal budget is very important. That you earn 200,000 monthly does not mean you can afford something that is 30,000 naira. What tells you that you can afford something that is 30,000 naira is your budget. If you don't have a budget, you won't really know what you can afford. And to also bring a bit of personal finance into this is that you need to also have some standards around your life as a person, because of the concept of black tax is everywhere now, where extended family members are over dependent on someone who is working. So the person is only earning 200,000, but he has responsibilities from the family that they want him to send money daily. So I have over 50 people that I've mentored in the course here. And these are stories that really breaks my heart. People that are working very hard. They are not living any flamboyant lifestyle. When I look through their pages, they don't even have a car. They don't have anything to their names. Yes, they have over 5 million naira, 2 million naira, one ridiculous amount of money. Debt or all these loan sharks that are embarrassing people up and down. And how did they get into that space? When you engage some of them, oh, I have 3 brothers that I'm seeing through school. How can you see 3 brothers through school with your 200,000 naira salary? You cannot afford it, right? So what can you do to pass that message across to your family without being offensive, without annoying them, to let them know what you can afford? So your budget tells what you can afford per time. That you earn 200,000 does not mean you can afford something that is 20,000. Because if you earn 200,000 and by the time you do all your basic expenses monthly, it is 210,000. You cannot afford something that is even 10,000 extra. You cannot afford anything extra. So that's really very important. Expensify is a tool that helps you to track your expenses and get your financials in order. The other one is Google Calendar. So I know that because banks and a lot of structured companies have tools that they already use. So you might not be using Google Calendar because your company has Outlook, and Outlook is what you use. You can't use Google Calendar for office engagement. So that can make a bit of sense because the company already has a provision for that. But in cases where
Sorry, Mr. Job, you want to say something? Okay. Yeah, go on. Sorry, Mr. Abiodun, please go on.
All right, no problem. But in cases where your company doesn't have that specified alternative, maybe Google Outlook, then Google Calendar can come in handy for that. Another tool that is very fantastic that I personally like is this Evernote. It's an app that allows you to take notes. Let me see if I can also share a view of my Evernote, if I can. Let me see. I have all these tools opened up somewhere. Okay, let's just continue. I can't. I don't know where it is. So it doesn't waste time. Shame. Let me just continue. So another tool is Evernote that allows you to take notes. So the good thing with Evernote is on your dashboard, you can take notes, you can assign tasks, you can group your tasks, you can share tasks. So it's like having all in one. You can take notes with your hand, with your maybe without your boss. Your boss, you follow your boss to meetings, right? And instead of having to write out and maybe you couldn't carry your laptop to such meetings, and then you have to use your instead of using your pen and paper, then you now come back to the office to type out. There are tools now. Evernote is one of the tools that once you take the note, it automatically transcribes itself. You can even record and then get a transcription of that recording. Then, of course, Calendly. Calendly is another very important one that you can look at using. Like I said before, if a lot of our companies already have one tool that does everything, like Outlook can do what Calendly, what Google Calendar, and all of those can do. But maybe you want another experience or something on your own that you can use as an addition to all these other things. So Calendly is a very good platform as well. It's even owned by a Nigerian, but the guy lives abroad, though he lives in the US. So what this helps you to do is a tool that is created for executive assistants, right? For calendar management, sending alerts, reminding you of your meetings, so you don't schedule a meeting that would now result in conflicts and all of that. Then you don't also miss out on your meetings. And of course, Clockify. Clockify is another one. It's a free time tracker for teams. Executive assistant can use the tool to arrange and monitor projects, Highlights include the ability to assign tasks, label and search entries, monitor individual team projects, and all of that. And of course, Grammarly. This one is good for, so that you don't, there are some mistakes. We are writing a report and you can't really remember some spellings. What Grammarly does is to help you check all your errors and correct them. Maybe you don't know the difference between, I make that mistake a lot. I make that mistake a lot, but Grammarly helps us to, once you type out something, you put it on Grammarly, it automatically corrects all your errors. Is there any question before I move on to the next part?
Yes, someone's answer.
All right.
Okay, I wanted to ask, this is Rebecca. I was raising my hand. For the Calendly, how can we use it? Is it how can we download it to our phone? I know we work in the office, but sometimes our personal lives, like we have things that we do. If you are very active in church activities and other people that you need to manage. So how can we if you can maybe explain to us or how we can use it maybe in our phones to remind us. Yesterday we were saying that we manage our bosses, or sometimes managing yourself and the things you need to achieve personally sometimes because nobody's looking out for you. This can also help us to manage things, put calendars in place. So how can we use it on our phone? If you can explain it to us, I really like that.
All right, thank you so much. So what you just need to do is just go, whether you use an iPhone or a Google phone, that is Android phone, just go to your app store and search for Calendly. It's free to download, just download it. Just that the way all these apps work, they will have a free version and they'll have one that is subscription because they have to also make money. They're not NGOs, right? So for the free versions, you'll be able to do basic things. The things you want to do, like schedule your own meetings, set reminders, and all of that, you can do that free without having to pay. By the time you now want to move into complex things, like you want to now start creating projects on Calendly or doing other complex things, which you may not need to do. For what you have said, just go to your Google Play Store, Apple Store, download it, easy to use. It just works like, once you can use your Outlook to set meetings and set reminders, it's the same way. Thank you. Does anyone have any other question before I go to the next part? Let me see, did I miss out anything? Okay, so let's go to the next part of the class. I would round off in a few minutes from now so we can ask questions and go to the next part of the class. So what are the 10? So I've just designed this as some of the skills that I believe modern assistants should have. What are the skills that modern assistants should have? 10 that I created. There are so many, but these are the top 10 that I believe every assistant should have, and that will help you move quickly from being used for operational task alone to strategic. Our bosses can now start to trust us with more strategic responsibilities. The first one is negotiation. We have negotiation, communication, which we have dealt with extensively, emotional intelligence, problem solving, teamwork, management, decision making, creativity, time management, because the bulk of our work is we are managing the time of our principal. You are managing the time of our principal. So you have to have that skill of time management for you to be able to manage your proprietor or your executive appropriately. So let's now discuss some of them. We may not discuss everything, but let's just discuss some of them one-on-one. Complex problem solving. So assistants use problem solving skills daily. Let me, if I may ask, what are the problems that you know is common to assistants that you can share with us? Problem that we have to deal with on a daily basis. Anyone that can volunteer to talk. What are some of the problems that you know that is common to assistants? I'm looking at who I've not heard. Gifts. Gifts, are you there? Okay. Who else wants to talk? Who wants to help us? Who has not spoken today at all? Sandra. Is Sandra there? Okay. Okay, let's just continue. I believe people will talk later. So we work with tasks we have never worked on before. And that, I think that's one of the good things, the good part of this role, that diversity where you get to deal with different things daily, and the fact that your yesterday was smooth doesn't mean that your today will be smooth. And that's how the work is. We work with tasks that we have never worked on before, resolve issues that arise in our daily lives, the daily lives of our executives daily. We reach out to our networks, Google, simply use common sense to solve problems. Complex problem solving requires logic, confidence, and gets easier with experience. And you can all agree that the more you do these things, the better it is for you. So if you see people that are still new on the road, and that's why it's always a good thing for we who have stayed longer to reach out and mentor people who are just joining, who are just new EAs. In my group, we started that series that we called Aspiring PA series, where we scout and look for new joiners into that role, just to help them, just to integrate them into the mindset, to give them that induction into the mindset of what an assistant's role is, because it's not a role for everyone. It's not a role for everyone. So that complex problem solving skill is very important in the role. The next one is critical thinking, which is more like problem solving, complex, which is like a very good problem solving skill as well. Critical thinking is the objective analysis and evaluation of an issue in order to form judgment. So we must be able to divorce our emotions, and that's why we dealt extensively with.
You have to fall.
Sorry, please go on.
All right. So
sorry,
is the
Mr. Richard, do you have something to say? Okay. Please, Mr. Biodo, continue.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So is the objective analysis and evaluation of an issue in order to form a judgment. When a case is presented, when something happens at work, we must be able to analyze the situation and remove, first of all, or first and foremost, remove our emotions. This is very difficult. It's a very difficult thing to do, but that's what we must learn, how to remove our emotions. When your boss is angry over something that you have done wrong, it is not an attack on your personal person. And that's the way I see it. It's not an attack on your person. It is the best way he knows how to communicate that what you have done, that act is wrong, or that act is not acceptable. So once we learn these things, it becomes easier for us to succeed in our roles. Assistants are expected to review and analyze information, and are expected to be practical and intelligent. We need to understand what is happening in high-level discussions and then translate strategic instructions into practical solutions and concrete action. You need to know what is happening in your company. We cannot even overflow this. You need to understand what is happening. I used to have a boss, one of my CEOs, and anytime there is board meeting, he used to be under a lot of pressure. Sometimes I will literally see him before board meeting, he will be in his office, he'll be praying in tongues, I was like, hey, but it's not a joke. Those are his bosses as well. It's under immense pressure. So sometimes, Rebecca, you want to say something? So sometimes when he's upset about something, I can understand, because I've seen him at that moment, at his most vulnerable moments, when he knows that this mountain before me, because just as you are before them, where you tremble before them, it's the way they also tremble before the board. The board is no excuse. So once we understand all these things, we'll be able to, in a way, overlook some things, and we won't be taking some things personal. So we're often expected to weigh up alternatives on behalf of our executives and suggest a preferred option. So at every point in time, when you are coming to your boss I've also been taught, whenever I'm coming to my boss, I don't come with a problem. I come with the probable solution. So if I'm bringing the problem to you, I'm already coming with a solution. This is what I think we can do about this and all of that. And if that thing needs his attention, because there are some that you can easily solve without, but if it's something that's high level that needs to get to him, even though it is high level, it needs to get to him, come up with your own suggestions. And when you are discussing your own suggestions to the problem. It might not now take the suggestion, because we also must learn how to be logical with this role. Logical in terms of, think about it. You just joined a company, and you joined a CEO that is probably one of the most successful CEOs in the country, and you are seeing some things wrong that you want to change about him and all of that. In his mind, what do you think he's thinking? That how did I become so successful? I became successful without your help. So it's more like you don't even know anything. It might not, a lot of them, that's what goes through their mind. And it's normal, it's human. Some of us will do the same. If we're in their shoes, you're like, I've been doing this thing before they gave birth to you. Or I've been doing this thing before you gained admission to university. You now want to come and tell me that the way I'm doing it is wrong. The wrong way that what you think is wrong is what has given me this level of success today. So they don't accept our suggestions, that's how to process it. That's how I process it. So it doesn't result in any emotional issue where I'm now feeling hurt as though someone has taken my baby from me and all of that. No. When I give a suggestion and it's not taken, I process it from that perspective that, oh, well, it's not even my suggestion that made him see this successful. So what is the big deal? Next one. So I don't waste so much time on that. Creativity. Ability to see things from a unique point of view. To be able to join the dots in a situation, dots that others don't even see. So when your boss is traveling, what are the things that you need to do as an executive assistant? You have to process every aspect of that journey. As you're not going, you're probably not following him on that journey. We have to process every aspect of that journey. Okay, what if so and so happens? Okay, if he gets to US, what's going to happen at the border, at the check-in point? And all those things, you think about all those things. That's creativity. Creativity is not bringing out new ideas. Creativity is not really about bringing out new ideas a lot of times. It's about looking at what is already being done and just finding ways to fine-tune and add value to what's already been done. Then the next one is people management. Our executives spend more time than ever in meetings. Someone told me, or I saw it somewhere, that if you think about it, 80% of the work of a CEO, what do you think 80% of the work of a CEO is? Meetings. They spend all their times, meetings. Like she can come in here, meeting. That's the work of a CEO. It's just meetings every time. So they spend the bulk of their time in meetings or at meetings. So we are often the central point of contact for our team. So as they're in those meetings, anybody that wants to get their attention, it is you at that point in time. I remember that some of the bosses that I've worked with, before people come to see your boss, they will ask you that, is it a good time to see Shay? Is it a good time to see Madam? What do you want to see her for? They tell you, say, do you think it's a good? They will tell you secrets that they will probably won't tell any other person. I just don't see her for his personal. What do you think? Do you think it's a good time? She Madam, how's Madam's mood today? How is Madam's mood? So they expect you to know those things, and you actually know those things. You know the best time. Don't go and discuss promotion issue now. If you want to get that promotion, this is the time. And you'll be the one that will even call them when it's appropriate time. Maybe Madam is happy, say, Mr. So-and-so, this is the best time. We better come and say that thing now. Come now. And that's what people management is. We are the ones that they call when there is problem, that they need someone to confide in and to look for guidance. As a matter of fact, our bosses, even though some of them may act so strong because they are also human, by the time by the time you've broken that initial wall, some of my bosses from the past, I remember my former boss, she brought our employment letter for our first job. When she got her first job, she brought it to the office. I brought this letter to show you. Can you imagine? See how much I earned in she got her first job in 1995. She said, where are you in 1995? Man, 1995, that was the year I entered secondary school. So how much were you earning then? Then she showed me she was earning $15,000 because it was an international. They hired her from Nigeria and posted her to another African country. So they're going to pay her in dollars. So her salary was $15,000. I said, man, this is your salary in 1995. I said my salary in 2000 and the year we're having that conversation. More than how many years? That my salary is not still up to. We just laughed about it. And it means we have got to that level where we are now more like partners. She seeks advice, and that's what you're supposed to aim to get to. Even though it is not happening now, the reality is it might not happen with some bosses that you work with. Some of the bosses that you work with, I'm sorry to say this, don't say you heard from me as a trainer. Some bosses that you work with, you will leave them. The relationship will be severed, and you will burn the bridge. You don't want to have anything to do with them again. That's the reality of life. But there are some, like one of my bosses was the one who got me the job I am in right now. My boss sent my CV. I was still working in that company because we discussed that, like, I really need to move. I feel that so and say, are you interested in so company? I said, I don't want. She sent my CV to them. So it's a level. It can happen. Assistants are taking on more of the management portion of the executive job, which frees them up to lead. Assistants managing up. So look at it. Look how I'm managing. You are managing up because you're managing your boss. You are managing down because people are under you. Maybe the domestic staff, the people. The way it's structured really, as the assistant, you are the head of the CEO's office. So all the staff in the CEO's office should report to you. Maybe you have admin, like in my own case now, I have another assistant who is more like my assistant, right? I have other resources within the company. I have admin, we have an admin, we have chefs, we have drivers, and all those people are also on. And you know what it takes to manage driver too. It's not easy. So you are managing them. Managing sideways, your peers, your colleagues, you are managing them. Because managing them, they want sensitive information that you cannot afford to give. So you have to be managing them. You have to manage everybody. They're not saying as a bad person that doesn't want to give them information, right? And they're not seeing you as someone that his mouth is running or her mouth is running. You say everything. Once you see the file of something, you quickly go and divulge it. You're not supposed to be in that space. So managing people is very critical to our role. Then the next part is coordinating with others. Just like managing people, our work also involves coordinating, because you'll be grafted from time to time into projects. In the course of my career, I've been grafted into projects. Boss just, oh, we are launching this brand of something. We are go work with, that's the boss that's also interested in my growth though. Go and work with social department, because we've discussed that this is what I'm passionate about outside my work. I said, okay, because you're passionate about this thing, this department, we're commercial department, we are doing something in commercial. Why not join them for this project? From time to time, you'll be grafted into projects of such nature. You should know how to coordinate with other people. So coordination is also the ability to get people into same space, actual or virtual, so they can do important work. Hence the importance of diary management in the new economy. We manage time like an asset and make sure meetings are productive and efficient. And of course, emotional intelligence. This one, if there's anything that you need, is this emotional intelligence, where you learn how to, and the way I define emotional intelligence is you're learning how to separate your emotions from what the work is. If you are very, very emotional, you'll be having a lot of challenges with this role, and you'll be having a lot of challenges. Femi, there's something?
No, go on.
Because when I see your face like that, I know you want to talk. Okay, so according to a 2015 survey conducted by Avery in association with Executive Secretary magazine, PAs have a higher emotional intelligence, which means they are able to recognize and manage emotions in themselves and others. So I mentioned that sometimes when people want to see your boss, and I can tell that 95% of people on this call, that is what probably will be happening at your office. When people want to see your boss, they don't just ask that, they will always, is it a good time? What do you mean by is it a good time? What's your guys' mood like? Because everybody understands. And it happens for even the nicest boss, the ones that even operate open door policy. I had the boss then that the first day I resumed at work, the first thing he told me is, I have an open door policy. Anybody can come in. Anybody can come in. How would I now do my job? My job is to help you manage your time. You're already telling me anybody can come in. And it's so bad that in our office, a driver, a cleaner can come from downstairs, from ground floor, come to 9th floor and say, Mr. Shei, when MD was coming in the morning, he said I should see him. So I want to say MD. I said, I did MD on the Monday morning. No. It's not. So, and you must know how to manage that, because the instruction is clear. I operate open door because he's a pastor. I operate open door policy. right? How do you help him keep that open door policy and still manage his time? So those are some of the difficult decisions that we make day in, day out as assistants. So he said assistants in a study cited numerous reasons why emotional intelligence was vital to their success, including having to be ears and eyes of their bosses, managing expectations, being in a position of confidence, reporting on morale, and understanding how to get the best from people. I completely agree with these findings. In my own experience, you cannot be a good assistant, and this is my summation or my summary. You cannot be a good assistant without a very high emotional intelligence. Honestly, you can't. It's very difficult. Let me see. That is the end of the slide. Okay, judgment and decision making, which is almost like what I've said before. You're expected to make decisions on behalf of your executive in their absence or in a scope where they are unable to make that decision, but then something needs to be achieved. An intelligent and well-informed assistant with good business acumen can add great value in ensuring that the business moves forward when urgent decisions are required. We all need to be aware of delegation of authority when doing so and what decisions are in our purview and appropriate. Your decisions will be limited by how empowered you are, the trust your management has in you, and the ability to take responsibility to deal with the consequences. So this is the truth. I think I'll just stop there for questions and feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Abiodun, for such an impactful session. If you have questions, please just raise up your hand. You can drop it in the chat box. But before we go to questions, Mr. Abiodun, you spoke about emotional intelligence. I want you to give us a situation where you've used emotional intelligence to interact and help your superior or your boss.
Right, thank you, Femi. So, in my own personal life, situations where I've had to use emotional intelligence. Let me give you a very funny experience. I used to have a boss who is, and I would say is a blend of not just emotional intelligence alone, but a blend of acumen, not business acumen now, of wisdom, right? So the man is an Oshomo. What about that? So the man is.
Please explain what does that mean?
What does Oshomo mean? Okay, so there was someone. The wife has put me in a space where she would send me money. The wife of my CEO, of my boss, would just send me money randomly and just say, "Oh, I just want to appreciate you for bringing order into the life of my boss, into the life of my husband, and all of that. That has been very productive, And I'm talking about big money. Sometimes this years ago, 100K, 200K, and all of that. But what she was doing, used for, I know where that was going, because it is scriptural. A man's gifts makes room for him. So what she was trying to do is, so a lot of times she would call me and be finding out and getting information. Hey, I heard that there is this lady that came to your office and all of that. And I'm like, no, say office, no. Even though, so this is where, because now you would say, are you lying? Is it a lie? Is it a professional thing that you're doing? And all of that. So maybe that is why I didn't even stay long. That's one of the places where I didn't stay too long, right? Because that doesn't align with my value. But that was what I was doing then, right? So that is separating logic from emotions, right? What my emotions would have done is different because no, now I can't be doing this. But what is the logic? What is the instruction? What is the right thing to do in the space of this environment that I am in at the moment, right? And that's why I said a lot of us will be confronted with decisions of this nature that it's not a lot of things that EAs do are not things written on your job description. A lot of things that you'll be doing are not things written on your job description. So you have to. I hope that makes sense.
Yes,
I'm
yes,
sure.
it does.
I'm sure a lot of people would have more relatable example. We're all in the role, so.
Yes, yes. I feel everybody has an idea of what emotional intelligence is. And so if you have questions, if you have contributions on how you've used emotional intelligence to perform your duties, please unmute and speak. Questions, contribution. It has been a really impactful session. The tools that you taught us, Canva, and your LinkedIn profile, it's very important for you to put yourself out there, your personal brand, and it helps you to be seen. I think that is very, very important in terms of networking. So do we have questions, contributions? Questions? Okay. Okay, yes. Precious. Yes, ask your question.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My question is, and recently I've been having would I say a kind of misunderstanding or something like that with the chief of staff in my office. So it's the problem is about who I have to be reporting to, right? So before I came, most of the job I do, he's been the one doing it. That's our chief of staff, right? So after I came, after some time, my boss, she started trusting me with some stuff to do for her without involving him. So it's more like she took the jobs from him, the things he does, and she's giving me since I'm a executive assistant, right? So yesterday I was handling a document for my boss, and then it was like he sent a memo that everything I'm doing have to go through him to my boss. So anything she tells me has to go through him, or any document I have to do for her, whatever has to involve her or the company has to go through him before my boss. And I don't know if I think I should have an idea of what an executive assistant is, which is I work directly with my boss, that's the CEO, and whatever she asks me to do, sometimes it could be confidential. Sometimes she doesn't want to let other people know. Do you guys understand? So I want to know, like in this issue now, like who is my direct line? Because I don't want it to seem like, oh, I'm disrespectful to him, or because he was there before me, he's been doing the job and I started doing it. I don't want to feel like, oh, I'm trying to take his job from him. I just want to know what I should do in this situation. Like, who is my direct line? Because he's telling me that, oh, I'm working under him, I should report to him. It was actually an official memo he sent, and he copied so many people in my company. Yeah. So that's my question.
Mr. Abiodun.
Precious, thank you. Okay, I kind of understand. This person you are talking about, what's the person's role in the what's the person's role?
It's chief of staff.
Okay, chief of staff, and you work with the MD.
Yeah, I work with the MD.
So I think it's your MD that can help you in this situation. Help you meaning that it's the one that can give you the line of what's it called now? Line of reporting. So you might need to have a conversation with your boss, have a sit down with your executive. This is the challenge that you're having, So do you report directly to him, or do you have to get this person to check your work? It could also be a situation where, maybe this person has been in the system longer, knows more things than you, is supposed to mentor you to do your job, but that needs to come from your boss. There's a situation like that where someone is the chief, someone is a higher authority within the system, right? That is more like an informal mentor to you to help you to be performing at a peak performing level before because now maybe there's a manner in which your boss wants you to construct letters or emails, and you're not just there yet. So they need someone to midwife, to help you get it right, build you up so that when it gets to a level where you can now start doing it yourself. That may be a possibility. I'm not saying that is what it is. So that's why I said you need to have a sit down with your boss,
Okay,
tell
and
him what you are doing.
this
Let
is
him now
how
tell you.
this is how it happens, right? So if when I came new labor, he's been like, if my boss gives him stuff, he passes it to me. Understand me, ba? So he keeps passing it to me, and I kept on delivering very well, right?
Sorry.
So
If your boss gives him stuff, he passes them to you.
yes, he passes them to me. So I do it, and by God's grace, I won't say I'm perfect though, but I think I'm better than the first day I came. Understand me? So she started trusting me with some stops, and most of the things I even help her do sometimes doesn't even involve the company most times. So it's more like, oh, I'm now like directly answering to her as her assistant, as I executive
Of course,
assistant, of which that's my role. You
of course,
understand
looks
me?
like
But
you're an assistant to her.
because I won't be on. Oh yes, you're supposed to train me. You're supposed to pull me through. You understand me? But I don't think most of the things I do have to go through him, because if she wants you to go through
Him
him,
or
she
her?
would have him or her, she would have like gone through him as she does before. Understand me now? But
No,
she
I'm trying to understand. Hold on, I'm trying to understand. This person, this chief of staff, is she female, male?
Male.
And your CEO is male or female?
Female.
Female.
Yeah.
Are they both male? Okay, go on. I'm listening.
So I know I have to like go through trainings though, but the issue, I really want to know how I could handle it professionally. Understand me? But I don't want you to start, oh, I'm disrespecting someone that's been there before me. Understand me? Or because, oh, I have started getting good at the job, I'm trying to like, oh, I'm there already. Understand me? But I just want to handle it amicably. So I really need advice on it though.
Okay. All right. So let me throw this open to the house. Has anyone faced similar situation, and what did you do? Anyone that wants to share? I think it's better that way rather than giving a one-way answer. Let's hear another practical. Anyone in the house that has gone through this before? Mr. Kenneth, do you want to say something?
Yes, as I've not gone through this system before, but I'm aware, first of all, as at the point of her entry, her letter of engagement or employment, who is she reporting to directly? If the MD, the CEO is the one she reports to directly, and in the course of her working with her boss, and as a chief of staff, who sometimes, of course, I know I have a friend, a colleague too. Of course, it's an associate in the company. So when maybe a boss, I work first, then I work with two bosses. You are managing two bosses, so you have to be very, very thoughtful in getting the two. And particularly when they are sibling. So now the younger one who is executive director, I'm the EA to the MD. Then the executive director, who is a younger brother, has an associate who works with him. So if he gives him work, at times he will send the work to me. For a very long time, I do the work, I complain together, I could get done. So later I just ask to wrote to me. I'm the chief executive, I'm the CEO to the MD. And each time director give you something, you give it to me. I'm happy to do it. Number of times without complaining. But I've got to find out that it is the work you were supposed to do. So why you pass it to me? You get the right person to me. The second, because I know that you can do better than me. So that's the reason. You will have told me, please, can you help me to do this? Can you ask me to do this? That is by the way. But what Precious is going to now is a situation where she feels need to be headlong with the chief of staff. Get it? If it's really inconveniencing you, you really need to come and say, please, I really want to know where I belong. Is it you I report to, or is it my boss I report to? It's not disrespect. So I know how best I can manage instruction from you and also my boss to avoid conflict. So if she keep on doing it like this, she no, because she'll be doing it all over the time. Say they say, well, you need to put the cat on the table and call the man to the police. Sir, I really need to know head away where I am. So I can't be taking instruction from two people. You don't report to two persons at the same time. No. So I think she need to meet them, not confrontational, but let them sit down with me and say, please, I didn't know to know whom I should be taking instructions. So the time will come where you give me instruction, my boss give me instruction, I don't need to conflict them. So that please let us put it together and see how we resolve this thing for her to go. She has something to take away from this lesson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kenneth. Okay, I can see David's hand as well. David, you can talk. You can talk. David,
that was a mistake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. Who else wants to say something? Any other person wants to add to what has been said already? Well, I think Mr. Kenneth pretty much answered the question. Precious, do you know what to do now? Do you have a leadway on what to do now? Do you have a direction on what to do?
So what I think I should do is to meet the person of which I'm her assistant. That's just what I think I have to do.
Your letter, does your employment letter say assistant to the CEO?
Yes. Yes.
That's it. So your letter says that, so you need to have a conversation, just like Mr. Kenneth suggested, because now you are in between two people. You need to manage this relationship very well, right? It will be a defining moment for you. Have a conversation with the person, right? Look for the best time, maybe the person is the best mood, and go to the person politely and ask that you've noticed so and so and so, right? This is what you just want to seek clarity and all of that.
He sent me a memo now. He sent me a memo yesterday. he sent me a memo yesterday because I was very, very busy. Very busy, and I was sorting out some stuff for my boss, right? And it was like he sent me to do something for him. I was like, hold on, please. And I'm actually doing this stuff for her. Please, can you hold on? Or of which I know he can actually do it from his own end, though. He could do it though, but he just passed it to me like, no, I'm busy right now, but can you do it? And it was like, that was the reason why I had to send that memo. You get me, bro? So that was what happened.
I think you need to have that conversation with him. Yeah. Have that conversation with him and your boss. Right? Maybe your boss can also help. Right? It's a personal strain that you're having that is affecting you at work. So you need to bring it up so they can address it. So and your boss is the best person that can address it. So just tell your boss, this is the concern you're having with the job, so and so person, and all of that. We'll be able to help you.
All right. Thank you. I just want to say on that you also have to be very careful in not to get in the middle of office politics. You need to choose your reaction to things very carefully, because it can always bounce back, especially for young people in organizations that are mostly targeted, and it's always good to do very well with relationships with your superiors. Thank you so much, Precious. I hope you're able to assist you in that. Thank you. Do you have any other question, contributions? We learned a lot in this session. Do you have any question or contribution? We're still on track. So do you have questions or contribution? Okay. In the absence of no questions, let's I want to nominate somebody. Okay, somebody has a question. Okay, sorry about that. Mr. Adewale, please unmute and ask your question.
Hello. Sorry, on Precious' issue.
Yeah.
So do you mind if I play a devil's advocate here?
Okay, go on.
Go ahead.
But we can't see you, Mr. Adewale.
Okay. So in my head, sorry?
We can hear
We
you now.
can't see you. We can't see your video.
Okay. Can you see me now?
Yes.
So I'm thinking, can I play devil's advocate here?
Yes, please go on.
Sorry, I'm to appeal that we don't read any meanings to this, right? We're just trying to see it from every lens, right? Possibly because we really don't know. No, we are human, right? And we have diverse and varying views. So I'm thinking, right? He's a chief of staff. He's a man, right? And your boss is a lady, and you also are a lady, right? Sorry, your precious. Has he made any personal advances to you?
No, nah, he hasn't.
Okay, because it's possible he could admire you, right, and not be able to come out and say so. So in his head, is looking at ways to make your life uncomfortable. That's one. Then secondly, someone mentioned you also need to be careful not to get in between all this politicking, right? It could be a way to just test you as well to see how well you respond. It could be a test for you at work to see how well you're able to hold your own, right? For me, right, I respect everybody who is before me because you have a lot to learn from everyone, right? Don't make it look like probably because you're not reporting to him, then you can call it bluff. You understand? I think the best way is just to speak with him, speak with your boss, right? Let your boss outline the define your job, right? I don't know if you had an official letter, right? Because since you said it was a posting, the letter might not contain as much, right? So I don't know if you have an official letter. If you don't have one, probably you want to sit down with your boss to make her understand that what actually is your role and your boundaries, right? Once you have that, then you are able to talk to him to let him know what and what, right, you need to do. Because I don't see why, after telling him that you're handling something for your boss, who is also his boss, and he still feels that he needs to winch hunch, let me that word, right? So you also need to be careful. That's why I said, has he made any advances to you, right? And that he now trying to use that as a point to victimize or to you get what I'm saying?
All right. Thank you for your contribution. Emma, sorry. Please go on. Yes, you're muted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, I didn't know that I was even muted. I thought I would have unmuted myself. The contribution I want to make is of true, one is a true life experience. But before then, let me ask the lady, who does her appraisal? Who appraises her? Because that is her line manager. The person that does her appraisal is her line manager, and that's the person that she's responsible to. That's wrong. Then another scenario I like to paint is what happened. So it happened in University of Lagos, in the Faculty of Law. There is a dean of the faculty who has two staff. One is a PA, a junior PA, and one is a senior. So the senior likes, when they give them work, the senior will abandon the work and give to the junior one. So this continued. Well, they close by 5. So once it is 5 o'clock, the senior staff will pick her bag and leave the office without minding or staying behind to assist the dean of the faculty. So this continued over time. There's this Nigerian judge, Prince Bola Jibola, I think we all know him. He was appointed a judge in the International Court of Law. So I needed an assistant, somebody that can help him. And it involves that they will all travel abroad, I think UK precisely. So he now requested for an assistant, someone that will help him. So for the fact that there's a close relationship between this dean and Principal Ajibola, who was one time Nigerian justice minister. So he had to recommend the junior one because the junior one goes extra mile to do the job. So when he recommended the junior one, so Principal Ajibola sent for the passport of that junior staff. So the junior staff presented her passport. The junior staff and her family now joined Principal Ajibola on that oversee appointment. And since then, that was how the junior staff life changed. So I'm painting this experience because sometimes we might use our emotional intelligence to know how to navigate on how we should handle our attacks in the office. But the primary thing is that who does our appraisal is her line manager. That's the person that she's responsible to. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Samson, you have a contribution? Samson, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, but we can't see you.
Sorry, please, yes. I'm in a place where I can't turn on my video at the moment.
Okay, go on.
If you can bear with me, please.
Go
okay.
on.
Everybody has given all the contributions, and I think they are very much in keeping with what I want to say. I think it's Precious, right?
Yes, Precious.
Okay, so I don't think you're in a unique situation. What you're going through now, at some point, everybody on this call has gone through it. The last piece, sorry, I'm not able to pick up names today. I don't know what's going on with me. He just resonated what I wanted to tell you. So take it as character building at the end of the day. So when he keeps pushing you, I think you should keep taking it in to see how far you can stretch. What you just need to know is where your limit is. If you know you can't do above this limit, at the end of the day, how do you know your limit? Until you get there, that's how you know you've gotten to your limit. At the end of the day, I think it will make you a better person. It may not be what he's trying to do, and it may be what he's trying to do. But the end game is you'll be.
Okay, we lost something there. But I got his contribution that it's part of character building, that you should try and endure until you get to your limit. But at the same time, you should also be outspoken about how you feel on what is asking you to do. Richard, Mr. Richard, please can you unmute? You have a contribution. Sorry, we can't hear you. No, we still can't hear you. We still can't hear you. Unmute again. Try it. Unmute again. Try to speak now. No, we still can't hear you. Sorry, he's having technical issues. Who else has a contribution to make or questions for Mr. Abiodun? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. In the absence of Mr. Abiodun, please, we can't see you anymore. We want to nominate somebody to give the vote of thanks. Thanking Mr. Abiodun for a very impactful session. The one and the two sessions were very insightful and impactful. I would like to nominate Pastor Kenneth to give the vote of thanks.
Yes, I can say I don't know where to just start on this because I'm really taken. This is really lovely. I must confess for all the session you took us yesterday and today. They are lovely. They are really inspiring. Just lift you up in business and your career as well. Thank you very much for such an insight. I'm definitely will be recording to you in the course of our work. Honestly, I hope we'll make available this material, this really rich material for us to also navigate on. Thank you very much, Biodu. So,
thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Much. Thank you so much. Sorry, Pope, you have something to say?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, well, I think you've all spoken rightly. My part is just to thank the facilitator. Thank you for bringing the practical sense into what we do, basically. I mean, especially when you taught us about the canvas. I mean, I this is something I've had all the time, you know. Just during the session, I took out time to just look at it. I quite to find out a lot of stuff I could do right on that platform. And that is very insightful. I want to thank you so much for, at least if this is the only thing I picked from this. I want to thank you for the detailed expression and carrying us, I mean, in such a beautiful manner. Thank you so much. Thank you, and
thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Abiodun. Next time we'll see Mr. Abiodun is at the case study session that's happening. So right now, thank you for an impactful session, Mr. Abiodun. We are going to go on break, a short break. We're going to come back by 12:30. 12:30, we'll come back, a short break, and please ensure to log on even before that 12:30 so we can start the next module, practical networking strategies for professional growth and career advancement will begin at 12:30. Our facilitator, Mr. Itayo, took us module 1 in the day 1 of this session. So thank you so much. We'll come back by 12:30. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Such a pleasure to be back here once again. I believe we're all here. Someone should give me a thumbs up to know that we are ready and we are set. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thumbs up, everyone. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Fantastic. Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you, Ima. Thank you, everyone. And I also believe you've been having an amazing time so far. Could you just drop a word to describe the training session so far? Just one word. Can anyone just drop one word? How would you describe the session so far? From yesterday till now, how would you describe the session so far? Anyone? Just drop it in the comment section. How would you describe the session so far? I'm waiting. Nobody's responding. Why? Okay, let me call names. Chidima, do you want? Okay, impactful. Who else wants to share? Chidima, do you want to share? How would you describe the session so far? If you don't want to type, can you unmute yourself?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I'm a representative of Bidan, or rather.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, but no, I can
Yes.
still give my insight. Yes, it's been very engaging as well as
Fantastic.
very impactful. Yeah, so it's been a very, very great time yesterday and today so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm seeing some comments. Femi says impactful. Kenneth says inspiring and impactful. Rebecca says very impactful, informative, and insightful session. Lucy says informative. Awesome. So without wasting much time, I would ask you to try this icebreaker very quickly. How many words can you form from networking? Fastest fingers, who wants to try? How many words can you form or do we have from networking? Who is trying? Sadiq, do you want to try? Sadiq, do you want to try? How many words can you create or form from networking?
6.
Tell me. So tell me, number 1.
Working.
2.
Work.
3.
Net.
4.
Network.
5.
Networking.
No, you mentioned networking already.
No, working was the first one.
Okay. 6.
Networking, working, work, network, network. The 6th one, new, wet.
Okay.
6, 7. So yeah.
Rebecca to the rescue. Who else wants to try? I want to see who can get up to 10 words. Who wants to try? 10 words, very quickly. You might get a gift, you don't know. 10 words. Who can form 10 words? You guys are not, you're not ready to win. Okay, Samson says working, work, net, et. That it, I'm not too sure. So new, yes.
10.
Or yes.
10.
Yes.
10. TEN.
You got that. That's nice. That's nice. All right. Okay. So as we begin this session now, I'd like us to always bear this in mind. It's not what we know, or it's not how much we know that matters, but what we do with what we know. So please, all that has been said from yesterday till this point and moment in time, and everything that we're going to be sharing together, it should move and transcend beyond, knowledge acquisition. We should try as much as possible to translate it from knowledge acquired to practice and knowledge experience and executed. So we'll be talking about practical networking strategies for professional growth and career advancement. My name still remains Rotimi Eitayo. And without wasting much time, I would like to share with you certain truths. And I want you to pay attention to the words I'm sharing right now, because it would always have to resonate with you. So networking skills and strategies should be acquired and mastered for effective outcomes and professional growth. We're saying that we must get to the point where now that we know what is required, we also need to pursue from what is required, pursue in such a manner that the skills are gained so that we have better outcomes, better realities as we like to see. So it's important that we acquire the skills that are being shared. So if you've heard any skill or heard about any information, I want you to move from enlightenment, and then I want you to practice it and get into the place of empowerment. So yes, you're enlightened based on what we've shared, but then you get empowered based on what you've now become, right? So let's share some interesting facts and important, or some interesting and important facts to consider about networking. Number 1 fact, with networking skills, we will grow. It's important for us to know that our growth as professionals, career professionals, our growth as individuals sometimes gets enabled or sometimes boosted in the word of acceleration, because of our networking skills. How many of you have actually experienced this personally in your personal life, based on the kind of network you belong to, or based on the networking you've experienced or been subjected to? You found out that network added to your knowledge. Is anybody like that? Raise your hand if you are that kind of person. And if you would like to share, I would like to see who would like to share. So I can also give you an opportunity to ask, to share, where somewhere, somehow, because of the network you belong to, you got to know more about some subject matter, or you got to know something about the issues that, happen in life. Who would like to share with me on that? Anybody? Raise your hand if you like to share. I'm stressing on the fact that networking considerably empowers us, positions us for growth. Who would like to share? Anyone? Let's have Udwak Akpan. Udwak Akpan, are you there? Udwak, are you there? Please unmute yourself.
Sorry, can I share?
Yes, please.
Okay, yes. Can everyone hear me? Can you hear me, Mr. Ita? You can't hear me?
Please carry on.
Okay. So I think when I was in my high school, I was my mom was a lecturer. So there was a kind of there was an information that they were allowing people to. This is not relating to all this, but it was because of my mom being lecturer. I was able to get information on that. There was a break, a very long term break, and people did not know whether to start booking for the break, whether it's going to be approved. So because my mom was a lecturer then, I just stepped into my lecturer's office and she said that, oh, I should give this to my mom. It was the information that, oh, this midterm break is going to be approved. So at the end, I gave my mom and then I opened the letter. I was very young then. I opened the letter, even though it was for my mom. And then I was able to see that, okay, they are going to approve this date. So I started booking now. And I was part of those people that were able to go. A lot of people did not have opportunity to book to go for that space. So I think because of that, I was able to enjoy my long-term break. Thank you.
Thank you. That's amazing. And I'm sure if people were to be reflective in this moment, definitely you realize that there was one time or the other. Maybe I'll give Olayinka Digun opportunity to share. Olayinka, you're wondering how come I picked your name. So share with us an experience.
Good morning, good afternoon, sorry, everybody again. I actually networking, one fact about networking is that once you're able to get that network, it can open a lot of doors for you. For instance, I remember when I was looking for a job, and then someone in church that I just got to meet and spoke with, and then we just started talking. Oh, what do you do? And I was like, okay, I'm looking for a job. Are you serious? Okay, can you send your CV? Maybe I could just send it to someone. And the funny part is that she was not the main person that referred me, but someone she knew that referred me. And then, it opened other doors for me to get a job. So
I like that. Thank you so much. I'm sorry that I picked on you just as you turned on your video. All right. So we all have heard these examples, and I'm sure it will kind of inspire us to continue with building networking skills. These skills always have a way of propelling growth for us. Number two, great networking skills can guarantee what we call career progression. When you have networking skills and you are great at your networking skills, I've seen people who've moved from slow track to fast track just because they are great at their networking skills. I've seen a scenario where someone was unconfirmed who is a contract staff, but because of the quality of his networking skills and the executive charisma he was exuding, it created a reason for them to convert him from contract staff to professional staff. So you see, sometimes these things matter a lot. It can guarantee career progression. And guess what? In this same point, I want you all to listen. Poor networking skills can hinder, limit career progression. So as much as networking skills can, poor networking skills can. So let me share with you a personal experience. Many years ago, I used to work in the bank, and I had this colleague who was in the operations unit, and he was very, professional, but he had this air around him that, he only talks to his peers. He doesn't talk to people lower than him. Now, the GM's driver was very close to the GM of that zone, and it happened to be that we're in a zonal branch. And so one of those days, the GM driver knows his importance because he's driving the GM for crying out loud. So he's always coming with this air of, I'm important as well, I'm the GM's driver. But this colleague of mine was like, he doesn't care whether you are the MD's driver, as long as he knows he's a professional staff, he's higher, his education qualification is higher, blah, 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 blah. So one of those days, the driver walked up to him and said, I passed by you, you did not greet me. And the colleague said, what type of effrontery is that? You're asking me to greet you. You are the one that should greet me. And I said, okay, I'll show you. To cut the long story short, the GM's driver, while they were going home, spoke to the GM and said there's somebody that was soliciting for a transfer, and that he walked up to him and said that he would like them to transfer him to, there's a place in Cross River called Ecom. And at that time, many years ago, that's going to be the first, they've been looking for staff to reassign to that location. So the GM was so excited that, someone volunteered reassignment. So he just called HR, and so he got into the office the next morning. He couldn't log in because his password was already changed. And he saw a mail from HR and thank you for your request for nomination for reassignment. Please find that child, blah, blah, blah. And then they credited him reassignment fee. Then the driver now walked in. He said, have you gotten your letter? Now, if you think about that story, it's a true story. Yes, he's a driver. But in the scheme of things, relationships, right, are so strong that even though he's the driver of the GM, he has the ears of the GM. He can easily also influence things. So poor networking skill caused that my colleague, a retrogression in his career as opposed to a progression in his career. Number 3, great networking outcome can boost collective results. So what it simply means is that there are times that, and I'd like to ask this question, has there been any time that your boss or superiors have benefited from your own network just because you know someone, or because you belong to a network, or because you have access to certain information? It became value add to your boss. Has anybody experienced that kind of thing before? Has anybody? If you have, can you unmute yourself and let's hear from you? Has anybody? Anybody?
Okay, can I share one?
Yes, please, Rebecca, carry on.
Okay, early days in my career, I worked in finance, even though I'm not a chartered accountant in finance. So I've left finance for about 10 years now in the organization. I've moved on. But recently, my boss I'm working with wanted to do something that has to do with maybe cost allocation and something like that. And she has been sending mail to finance to get all of this and hasn't been successful. They haven't given her the right attention. And I was on leave then, but sometimes I log in, I see the mails. So all she did was send me WhatsApp message, please, when are you resuming? I know you will be able to engage somebody in finance. And honestly, when I resume, people I've worked with before that I have good relationship with, I just went to them and said, this mail, they've been sending this mail. Apparently, the guy was struggling to understand it, and I sat by him as somebody I know, and I explained some things, and we were able to resolve that issue and was like, fantastic. So anything that has to do with finance, my boss said, wait, give it to Rebecca. She knows one person that will be able to do it. So that is another benefit of networking. If I didn't have good relationship with people I've worked with years back, I won't go back to them to help resolve some issues. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that personal experience that you shared. So it always boosts collective results, and it's good for you, it's good for everyone as well. So the next slide, I want you to pay attention to these words, and I want you to think about it. And if you disagree, I really welcome your argument. And the words resonate so many times. You know, I've heard many people say it over the years that your network determines your net worth. Your network determines your net worth. Can anyone share with me, you know, what they understand by this? It could be considered a quote, it could be considered a statement. You know, who would like to share? Let me look for someone. Is Richard Timothy there? Richard Timothy, what does this resonate with you as? Your network determines your net worth. I mean, your net worth.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, just I've been looking at the word network. And if you look at the previous 2 points you raised, that network allows us to grow on the job. So meaning, if your network will allow you grow on the job, it increases your network. So that means that the kind of network you keep determines the value you add to yourself. And the healthy the network, the healthy the network, the more your net worth. So that's what I understand by that, sir. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So your net worth is tied to your net work. So everyone must understand that as we aspire to be great in life, as we aspire to be good professionals, as we aspire to grow in our career ladder or career path, we must realize that all the things that networking can evolve or present to us, you know, will always tie eventually to the worth, our self-worth, our career worth, our professional worth in the short term and also in the long run. Right? Very, very true. Thank you so much. So let's explore practical habits that we will call global habits for awesome networkers. If you will be an amazing networker, there are certain things that you need to put to use, and this must become a habit to you. Number one, make a move towards others first. Make a move. Learn to be one who will make a move towards others first. You are in a room and you see a lot of people, and in your mind, you're saying if they greet you, you will greet them. No, make a move towards others first. Hello, everyone, or walk up to someone. Good afternoon. My name is Rotimi Tire. How may I meet? Nice to meet you. Or can I meet you? You know, learn always to be responsive, not just waiting for others to make the move. Sometimes when you step into that mode of waiting for others first, you lose sometimes opportunities. You lose sometimes confidence. You appear to be timid. Learn to make a move towards others first. You know, I hope you understand this clearly. Making a move towards others first. And I want someone to tell me, how would you be able to tie this into your daily work, into your profile? Is Kenneth there? Kenneth or Saloye, if you're there, can you share with me, how can you put this into practice? Because we are talking about practical strategies. How does that relate to you with your work? Kenneth, are you there? If you're there, please unmute yourself. Kenneth? Okay, if Kenneth is not there, let's have Innocent. Innocent, are you there? Innocent Omenuko. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, please.
All right, please, you have the floor.
Okay, what's the question again, please?
So I was asking about the first point, that global habit of awesome networkers. It says that awesome networkers make a move towards others first. How do you integrate this? How does this play out for you as in your role, in your career?
Okay, just like you stated earlier, the level of contacts you're able to establish, goes a long way in determining your path career-wise and every other opportunities that come up. And the fact is that when you make the first move, it gives you that control that you need at towards any negotiation or any kind of conversation you want to have with the people within that space. So it builds confidence, and it also opens the door to make the person to know, or the people there to know, that you are within the class of personality they want to interact with. And by so doing, it makes them to feel very much more comfortable in opening up the discussions and the bouquet of opportunities that would come up. And that's why, even on an informal setting, I mean, the guys in the house will tell you that amongst men, there's this belief that, or saying that, most of the big deals come up, are met or discussed in the bars. So you create that environment, whether formal or informal, where the people around you will be very comfortable to interact with you, and you use that opportunity to establish the contact that can lead you to the next level. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That's an amazing one from Innocent. Okay, so that's very clear. So the second habit is learn to use. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes,
Learn to use correct names and titles. Learn to use correct names and titles. Let me share. Before I share this, let me share. Then I'll ask questions. I recall that there was a lady that normally had. She used to have an issue with my colleague then, and my colleague was always in the habit of calling her madam. I say, oh, madam, you have asked for so, 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 so. Oh, madam, here is your so, 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 so. And the lady says, stop calling me madam. My name is XYZ. And she will say, I'm sorry, madam. I will not call you madam. I don't know whether you get what point. You are still saying madam. So we must try as much as possible to learn to use correct names. If somebody is doctor, please put the doctor. If somebody is chief, try to use chief. Whatever the correct names are, or the title, some people love the word honorable to their name. So give them that pleasure, please. By all means, call them honorable, or if it's His Excellency, call the person Your Excellency. Just try, because you are networking, you are connecting with the person, and the connection you want to drive is to build mutual value, mutual benefits, as we like to call it. So we must learn to use correct names and titles, especially within the context that we find ourselves, right? Very quick, let's move to the third one. Follow up. Follow up to turn contacts into relationships. We all sometimes are in the habit of harvesting numbers. Hello, Rebecca. My name is Rotimi Itai. Can I have your number? And then I collect it and type it, and it's stored away. How many of us follow up on that contact that you've gotten? How many of you turn those contacts into relationships? Most times it doesn't. And by the time you want to connect with such people later, you might find it difficult to place the value that they represent. I remember this name, oh, it was in so training, oh. What exactly is that person? You can't realize the value because time has passed. The person is still a contact, it's not a relationship yet, And I'd like to use the opportunity to ask Job, Job from FCMB, can you put a bit more light on this for us? And how have you put this to practice as a person? Job, are you there? Please unmute yourself. Share with us how we can turn this into practical reality for ourselves and share with us personal experiences as well. Job, are you there? If Job is not there, can we have Yewande Da Silva? Are you there? Please, if you're speaking, unmute yourself. Yewande, are you there? Oh, you can talk where you're. All right, fine. Thank you. Ayodeji Alabi, would you like to help us on this particular point?
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, I'm in a place that I'm on my video. So, concerning this, can we all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Concerning this, well, I've had experiences where sharing contacts as really following up on contacts have really helped even in my work in the office, because for example, there was a time where I needed some things to be done in the office, and due to one thing or the other, I was like, okay, who could I, if I send it to the general mail for the team handling this particular thing, it might take the whole day or even more than a day to handle, and I need it urgent. But I just checked through the members of that mail of the team, and I just looked at it. Oh, this particular person that I know is part of this team. Oh, let me just, instead of sending a mail, let me just contact this person physically or via the person's phone number. And I was able to get that done because before that time, I've been able to build a relationship, even if it's just good morning, how are you doing? Trust you're doing good on a daily basis, or even once in a while like that. It's not just based on, oh, I need this help from this person, that's why I'm calling this person. So it is more or less like, okay, it's more like a normal thing to do. Like I'm checking up on the person again. It's not just, oh, it's because he needs this thing from me, that's why he's calling me. And then that person wants the that, let me use that word, to really help me out. But since I've been following up, I've been checking up on the person, how are you doing? The person was willing to even assist me to quickly do that thing that I needed to do within few minutes. And that was how I was able to solve that matter, compared to if I didn't follow up beforehand or even check up on the person before that time.
All right, thank you so much for that. And this point is actually something I want us to be very, very spot on. I would like to encourage everyone to create what I call a relationship log. I want you to, create that. And what is that? In that relationship log, you will have a list of your contacts, people that you know, names that you have, cards, complimentary cards, whatever it is, or your phone book, extract it from maybe Gmail or something, and put a table, name, Rotimi Tayo, description, so, and then you talk about relationship. Then after that, you talk about relationship status. You understand? There are many people that we have they are just contacts. There are many people that we've turned those contacts into relationship. But by the time you check your relationship status with such people, some have gone dormant, some have gone dead, some have been revived, some are vibrant. You need to be able to say that, oh, these are the people that I know, and this is what is almost like a current state assessment of these people. Periodically, you can always update that log, because there are people that you now know that if they are on dormant list, you want to find a way to activate or reactivate such people, reactivate such relationship. If they are in a dead state, you want to resurrect or start afresh. And if they're in a vibrant space, you want to nurture, right? I hope this is clear so far. Please, if you can hear me, say yes. And if it's clear, say it's clear. Because I really want us to make this very, very practical. Everyone should make a commitment to come up with what I call a relationship or relational log. Come up with that. And in that log, you want to tell yourself the honest truth. Don't try to paint an ambiguous picture. It's the reality. Some of us, you will find out that you begin to apply the principles that have been taught, the first module, the second module, to the third module, and now the fourth module. When you combine this together, you begin to see a lot of improvement. You begin to see a lot of progress. You begin to see a lot of advancement in the relationships you have. In some cases, the worries, the frustration, the stress, the hiccups, the bottlenecks, the challenges that we might have been facing, we might not need to face so much by the time we activate our relationship. Based on the relationship log, your to-do, your work in progress will be clearly defined for you. And it is something that I consider as a growth compass, because that's what you need to do. Let's move on to the fourth habit very quickly. You must ask to get. I repeat, you must ask to get. Awesome networkers know this secret. In fact, for faith-based people, there's something that is called ask and you will receive. You understand? Life, most times, is not subjected to just what you deserve. Sometimes you have to demand from life, and there are many times that a lot of people just think about it. So I want Michael, if Michael is available, Michael Mosaku, if you're available, right, I want you to unmute yourself and tell us about this fourth habit that we must have, this fourth habit that we must practice, that we must be in a habit of. You must ask to get. Okay, can we have Sadiq from Keystone Bank? Sadiq, if you're there, please unmute yourself.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You must ask to get.
Yes, we can hear you. Carry on, please.
Sadiq, we can't hear you anymore. Okay, go on.
No, yeah, I'm thinking because in our own tradition, God said, "Stand up so I can help you." Does it relate? Because if you expect so much from your job, your life, and the world, one has to ask for it. It's the same. I think it's the same idea behind the first one as well, which we said was make the first move. Asking can be the first move for getting.
I like that. I like that. Absolutely brilliant. It's something we must always move away from, always being the recipient. I just want to be in the receiving mode. Sometimes the receiving is dependent on the asking. Some people say that a closed lip is a closed destiny. I don't know if you've heard that before. So we must learn as awesome networkers to be in the habit of asking. You know, sometimes I tell people that I coach that you need to ask a minimum of 35 questions every day if you want to make it a habit. And when I say 35 questions, I mean questions that bring meaningful answers, not how are you? Have you eaten? How is mommy? How is daddy? How is brother? How is sister? How was church? No, I'm not talking about those kind of questions. Those are a bit pedestrian in nature. Questions that elicit information. Ask, ask, ask. Let me ask you this question. How many questions have you asked today? How many? Rebecca, how many? Innocent, how many? Sadiq, how many? All of you on this call, how many? How many questions, Olayinka? How many questions, Femi? How many questions, Femi? Precious, how many questions, Adewale? How many questions, Kenneth? How many questions, Yohande? How many questions, Billy, Yamino? Everyone should ask themselves. And I want answers, please, because it's a question. How many questions have you asked today? How many? You can type it out.
I asked plenty questions. So I asked somebody why they chose Pentecostalism over Catholicism or Methodist Church, and the person could not answer, by the way. So, but I was looking to know. So if you want to grow, part of the net worth we're talking about, growing having a good network improves your net worth, is also information and knowledge. If you don't know much, you won't be worth much either. So if you don't ask questions, you won't know anything.
Amazing, amazing.
Again, in our tradition, they say the person who asks questions never gets lost.
Exactly. I love that. Thank you so, so much. And that's the truth about it. You know, that especially that last part you said, if you ask questions, you will not get lost. You know, it's very important. And sometimes for some people, you just have to just, you know, take that burden off and just ask. And you find out that you're always better, you know. Someone says, I asked you one earlier, add that to the six. So that's, and then I went to the market today and the prices I met, I asked lots of questions. But let's make sure we are in the habit of asking questions. Honestly, it's a good habit, and it shows that you will not be afraid to sometimes reach out to people. You know, you get into a place. Is this the first time here? Oh, do you need any help? Sometimes that's how it works. Then number 5, another global habit I would like us to embrace is sometimes you need to get back to grow. What I mean by get back is there's sometimes, you know, networkers spend time to reflect. You know, they sit back, they take a retreat for them to grow. Don't always, you know, be in a place where you don't practice reflection. You want to, you know, look at it. Oh, so how does this person behave? How does this work? Oh, what went on? What did we not get right? Blah, 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 blah. So that by the time you are coming back, you are informed. You know, you've anticipated a lot of things. The principle says, get back to grow. Number 6, you need to nurture your contacts. Habits that will help you to be an awesome networker. You need to nurture. You need to nurture. You understand? You must have a strategy of nurturing things. You know, now here we are. This is the last Saturday of October, right? The last Saturday in October. So the question is this. You know that in a new month, everybody sends out new month messages. That is a form of nurturing, reaching out to people, giving people calls. You know, I want you to share. Can anyone share with me their nurture strategy for the contact, their contact nurture strategy? Who would like to share? If you have, if you don't have, well, tell us you don't have. Anyone? Udwak says, I do not have. So for those of us that do not have, I want us to try as much as possible to add it on our growth list. Add it on what you must start doing after this session. Have a strategy to nurture your contacts. For some of you, visitation might be there, calls might be there, gifts might be there, whatever it is, just to make sure you nurture them. Nurture your contacts to be healthy contacts, so that your database is a healthy and functional database. It's not an archaic or archived database. It's real-time database. It's very important. Now, how many of you, if you follow the things we've been sharing, right? We talked about the first one. Can anybody tell me the first habit? Anybody? Can anybody tell me the first habit? Just want to be sure that you've been following.
The first habit is to make a move first.
Yes, make a move towards others first. Do you want to try the second habit? Precious?
Okay, from what I got, it's the way you address people also matters. That's what I got from the second one.
Okay, what about the third one?
Follow up to find contact into relationships.
Okay, so what's the fourth one?
You must ask to get.
Fantastic. What's the fifth one?
Nurture contact.
Get back to grow.
Get back to grow. Sorry.
And then the sixth one is nurture your contacts, right? Very important for all of us. It is something for everyone, whether you've been networking for ages or you're just starting your networking journey. The nurture word must not be strange to you. Number 7, make sure that you do what? Checking in, practice checking in. It's a bit of a follow-up to nurture, but you find out that a lot of people are always checking in. Sometimes reaching out to people should not be based on the request, should not be based on drawing down. Hello, Rebecca, I'm just checking on you. Hello, Innocent, I'm just checking on you. Hello, Precious, just checking in on your health, just checking in on your your welfare. Sometimes reaching out to people via mails, text, and all that is a form of checking in. And the person will just say, I see that you're a thoughtful person. You practice thoughtfulness all the time. That's so nice of you. That's so thoughtful of you. That's the same way, checking in. Just think, oh, sir, would you like a cup of coffee or would you like a cup of tea? Sir, would you like me to place an order for that meal right now? Would you like me to make that reservation? Would you like me to make the call? Would you like to schedule the call you wanted to make? Would you like to send the flowers to your wife? All those things that you do, checking in. It just puts you as a prompter. And then the person will say, what can I do? What would I have done without you? You are such a value to my process, value to my work, or sometimes value to my life. Checking in is very important, right? A good question Innocent is asking. Innocent is saying, what's the difference between turning contacts into relationship and checking in? There's a big difference, but they have similarities as well. That's a very good question. So turning contacts into relationship means that you're taking a deliberate step, right, to building relationship. Initially, I asked for Innocent's number. Innocent gave me his number. Probably I had asked him for his social media handle, and he did that. Now, if traditionally I kept it as a contact, it will just be on my phone. But now, if I now have Innocent's number and I'm now placing a call, to Innocent, and I'm also forging relations, getting to know Innocent more, getting to see where values align, getting to see where we can do things together, that is turning contacts into relationship. The processes, the activities involved in making Innocent not just a number, but a friend, or an ally, or a comrade, or an advocate. That makes it a relationship. However, while there's a relationship, I need to start checking in on him from time to time. Hey, Innocent, it's not just on your birthday, I'll call you. Hey, Innocent, how's the week been? Oh, hey, Innocent, what's up? How is Sunday going? Oh, how are you preparing for the new week? Those things are checking in. So sometimes checking in is in a subset of relationship. And sometimes checking in is a proof that you're not there just to draw down. You're not a parasite in that relationship. So those are the little differences that we have. I hope that is clear, Innocent. The next habit is what we call face up. Now, there are many times that we choose the easy route or the easy way out. You know, some of us, we need to understand that face up is very literal in this world and is also implied. So there are times that you just need to book to see someone. You just need to initiate seeing the person. There's something about the resonance effect where I see you, I meet with you. It's just like when we had the session yesterday and we're told that if you are able to turn on your videos, please turn on your videos. It makes the session a bit more personal. If I'm answering someone's question and I see the person's face, it makes it a bit more, oh, thank you, Precious, you turned on your video. It makes it more relational. So I don't feel I'm talking to myself. I don't feel I'm talking. Now, Rebecca has turned on her video. Fantastic, amazing. So I hope others are going to turn on their videos as well. So you see, that's the same thing. Face up. Now you guys are facing up and then you're putting energy to the training session. The training session is getting better and vibrant. Why? There's the power of resonance. And sometimes when you cannot see someone face to face, there's, oh, Innocent, thank you for turning on your video as well. So the same time, when it comes to face up, right? Face up doesn't always mean physical meetup. It sometimes can mean the need to establish, I need to hit the road again on this relationship. I need to be visible enough. So don't always hide behind the screen or don't always pan and just say, well, you know, things are going on fine. Face up can mean, you know what, I need to bring zest and fire. You know, I've known this person for a long time. I've worked with this person for a long time. There's no spark in the perception that the person has of me. You know, can I bring a spark into it? That's part of face off. It is something you must practice from time to time. Number 9, don't give up. Remember that networking is more of a journey. And I've noticed that awesome networkers don't give up. You might ask a question, why? Why do you say don't give up when the person is proving difficult? Why do you say don't give up when the person is impersonal? The person doesn't treat my greeting as greeting, doesn't even look as if I exist, treats my feedback as nonsense, takes my conversation as trash, gives me unkind words and gestures, sometimes unprintable words as well. Why would you say don't give up? Well, there are 2 reasons I would like to share with you for the purpose of this training. Because of 2 laws. Number 1 law is called the law of averages. The law of averages says that the more negative outcome you get on a matter, closer you are to a positive outcome. Now, when somebody is giving you back-to-back heat, negativity, no, lack of response, the person is wearing out as well if you don't know. So over a period of time, you are hearing no. The more no's you are hearing, you are closer to a yes. I don't know whether you've experienced this in your life. I'm sure the ladies are very practical with this. I'm sure maybe someone accosted the lady and said, hey, how are you? I like you. I'd like to go out with you. The lady says no. And then they continue talking. She says no. And then they keep on talking. She says no. Until one day she finally says yes. I don't know whether we've experienced something like that before. This is just to tell you that if that guy gave up, the lady will not eventually say yes. But the law of consistency due to the law of averages made that happen. The second law is called the law of sales. And every salesman is like a networker. And the salesman understands that you need 7 positive interventions to create a positive conversion in a person. So what it simply means is that if Innocent is not happy with me, or if Innocent does not, it's not that he's not happy with me, but it doesn't just send me. I need 7 positive interventions with Innocent before Innocent will open up his heart to decide to accept me. So I need to look for those 7 positive interventions. That's what is called the law of sales. That's why no is one of the favorite words of a practical and great salesperson, because no is communication and it's a commercial response. It's not no to your person alone. It's no to the request, and you can continue till the person says yes. That's how it works. So don't give up. I want you to say this after me. Say, I will not give up. Say it in your in your corner right there. Say, I will not give up. Fantastic. So we talked about 9 habits. Notice I said 9 habits, not 9 points. In other words, it means that all that I've shared should be practiced. Practice it with your colleagues, practice it with your subordinates, practice it with your superior, practice it with your friends, practice with your siblings, practice with your relatives. Make sure that you are in the habit of not giving up. You are in the habit of checking in. You are in the habit of making the first move. You are in the habit of turning contacts into relationship. Don't wait for others before you do. Don't say, well, my colleagues are not doing it. I don't want to be the only one. No, any decision you take that doesn't empower you is not a good decision at all. So number 9 habit, do not give up. So let's look at number 10 very quickly. Number 10 is what we call a pre-meeting profiling. Can anybody tell me about this? I want to hear from the audience, right? Who would like to share with me what they understand by pre-meeting profiling and how it can give value? And if possible, share a personal experience. Who would like to share? Just raise your hand and you have the floor. Is Gift O from HB, I think Heritage Bank there?
I think if okay, Gift.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can. We'd like to share.
Sorry, just come again. Sorry.
Should I repeat the question?
Yes, please.
So we're talking about the 10th habit that we should practice and have. So the 10th one says pre-meeting profiling. So can you share with us your understanding of this point? And in practical terms, if you've actually done this before, share your experiences as well. What does this mean to you?
Okay, in the context of the kind of work we do, for instance, if you're going for an interview, you're meeting an executive director. What is expected is you read about the person, you go online, you check what has this person done, how has this person impacted the organization that I'm looking to work. When you meet the person, it's always easy to start a conversation that way. Because if I'm meeting you for the first time and I'm telling you, I've heard about you, I know you're a soccer fan, I know you've done this, you've also achieved this, you'll be surprised and you want to know more about me. It gives a very good platform for networking and understanding each other. So profiling is like doing a bit of research about the person before you eventually meet.
Thank you so much. And these things that we've just talked about, and as Gift has, rightfully said, you find out that you don't go to conferences without doing meeting profiling. It's something that you must do. Who's going to be seated in front? Find out. You can ask. Do you know sometimes there are things that is not off the list or is not a taboo to ask? Please, where will be the VIP section? Who are the people sitting in the first 3 rows? You can ask the organizers of a conference, not just what time will it start. You can ask, who will be sitting right to my executive director? Who will be sitting left to my executive director? You want to be able to profile that, not just for yourself. So your executive director is armed. He knows who he's going to sit with. He knows the pleasantries he or she is going to use. He knows the follow-up question. He knows, pre-meeting profiling helps you to understand the room, the conditioning, expectation, the air in the atmosphere. It helps you to know so many things. And this is why a lot of times the nerves are calm when you've done your own pre-meetup profiling. Sometimes it helps you to know who you will look out for to talk to, what will be your talking points. It helps you to know how best to choose your language and all the other things that really comes into place. We must be profilers. You understand? Profile people. It helps you to know how to spark conversation. It helps you to know how to draw them. The best introduction you should even have, or the marketing materials you go along with. And it's an endless thing, but we must be in the habit, whether it's a formal meeting or an informal meeting. whether it's whatever it is, learn to ask questions that profiles, the people and the things around. So number 11, and before I stress or explain number 11, I just want to be sure. I hope you're finding this useful. I hope we're all learning from what I'm sharing. I hope it's making sense. Let's have feedback. Do you find this useful? All that we're talking about so far? Is it something that you're okay with? Do you find it impactful? Any feedback? Fantastic. Thank you so much for the response. All right. So 11 speaks about listen actively. Permission. I think that profiling is an error. Listen actively. And I know most of us know that when we listen actively, you would see that you pick up things. You will pick up things. You will listen to the things someone should have said but did not have the courage to say it, or they did not have enough time or patience to say it. When you listen actively, it helps you to be able to feel the pulse and get to sense the connection in the moment. Listen actively. It helps people to value having conversation with you. I've had conversation with people where at some point, they say, are you following? And then sometimes they ask you to show or proof that prove that you are following them. Okay, what was the last thing I said? Now, if after they ask that, what was the last thing I said? You say, hey, you're just talking about, they can tell that you are not paying attention. And some people find it offensive. Awesome networkers listen actively and they make points. I love the fact that you made a point about this. It really resonates with me. Could you share more light on that? I really find this very useful. Let's talk more about that. Please don't lose that point. Could you stress on that? And the people say, oh, really amazing. Yes, let me tell you more. That is how networkers who are really in the practical habit of networking show their exceptional nature. I want you to commit to some of these things, and if not, commit to all, preferably, of these things. Do them together, do them simultaneously. Make sure that from tomorrow, make sure that from today, make sure that from tonight, from next week, when you are in a position to be in a conversation, active or non-active, you are listening actively. Whether the person is your superior or subordinate, listen actively is the best you can give someone. Then the next habit is habit 12. Not focusing on others. Or better still, not focusing on what others can do for you. A lot of times I have been in situations and I've also heard feedback where people already have rehearsed what they will say to people. They've rehearsed point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4, point 5, that when they meet somebody, they're just pouring. They're pouring out regurgitated conversation, a script that is so useless, that doesn't find connect, that they're communicating. Please understand, you must connect before you communicate. You've not earned the right to communicate with anyone if you've not connected with them. However, even when you do connect with them, don't always focus on what they can do for you. It's always somehow coming across as self-centered or selfish. It puts some people on red alert. Now imagine you're the eloquent type. They will not even say, these are the kind of people I've been running away from. Not knowing that your eloquence that should be a positive value to you is now a negative to you. Why? Because in a way, you are all about what somebody could do for you. Don't focus on all that others can do for you in the beginning. Try to even come as one who is even the value add person. You are adding value. It's very, very important. Always recognize that. Number 13, give gifts and sow favors. I repeat, give gifts and sow favors. One more time, give gifts and sow favors. Awesome networkers do this. And please understand, we talk about give gifts. We're not necessarily talking about cash. We're not talking about what they call it. we're not talking about cash. We're not talking about how do you call this stuff now? Material stuff. It's not only that. Your time is a gift. It's yours. The gift of time, the gift of your presence. Have you not noticed where sometimes you attend an event and the person feels honored that you came? That is a gift. Do you understand? So I want us to share, and I want how do I put it now? I want us to share a bit on that. I like two people to talk on this habit. Number one, talk about it. Number two, tell me if it's something you've done and share your experiences. And then number three, what are the ways we can give gifts and sow favors? I mean, integrate it to your direct work. So I'm looking for people. Olayinka, would you like to take the floor?
Okay, yes, I think this happens naturally, and I think place of work where people have their birthdays. As far as you are close to them, you work with them one-on-one, then you give them birthday gifts. And actually, somehow, you're not doing it for intentions, but intentionally, but somehow it comes back to you. Like you just find out that you might just ask the person for something within the official space. And then because you've had this relationship through gifts, it will help you, it will make the help person be prompted to help you in a nicer and faster way to help your own job as well.
All right, I love that. Who else wants to contribute to that? Who would like to contribute? Olayinka did an amazing one on that. Who would like to contribute? Seems you are very quiet this Saturday. Is Edwin at JBSST there? Or should we? Is Ima Heritage Bank there? Kenneth, you have the floor. Kenneth?
Thank you. Yes, just like what Olayinka has said, if you are in a relationship with some persons, or like we find ourselves under this platform, and then we got to know that from time about 2 or 3 weeks after that, about one of us here have something, a social function or one that we have got to have visited, pay their visit, spend some quality times with them, or if we need to commiserate with them, maybe we need to commiserate with them quite okay. Of course, we are very sure that by the time, thank you for coming, thank you for spending time with me, thank you for your word of encouragement around it. I mean, those are part of the things you can also exchange in the course of relationship and networking.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And to add to that, sometimes some of us are wondering, oh, but I missed out on their birthdays. I've missed out on festive season. There are many things that are obvious and traditional that inspires us to give gifts and so forth. But there are other things based on the information we have, they are not traditional and they are not obvious. For example, Kenneth has been working for how long? Kenneth, how long have you been working? How many years? Your mic is
19.
19.
Yeah.
Now, when is the 20th year?
This current year I'm going on.
This current year or the next year?
Yeah, next year.
So let's imagine January, for example. So imagine an Olayinka sending you a congratulatory letter on your 20th year in your career. Wow. That is not traditional. It's not your birthday.
Certainly not.
You understand? But you know what it does? It connects. It nurtures relationship. It inspires you to have a goodwill about her. an intention to say, oh, Olayinka, that's thoughtful. So someone could even see my 20th year, or even at the end of the year to say, as you close this 19th year chapter, it is my desire to felicitate with you that as you step into the new year, which also equals to the 20th year, I pray that you find great advancement, great result, great. You know what? You might frame that letter. Why? She didn't give you money, but you know what she did? She gave a gift. Sometimes it could be that I could say that, oh, Chidinma seems to be someone who loves trainings a lot. I can just send Chidinma a link. Guess what? Hello, Chidinma. I saw a set of training that I think you might be interested in, right? And I decided to send the link along your way. That's a gift. I've profiled another person and I've said, oh, maybe it's Femi. And I said, oh, you know what? I think based on the work you do, I know that end of the year we'll be writing a lot, blah, 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 blah. I just decided to give you a blue screen shade or a laptop frame. I ordered one and I ordered one for you as well. That's a gift. You can sow favors. You can put in a word for your colleague or for the person that you know. That's favor. You can stand on there. You can register people for things. That's favor. Are you getting it? And it always works wonders. Now, a lot of time people say, I don't want the issue of, there are peculiarities and limitations on how you can express certain things. But if you are very, very thoughtful and your motive is right, you will find a way. Learn to be in the habit, no matter who it is, to give gifts and sow favors. It's very important. Very, very, very important. Right? I've been a beneficiary of this many times. Many times. That sometimes you even say, something that you did many, many, many years ago. Right? But people feel that, no, for you to have done this, it might have not meant anything to you, but it means a lot to me. I remember many years ago, I was going to an event I was invited for in Ghana, and I met the MD of a particular institution, permit me not to say the name, and the person was waiting, international flight. And I saw this person, I just walked up to the person and I said, that someone gave me a special pen that time. And I looked at it. For me, the pen was great, but I looked at this was a point of connection. And I brought out the pen and I just said, sir, just for you, I know you write a lot. And I just said I should. And the person looked at me and for crying out loud, I didn't even know the person had love for pen. All the special pen, Parker, all those designer stuff. And the person really, guess what? By the time we were going to the same event, funny enough, by the time we got to Ghana and everything, I was at the hotel that he was at. But I think I had my colleague, I just want to check up something. And then, fortunately and unfortunately, my ATM card, I don't know what was happening to the payment at that time. Guess what happened? The man told them they upgraded my room. They upgraded my colleague's room. They paid for our entire, and it insisted to pay for my return ticket. It was just, sometimes, you don't know how sometimes, because people are so elevated, we've ostracized our leaders and our bosses, that they are not subject of love anymore. We already believe they have too much. What do you want to give them? Their holiday allowance is some of us annual allowance. Their leave allowance or sitting allowance is some of you 3 months salary. I'm just giving you an example that you might think they don't need anything, but sometimes favor. Are we together? I hope you are learning these things. It's a habit. So when you see person A going higher and fast tracking career than you, don't say, what does he know? What does she know? Didn't we enter the same time? Didn't they employ us the same day? We went to training school the same time. They are not doing the same thing. You're not networking the same way. Some of them are giving gifts so in favor. You are being entitled and you're staying on the same point. So let's put this to practice, right? Number 14, connect others together. It takes a large heart and a selfless executive assistant to practice this. Most times people connect for themselves, but connect others together. Connect your superior to another superior. Connect your superior to another opportunity. Connect others together. Don't hoard and be selfish. Connect another executive assistant in the same organization to another person. It is your own bridge if you don't. Are we together? Connect others together. I want you to type this in the comment section. Say this after me. Type it in the comment section. From today, I will learn to connect others together. I want to see you type it. From today, I will learn to connect others. Yeah. Type it very quickly. So, steps. We talked about the habits, they are practical steps, but let's look at some other key steps to guarantee growth and advancement. So I'm going to share with you these few ones. Practical steps. Number 1, research events. What's this event about? What are the events available in town? Research events. Expand your online presence. Expand your online presence. Expand your online presence. Very important. Number 3, make connections online. In fact, let me make it so practical. Everyone on this call, make up your mind. You have about 23 people on this call right now, or 24. Make up your mind that you connect with everybody. It's not on LinkedIn. Connect with them. Look for them on LinkedIn. Look for them on Instagram. Look for them on Facebook. At the least, these 3 platforms. Connect. Expand your influence. Connect. Type it as well. Say, I will make connections online. Type it out. You have to be very deliberate. Every one of you. They'll say, they say LinkedIn is a professional platform. It's not just LinkedIn, right? You have to start. Put yourself on there. I will make connections online. Don't say, yes, I have his phone number, but are you connected? Connect with everyone. Number 4, open doors or opening doors to unadvertised opportunity. That's you putting your leg out there. Implied opportunities, open doors to them. And then, number 5, embrace diversity in your network. Now, this is a note of warning to executive assistant. There's a tendency for you to want to get or gravitate to people like you. So Kenneth to say, I'm looking for people that are like me. Sameness is not richness. It's not the same thing. You must practice diversity, right? Abdullah Yamin, you want to make sure that you have people who are like you. You also want to make sure in your network you have people who are not like you. They say variety is the spice of life. I'm sure some of you have heard that statement before. Make sure that you have friends on different levels, in different mix, in different shapes, in different sizes. Are we together? It's very important. It's later in life you see the value of it. Some women will say, oh, it's only women that are my friends. Some men will say, it's only guys. No, mixture. It's only executive assistant. Have people who are not executive assistants as well in your network. Then participate in industry events. Participate in industry events. Don't seclude yourself. What are they saying? It's not interesting. It's not about the topic alone. Sometimes it's just that you are there. Let your face be familiar. Your face signature, your name signature should resonate in the minds of people. These are practical steps. Then join associations sometimes. Look for associations or sometimes create the association. Ask questions and, of course, ask for help. Anything you want to achieve, ask for help. the direction that your organization is going to, you can ask for help. There's help in this place. There is no one that will not say, I know someone that knows someone that knows someone. You know, you have Bidan, you have Kenneth, you have everyone, you have me. Ask questions, ask for help. So, as we get close to conclude, the possible question in your mind will be, what are the hindrances that you anticipate, or that you anticipate ahead of your journey, you know, ahead of your journey, your networking journey? Can anybody just type or share? What are the hindrances? Anybody? Fear. Fantastic. What type of fear, Samson? What's the fear that you have? Okay, if not you. People have fears. Okay, fantastic. All right, I understand that. So a lot of times people must be able to also anticipate the possible challenges that they think they might have ahead and then work towards it. That way you are able to grow. So a quick immersion in personal branding. What am I trying to say? Eventually, in practical terms, you cannot network without talking about personal branding. You cannot thrive in networking without a strong personal brand. Always stay mindful of these words. Perception creates reality. Type it out. Perception creates reality. If you want to change the reality about how people see you, I mean, you have to change the perception. So if you want to change reality, you have to change perception. Perception creates reality. In the end, we must be consciously aware of perception people have about us. And our personal brands truly define us in so many ways. How many of us agree with that? I agree that our personal brand consciously, creates a way of defining who we are, right? We need to begin our growth curve and be intentional about our personal brands and network. And how we do that is to leverage our network. And that will lead to what you call growth in professional side of it, and then career advancement in the intellectual side of it. So we need to make sure that our growth is complete and our personal brand, we pay attention to it. Be a person that is likable, be attractive, connect with people, be believable, and then you find out value will take place. So thank you so much for the time, right? My name is Rotimi Tayo, and I hope that I've been able to activate that thing to equip you to a place of possibilities, right? I believe that this session has shaped you and also positioned you to begin to practice a difference. And you are beginning to write it at the back of your mind. From today, I will stop this. I will stop this. I will stop this. From today, I will start this. I will continue with this. I will continue with that. It's only then you can easily actually activate the best of things. So I'm going to hand over to Femi, and I believe that there's a case study we will explore, and then also moments for question and answer. I hope you found this useful. Thank you. You've been an amazing audience for day 1 and day 2. And I believe that you have nothing but the best to offer life, yourself, and the people that you work with. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Itayo, for a very impactful session. Please, if you have questions or contributions, kindly raise up your hands, indicate, and we'll ask your questions. There's one part I picked up about was the titles. Using the correct title is very important. In a previous organization that I worked, they were having issues with marketing their programs and events. So when I came, they had good content, they had the database. So what's the issue? And then I sat down and I looked at their letters. When they're sending their letters, they send dear sir to everybody. regardless of whether the person is a woman. People take notes of things like that, and it actually gets to them. So I took time to classify that database. I separated the women and the men. And when I'm sending my emails and my letters, I'll group the women and say, dear madam, dear ma, and group the men and said, dear sir. So it's very important. We need to take this, look at these strategies and network with other individuals. We thank Mr. Itayo for very impactful sessions. Do we have questions or contributions? Questions or contributions? Okay. Absence of no questions. We'll take our vote of thanks after the session because we're about to go into a very, very crucial part of this workshop. So we've gone through 4 modules and we've learned a lot. So this case study is going to assess what we've learned. We're going to use it in practical scenarios. We're going to answer the questions and then discuss and then present. So this is the modality of this case study. We'll be divided into 2 groups. Everybody that is on the call right now will be divided, apart from the facilitators, all the participants will be divided into 2 groups. I'll put each and every one of you into breakout rooms, and then we will, so the first step is, okay, first, I sent the questions. Please check your email that you have gotten the questions. That's the first step. If you've not gotten, check your email now. If you've not gotten the question, please identify. I'll send you the question again. If you've gotten the question, please put on the chat box that I've gotten the question. Okay. Has everybody gotten the question? I'm not seeing that you've gotten the questions. Mr. Kenneth, have you gotten the question? Okay, Gift has gotten the questions. Please check your email. Yes, okay. I'm seeing Lucy has gotten the question. Mr. Kenneth, have you gotten the question?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
check your email. You should have gotten the question. Okay, I'm seeing somebody saying that I should send to an email. I'll do that. If you've not gotten the questions and you want me to send it to another email, please put it in the chat box. So next step is I'm going to assign everyone. I'm going to divide the participants into 2 groups, and then once you're into your group A and group B, once you're into your group, the first thing is to appoint a group presenter. So there'll be somebody that after discussion, answering the questions, everybody will have to collaborate and answer the question, and then choose somebody that will give the presentation. So once you've given your presentation, we'll come back here. Once you're done with the question, there's a time frame for it. You come back here and then you give the presentation to everybody, and then the facilitators will rate your presentation. This session is very, very crucial in you obtaining your certificates of completion. So please, I request that we take this with utmost seriousness. Okay, so I'm going to start with with assigning everyone. I'm going to make it kind of the. Do you have something to say, Mr. Kenneth?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to make it diverse. And I know we have a lot of people from Heritage Bank, and Standard Chartered Bank. So I'm going to separate everybody so we can meet new faces and new people. So on the call, I think we're 20, so it should be 10, 10. Okay, so I'm going to do that now. So you get, sorry, who's that? Sorry. Yes, sorry. Okay. You will get a notification that you should be moved to the room. So please accept. Please accept once you get that notification. All right. So just hold on. Okay. So I think some people have been assigned to a room. So once you see it, accept that you should be joining that room. Okay, I'm seeing that Excel has moved. I'm seeing that you moved. So the remaining people in this room, I will assign you to trying to make it balanced. Okay, so there's a so everybody that is here, that means you've not joined the room. So kindly accept and join the room. So Mr. Itayo, I will assign you to group A so you can listen and help in if they have any questions or contribution. Mr. Abiodun, welcome. I will assign you to group B. Okay. So Emmanuel from Heritage Bank, please join the room that I assigned you. Job, you're watching Chelsea match. Job, please join the room that I assigned you in. Mr. Job, thank you. Please join the room. Okay, sorry. Let me assign you to your room. There's one more person that is not assigned to a room. Okay, she has not accepted. I think we're done. Everybody else has been assigned except from. Yes, she has not joined the room, but yeah, she has been assigned. Job too has been assigned, but he has not joined the room. So try to type it directly to how you going to belong. Okay, I think we're on track by this, except for these two people. Okay, someone has joined. I think Job has joined now. Yes, he has joined. Could be. So I think it's unbalanced. One group is 12, one group is. So let me move him to group A. Then it will still be unbalanced. Anyhow, I'm sure. Where will I put A? So
especially because of a phishing scam that happened and cost the company, where's that part? 600 million naira. So they have spent a lot of money and invested, but still he's not comfortable allowing IT to take the reins. What's the situation? Despite paid subscriptions.
Sorry, can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Okay, hold on. Everybody remove from this. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so does everybody have the case study for this session, for this presentation and discussion? Does anybody have the case study? Questions? I know gifts. You
Yes,
told
we
me.
do.
Yes. Okay. So what we have.
Yeah, I have it.
So the questions you're
I
looking.
don't have it, Femi.
Okay. I'll send it to your email. That email you dropped, I'll send it to you. But we're going to discuss. There are questions there. You discuss the case study and answer. But the first thing is to appoint a presenter, someone that's going to present. I think that's the first step. So do you understand that? So whoever is presenting, whoever is your presenter, let me know so I can make that person a co-host and the person can share the case study for presentation. Do you all understand that?
Sorry, if I may suggest, can you allow us to look at the questions, answer it, then we decide who can present? You understand?
You've not. Mr. Sadiq, you were the presenter for Group A. You can start. Okay. Mr. Adiwali, you wanted to ask something. I've admitted him. You wanted to say something.
No, I'm cheering him on. I was just cheering him on.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Yes, please, when your presenter is giving his presentation, please cheer him on and encourage him. Mr. Sadiq, are you back?
Yes, I am.
Yes, please give your presentation. So after your presentation, the two facilitators will rate your presentation over 10.
All
yes, over 10. Thank you.
All right. So we had two case studies. The first case study had the question to advise John on how to address the issues he's facing as the executive assistant to the CEO of ABC Oil and Gas Limited. We identified as a group a few steps he might consider. One is to build trust and credibility. John should focus on building trust with the CEO. This can be achieved by consistently delivering on tasks and demonstrating professionalism. He should strive to become indispensable in day-to-day operations, gradually earning the CEO's confidence. We also mentioned one of the things that was highlighted was that the CEO was missing or forgetting scheduled appointments. So one of the steps was to whether daily or every other day to meet with the CEO to bring out all the scheduled appointments and engagements he has so that he can merge it all with the one he has and upload it into an electronic diary where he can keep track and demonstrate this professionalism and delivering on tasks. Another step to take is to streamline administrative tasks. John can propose a system for streamlining administrative tasks and suggest implementing technology ever so gently. After John builds this trust, he can, as I just said, now demonstrate the benefits of technology by highlighting the benefits of the unused technology tools that they had spent so much money on already. Then he can gradually integrate these as well. And as part of him taking the opportunity after building trust to demonstrate the benefits of a transition to use of technology, he can also highlight to his principal that cybersecurity has upgraded, and he can use that to curb the fears of past experiences that the principal had. Lastly, he can highlight also a cost-benefit analysis by showing that the traditional approach takes time, which technology can improve the turnaround time, and which can translate to getting more things done and getting more income within certain timeframes and affecting the bottom line income as a whole. It is essential for John, in conclusion, it is essential for John to approach this situation with patience and diplomacy, as the CEO's skepticism is rooted in past experiences. By gradually introducing technology and demonstrating its benefits while addressing security concerns, John can work towards positive changes within the company. Moving on to the second question, we were asked to highlight practical networking strategies that can help one foster career growth as an experienced executive assistant looking to transition into a managerial role or explore different industries. Whatever existing internal network that individual has, they must leverage on it. In the sessions we had, it was mentioned to network and expand and grow your network. But some people actually do have the network without even knowing, or even if they know, they don't leverage on it. You have so many contacts, but you don't use them. So the first step is to leverage on your internal already established network. Then we also agreed that membership in professional associations is a good step to take for such a person. Then we also highlighted what was mentioned, training like using LinkedIn and other social media platforms to establish and grow this and look at the profile and connect with industry professionals, share relevant content, and engage in discussions to increase one's online presence. Alumni networks also. Reconnect with your alma mater alumni network. Alumni often hold various positions in different industries and can be valuable contacts. We also highlighted that it will be important for this individual to attend several and different business networking events, attending industry-specific networking events, and online forums and groups and what have you. And then we also mentioned that it would be important not only to improve one's network, but to be prepared to prepare oneself for the eventual whether interview or opportunity that presents itself. So improving one's knowledge in whatever industry or whatever area or whatever managerial role they intend on attacking or pursuing would be a value added as well. Because when networking, you will have to discuss and present certain skills that show you are, and even on the social media platform, you are putting informative and educative content to showcase yourself. So you have to have the knowledge to showcase in the first place. In conclusion, for the second question, remember that networking is a two-way street. One must be genuinely interested in others and offer assistance when they can, and maintain a long-term perspective. Building a strong network takes time and effort,
but it can be incredibly valuable for your career growth. Thank you very much. My name is Sadiq Jakada, and I just presented for Group A.
Thank you so much for a very good presentation. Group B, your presentation, your presenter, are you ready?
Good afternoon, everyone. Ready?
Okay.
This is Rebecca Ebule.
Okay.
So we are
Let's
looking
start.
at starting with case study number 1, where we are asked to John has approached us as an experienced manager on this profession to be able to identify the issues and profile solution to John. So the first thing that we see is to identify the real issue. And we see that his boss has phobia for technology advancement, maybe due to past experiences. So it will be difficult for one to change him. However, John can start gradually. He needs to focus on building strong relationship with his boss. He needs to build trust. He needs to understand his boss' concerns, why his boss is acting that way, and then from there, so John can also adopt some technology tools to make himself more effective. You know, when you are effective in your job and you are delivering in your primary assignment, you have the trust, the love from your boss. And with all of that, using recent technologies like the Calendly and other time management and other things, you can use it within his own confine. And when the boss sees that this thing is working for him, it will be easy for him to approach his boss. So we also know that as it's your lab, we call it lab manager, an opportunity to do like a one-on-one feedback section with your boss. Then propose maybe a trial period where he can give his boss some selected tools, tell him why tools that will help him in a controlled environment, allowing the CEO to see the benefits. Despite the fact that there have been some events like the phishing incident, there are controlled environments. The phishing, there are ways you can also control the cyber risks. Present it to his boss and give him trial period to test for him to use maybe 1 tool at a time. And if the boss sees the benefits and sees that there are more benefits to it, cost effectiveness and making the work easier and faster, the boss may want to try the technologies, but he has to take it one after the other. He can also recommend a social media strategy to address the fake social media. Letting him know that there are several awareness that has been ongoing as someone who has embraced technology, giving him what he can do, like 2-factor authentication, where you have to, apart from password, you have to put in like a security pass and other things, so that the boss will build that confidence that even if he goes into technology, if he embraces technology, he knows that he has a controlled environment. So, and John too will also have to present himself as somebody who has value and a problem-solving skill person. As in what we are learning today, I've learned that we also become a problem-solving skill person, not just a clerical staff who just does his work. So when his boss sees that this person I'm working with had given me profound solutions that have helped, then the boss will want to listen to him, and gradually he will get the buying of the boss for technology advancement. Because seeing that even the boss, in terms of missing meetings and other things, he will be able to provide solution and said, okay, with this, a boss that is a technology like Calendly or some of those tools that help you to manage time, that I can use it for you, see how it works and other things, and see that it's working for John. I believe the boss will not have any other option than to embrace being a technology person. Thank you. Then for the second case study, where we were asked to give practical networking solution as an EA. So we looked at some of the practical steps that has been provided for us in this training. That is why we are here. And we say that for this person or for me to advise in my career, even though I'm doing my work very well, we need to leverage on internet network. Like we are taught today, you can build your own brand using, for example, Canva that we are taught today. Build your own brand, let people know who you are, what you can, your content, your community, you build your brand, and then you begin to gain people's trust where you are in terms of your community and your network. And then this will help us, like LinkedIn, all those social media networks, to build your brands. So there may be opportunities, unadvised opportunities, because you allow that may come as, okay, like what our presenter, the first presenter told us, that he was even called for a job because of the kind of brand he has built on the social network. So you can build that, it may help him to get that kind of job that our presenter told us that he was giving the offer. And then you can also attend industry events and conferences and seminars to connect with professionals, because it has to connect with professionals who are and may help him to advance his career. He can also join industry professional associations. Like I am a member of Risk Management Association of Nigeria because I have a certification in risk management. So sometimes in our group, they drop in something like a job. If one of us in another company organization, they are looking for a risk person, they drop and say, who is interested in this? So if you join that kind of association and organization, you will be getting opportunities to see which one you want to try to apply for. So we also talked about if you looked at connecting online too, and like I said, and also our presenter told us that to ask questions, to ask for help. If you know there are people that, based on your relationship with people, even at the level, those up or down, you can tell them that I want to do this, I'm looking at doing this, like mentorship, and the person can mentor you to even prepare yourself for the next opportunity. So like our presenter said, that your network determines your network. Your network is what you can do. Networking is what you can gain, your benefit based on people that you have networked with. So using all of those.
All right. Rebecca, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. I hope other people can hear me too. Can you all hear me? I hope I wasn't talking to myself.
Yes, we heard you. Thank you so much.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation. I just want to say that we had a session. I want to thank both presenters for each group. We had a session where Mr. Itayo spoke that turning on your video is crucial when you're making connection. So I hope our facilitator is taking notes when they're giving that rating, that the two presenters did not turn on their video when making their presentation. Thank you. So we'll go to Mr. Abiodun. For group A and group B, what's your rating for the presentation respectively?
All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Femi. Right, so I listened to both presentations, so there were some things I was expecting to hear that I didn't hear, right? Quite all right. So for instance, for the first case study.
When we now speak, everywhere is normally silent, so Vika, don't worry.
Mr. Sampson, can you mute yourself, please? Thank you. So for the first case study, I guess it's because of time. So we're looking at the time and then, we're all rushing, right? But for the first case study in both groups, the instruction was identify the issues. You know, I was expecting that you would list each of those issues that you can identify. Right? For instance, issues like the only one that we mentioned, okay, we know that, and it was even in passing, that the CEO has a problem with, he has technology phobia, he has a phobia for technology. Another problem is there is an history or a history of wastes in terms of subscriptions that are not used. You're just going to waste. Company is paying money for that. That's an issue. Another one is fake accounts are being created online to defraud members of the public. So that is defamation. That is something that is affecting or that has potential to affect the boss's reputation. Then also the fact that in the office, things are still being done traditionally. You see directors carrying files up and down, right? I didn't hear all those issues like that, topical issues like that. I didn't hear in any of those presentations. So for me, I would just say for Mr. Sadiq's group, that's group one that I presented, overall, I would say a 6. I would say a 6. And then for the second group, in all fairness, I would say a 5.5. Thank you.
All
I'm
right.
very generous, Maka.
All right, thank you. 5.5 and 6. Group A, 6. Group B, 5.5. Okay, Mr. Itayo, this is what we're waiting for the groups that just presented.
All right, thank you very much. I think the scoring, it's going for me. I think a presentation of thoughts for Group A. I love the fact that you were able to marshal the points in sequence. The issue of not turning on their videos was a minus, and I think it applies to both groups. And I think that also the fact that the case study actually required practical steps and strategies. I think there were a bit of some generalization with regards to the approach, you know. But in my scoring across the lovely presentation, I would say that a 7 for Group A. For Group B, I love the fact that Group B was able to build on. It was more like probably, you know, taking advantage of the fact that they're the second to present. So Group B was able to build on Group A's type of proposition. However, there was no presentation in terms of virtual. I think that Group B did a bit more selling of their resolution. So if I was to look at it for sellability, which is part of what we've talked about in networking, so there's a high demonstration of connect. I felt the passion in the tonality of the presenter. And I'll say that Group B was able to also have, for me, it's a tie, you know. So I would want to commend both teams. I believe that they were able to articulate some of the things we've taught, which shows that learning took place and there was a bit of integration. So over to Femi.
All right, thank you so much. There are no winners in this. The purpose of this was to evaluate what you learned in total. Everything, just case studies were on the modules that we did in the 2 days of this workshop. So there are no winners to this, but we have calculated this because we know what, but there are no winners to this. So let's us at the end, each group presented and whatever we missed out was spoken on the previous group. So we're concluding this session. We're meant to end by 3. We're very sorry it's a Saturday. Please bear with us. We just have 2 more things to go through. So the first thing is a vote of thanks. I want to nominate someone to give a vote of thanks for the facilitators. They've done a splendid job. They took time out to prepare this presentation and to deliver it excellently. So I want to nominate somebody. If somebody wants to do it, you can just unmute. No, sorry, raise your hand and then give, and then you can give the vote of thanks. But if not, I will nominate somebody. Who wants to give the vote of thanks? Okay. I'm going to nominate Mr. Azan. Mr. Azan. Oh, sorry. Let's balance it up. Sorry about that. I'm going to nominate a woman. The last vote of thanks was given by Pastor Kenneth, so I'm going to nominate Mrs. Rebecca. Miss Rebecca, please kindly give a vote of thanks to the facilitators.
Okay, on behalf of all the participants in this great training that we've just done, we want to give a vote of thanks to you, our presenters, Mr. Eyitayo and Mr. Sheyi, for a well thoughtful presentation. The presentation was so impactful. It was informative. We have learned so much, which if we put into our practical works, they're going to be an impact and growth. So I want to thank you for taking out time to give us these presentations and trainings. We want to appreciate you for this, and also for our organizers. We'll continue to connect with you, and we know that this training is not just training that is that we just throw away, because practically from what we are presented and other things we have learned, we've seen that is going to make effect in our life and in our place of work. We want to say thank you and continue to impact your generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our facilitators once again. So to fast track this, we're going to move on to the next thing. The closing remarks will be given by our research and development officer. Chidima, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Femi. I want to say a very big thank you to all the participants. I know it's been 2 days, but I'm sure that over the 2 days, can you hear me?
Yes, Madam Clear.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sure over the 2 days we've learned one or two things, and we've taken a few points, a few networking strategies away from this session. We've had very brilliant presentations from both groups, and like Femi said, there are no winners and there are no losers. Everybody's a winner, everybody's a loser. Sorry, everybody's a winner rather, please. My apologies. Everybody's a winner. There's no loser. There are no losers. We're all winners. Like we said, you can reach out to us for any training needs that you might need in your capacity as personal assistants, executive assistants, technical assistants, whatever it is that you might need. Please reach out to us. A form will be sent across to you after this session. Yes, a form will be sent across to you by Femi. So please fill the forms. Let us know your thoughts and everything that you want us to know, or whatever you need from us. Please let us know. And also a very special thank you to our facilitators, Mr. Rotimi Isai and Mr. Shea Abiodun. Thank you so much for taking our time, to honor our invitation as facilitators of this wonderful and brilliant workshop rather. So thank you very, very much. To everybody else, thank you so much for making yourself available. Thank you to your principals for giving you the time to attend this workshop yesterday. And thank you also, because I know that we have kind of stolen some time out of your weekend. But I hope that you have a very, very good rest of your weekend. Thank you very much. That's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Like you said, this workshop was not just this workshop was not just done for us to come and listen. Everything we learned in this workshop will be used in our duties and responsibilities for our career advancement. So a feedback form, an email will be sent to you. In it, there's a feedback form. Please fill it out. Once you fill it out, you'll be eligible to obtain your certificate. Please, if you don't fill out the form, we won't send your certificate of completion. Your feedback, we value your feedback, and it helps us in improving the next sessions and everything. Thank you so much.